hopefully, this will also assist in the forward planning required for the improved administration of House matters. On the importance of following standing orders. While it is acknowledged that parliaments act with independence, the decision of the Belize Supreme Court in August of this year regarding a parliamentary procedure cannot be ignored. That Supreme Court decision deemed the manner in which the ejection and suspension of the Honourable Member for Cayo South in 2016 was managed by the Speaker at that time was unlawful, since the standing order procedures were not properly invoked or complied with. While the events of that House meeting cannot be undone, the Hansard records cannot be changed, and while the Honourable Member was vindicated in the court, I raised the matter in my announcement to underscore the imperative that rulings made by the Chair must follow the standing orders of the House, and where ambiguity may exist in those standing orders, the Chair is guided by the conventions, traditions, or precedents of the House. I also take this opportunity to remind all members of the importance of being well acquainted with the standing orders. I reiterate that the services of the Office of the Clerk are available to all members for guidance and further appreciation and understanding of the standing orders, customs, and practices. Furthermore, since the start of this new Parliament, we have made available to all members several trainings, orientations, and webinar sessions with professionals of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, Parlaméricas, and other Commonwealth colleagues to assist in understanding parliamentary practices and procedures. I will continue to make these opportunities available as we work to strengthen the parliamentary institution, its procedures, and its policies. On disagreements with the decisions of the Chair. While the Speaker has the ultimate authority in the House and the rulings of the Chair are final, it is equally important that such rulings are made without bias and without politics. As your presiding officer, I have exercised my duties in this manner with respect to all members, relying on the standing orders, the conventions established by past parliaments, and the advice from experienced parliamentary staff for additional guidance. I recognize that from time to time, members may disagree with the rulings of the Chair. This is a hallmark of the democratic system that we are governed by. Disagreement, however, should never descend into disrespect. I raise this matter to remind members, while our Parliament does not yet have an official code of conduct, it is unacceptable and unbecoming of any member of the House to impute improper motives of any member, including the Chair. This is specifically noted in Standing Order 38.5. Furthermore, Standing Order 38.8 states, "The conduct of the Chair shall not be raised except upon a substantive motion moved for the purpose." If members do not accept the ruling of the Chair, members can utilize the procedures in the standing orders to raise the matter in the House or can meet with the Chair to discuss the issue. Members should refrain from attempting to discredit the character of the Chair due to disagreement on the decisions made during a House meeting. And members should practice restraint from promoting such attempts, particularly in this age of social media, which in Belize is still largely unregulated, as it is borderline contempt and can possibly invite judicial intervention into defamation of character. Let me be clear. This is not about the personality that holds the position of the Chair. It is about the respect that is afforded to the institutional office of the Speaker of this House. We should be able to disagree, and members should be able to debate fiercely without resorting to personal attacks and imputing improper motives, whether inside or outside of the House. On the Youth Parliament. Members, the Youth Parliament was first held in Belize in 2019. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, it was withheld last year. I am pleased to confirm the Youth Parliament 2021 is scheduled to occur on November 20th on the World's Children's Day, observing all COVID-19 protocols and measures. The event is held to bring youth from across Belize to participate in a shadow parliament as a way of educating the youth on the parliamentary governance system in Belize and to inspire and inform the activism of our youth, who are the future leaders of the country. The noble undertaking is being organized through the National Children and Families Commission with support from UNICEF and the National Assembly. The Youth Parliament will only be open to those participating on the day, and it will be streamed live for the wider public to observe. I encourage all members to support the organizers when called upon for advice or a brief mentoring session with the youths in their preparation for their day in Parliament. And finally, members, on the progress regarding the MOU with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. I am pleased to report that the working group on the revision of the standing orders have met a few times already. While the process is a timely one, it is also one that requires much consultation and genuine interest to effect positive change to improve on the parliamentary procedures and processes. I am encouraged. The working group is comprised of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee members. I thank you, members, for your input and look forward to the continued dialogue as we move along in the process. You may recall that works have been well underway for the draft code of conduct for parliamentarians. However, it does require an additional change in order for it to be placed in a motion before the chambers of Parliament. Therefore, that joint working group of parliamentarians will be called one more time to consider the additional change before the motion is placed for consideration. Another activity under the MOU with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association is to look at the administration of Parliament, primarily with the parliamentary staff, and to hold a Women in Civil Society roundtable. It is our hope to have this completed before the end of November with the assistance of colleagues from the CPA visiting Belize at that time. The clerk's office will make the details available as soon as they are finalized. Members, I thank you for your time and for listening. And now to the business of the day. Honorable members, with the consent of the House, I propose to vary the order of the sitting today to allow the introduction of bills at item 12 on the order paper to be taken after the Committee of Supply at item 14. This is to allow the introduction of the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2021 number 6 Bill 2021 and the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2021-2022 number 1 Bill 2021, which, according to Standing Orders 71 of the House, cannot be introduced until the proposals have been approved by the Committee of Supply and agreed to by the House. I therefore propose that the House resolve into a Committee of Supply under item Government Business. Is it the wish of the honorable members that the order be varied as suggested? All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill brought from the Senate.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move that the House now consider the Senate amendments.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now consider the Senate amendments. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The amendments to the Data Protection Bill 2021 insert new Class 94 as follows. Act binds Crown, which is Class 94. This act shall bind the Crown. 2. Renumber existing classes 94, 95, and 96 as new classes 95, 96, and 97.
Honorable members, the question is that the amendments to the Data Protection Bill 2021 as proposed by the Senate on the 8th September 2021 be accepted. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present sessional papers number HR 470/1/13, supplementary appropriation number 6, scheduled for fiscal year 2020-2021, and number HR 47B 1/1/13, supplementary appropriation number 1, scheduled for fiscal year 2021-2022.
Honorable members, those papers are referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee. One second, member. Let's get your audio sorted.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 48/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Securities Industry Bill 2021.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Good morning, Madam. Hello. Morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 49/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Summary Jurisdiction Offenses Amendment Bill 2021. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the National Security and Immigration Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 50/1/13, report from the National Security and Immigration Committee on the Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2021. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Questions to ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the interests of transparency and accountability, can the Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance kindly disclose to the Belizean people the amount of money that has been paid to the former governor of the Central Bank of Belize, Mr. Manuel Vasquez, in compensation for the abrupt end of his 5-year contract with the Central Bank of Belize? And can the Minister of Finance also indicate if the settlement amount includes a 10% pay cut that all public officers and teachers have been mandated to endure as a cost-saving measure to the government of Belize?
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, the member for Albert has asked for disclosure regarding the settlement with the former governor of the central bank. You know, Madam Speaker, this question shows the insincerity of the member, but worse that it is poorly contrived. Why? Because the member did not seek out information from the central bank, the former governor's employer, even though as a former member of the borough cabinet, she is or surely should be fully aware that the central bank is autonomous with an independent board of directors with a unique mandate. So this question, she wants to posture. Her former boss, whenever we would to ask such questions, he would refuse to answer the question. But I will not withhold an answer on that basis because we have nothing to hide. The former governor's salary was $200,000 with standard additional benefits as well as increments. And indeed, he had been awarded a 5-year contract validated not by government or the Ministry of Finance, but by the bank's chairman on the authority of the board. Notwithstanding what was optimistically demanded by the former governor, and according to his interpretation of the contract, the CBB ultimately settled at around a 65% reduction on that demand in cash. No new product was given, or no other vehicle was given, no laptop, no special furniture, or anything else of that sort. It should be noted that the member did not confine her question to the settlement. Instead, she somehow ties all this in with information she sought with the public sector's wage adjustment. For someone who seeks leadership of her party, shadowy as her efforts are known to be, she should be aware that the CBB governor is not a public officer, nor a teacher. None of the CBB's employees are. And let me also remind the member of For Albert that the wage adjustment and all the other sacrifices required of public officers, teachers, and Belizeans is a direct consequence of the royal mess that she and her party handed up to us. $4.2 billion in debt, a budget deficit of about $400 million, and borrowing almost $1 million a day. So the member should not get twisted over this. Whatever has had to be done since November 11th of last year is a direct and painful consequence of the UDP failure. That's the reason there are 5. Actually, for practical reasons, I think there's only 4, because one is never here. 5 of them over there and 26 of us on this side. And the member mentions a 5-year contract with a level of righteousness that is greatly misplaced. Would she wish for me to cite the many 5-year contracts awarded by the UDP government? Those 5-year contracts were not awarded at the start of the term, but shamefully at the close of their term, when everybody knew including them, that the UDP was going to be voted out of office. And then there is the ministers, the members' public double dealing. You see, not wanting to miss an opportunity to grandstand, the member posted on social media that, quote, while I never personally met the good governor, multiple reports say that he is a man of integrity, his life's work and experience speaks volumes, end of quote. I must agree with her on that matter. But 2 weeks after the post, she tables her question here, giving the impression that something is sinister with the settlement of a commercial matter by the central bank, a settlement for the very person she proposed to defend a few days before. Let's face it, the member wants to have her cake and eat it too, for all for the sake of political profit, no matter how small that profit might be. Of course, in this case, there is no profit for the member. Let me quote from the 23rd August joint press release issued by the CBB and the former governor. And I quote, the CBB and Mr. Vasquez acknowledged that it was in their mutual interest to transition, with Vasquez stating, quote, the fulfilling opportunity it was to have collaborated with the board, the highly capable management and staff, and the sector's stakeholders, end of quote. The world has moved on, Madam Speaker. I encourage the member to do the same. Thank you.
Is it that you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do have a follow-up question, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I don't think the Prime Minister read the question properly or heard it properly. Could the Prime Minister share with this Honorable House the exact figure that was settled for the contract that was paid out for the former governor of Central Bank? He mentioned, Madam Speaker, amounts that were his annual salary. I would like to know the full settlement amount paid to the governor of the Central Bank. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. I will allow it as it is on, it's asking to elucidate the answer, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was being kind to the honorable member from for Albert in responding to a question that I had that I did not have to answer. I was trying to be kind to her. That what she seems to not understand, that this is not a matter of the government of Belize or the Minister of Finance, but it is a matter of the Central Bank or the Belize Central Bank of Belize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, pleasant good morning to you, Madam Speaker, and pleasant good morning to all of my colleagues, and a most pleasant good morning to the great people of Mesopotamia. Will the Honorable Minister of Public Utilities, Energy and Logistics please update this Honorable House on the Commerce Bight Port in Dangriga?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Utilities, Energy and Logistics.
Madam Speaker, I think the member from Mesop should know that once a case is before the court, it can't be ventilated. That is my response.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries please update this Honorable House as to his implementation of the crime prevention strategy to combat the disturbing surge in violent crime and murder?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. I want to thank the member for this question. It's a very important question at a very critical time. And of course, it involves the serious crime situation in our country. And if anybody should be acutely aware of this issue, which has developed over time because of reckless abandon and neglect by the previous administration, it would be my friend from Mesopotamia. Madam Speaker, in channeling the spirit of Tony Blair, we have to be tough on crime, but even tougher on the root causes of crime. Crafting a strategy during these challenging times where resources and patience are in limited supply is a task for giants. But what has been inspirational for us at the Ministry of Home Affairs has been the readiness of different stakeholders and partners to put in their pound, to join in the fight, to share their experience and to turn things around. We have begun the process. Those in the courts will recognize that we have begun to turn up the heat on gang members, fast-tracking and prioritizing prosecutions of gang members. Our strategic meeting with officers at the prosecution branch was refreshing. The pressing resolve was clearly welcomed, and the good officers are more than ready to execute. For a long time, gang members with outstanding fines and warrants skirted the consequences of their failure. We have activated a program specifically to execute commitment warrants against these gang members. We want them off the streets, and we want them off now. In this regard, we have also assigned senior investigators to follow up and shore up cases involving gang members. The detention and conviction rates will eventually make a life of crime less attractive. This should make the parallel installation of social and rehabilitative programs more attractive. We have every intention of working with those who want to turn their lives around, but we also have every intention of targeting, disabling, and removing those who wish to terrorize and kill. We realize it will be a bumpy process, but enough is enough. We entered this task knowing we needed the force of the many, the good, the true. All the way back in 2014, the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABE, wanted to facilitate crime-fighting strategy efforts through their Central American Security Strategy Support Program. The past administration could not or were unable to unlock this assistance. The facility sat there for more than half of their term. Even when the murder count for this period hit a record high of 116 murders in 2018, the past UDP administration did nothing. That is a 22% drop from the UDP 116 murders for the same period. For us, it is 26 Belizeans alive. Our administration, Madam Speaker, has since engaged the CABE offer to make Belizeans safer and our department stronger in the areas of infrastructure, personnel, and uploading our vision of utilizing innovation and technology as a key weapon in fighting crime. In that spirit, Madam Speaker, we can announce that we will be securing from CABE close to 100 more CCTV cameras and 6 more mobile units to increase the eyes and reach of Belizean law enforcement. These new additions should be successfully delivered within the early portion of the new year. And for those who may be doubtful as to the efficacy of surveillance cameras, I can report that 2 out of the last 5 murders were solved with the aid and assistance of the high-definition surveillance cameras. Indeed, Madam Speaker, the last few months have been extremely heavy on all of us, with the loss of so many young, promising Belizean lives. We feel the evening news items and the viral videos. I feel the mothers who lose sons and the heart-wrenching look in their eyes, and it pains all of us. When I am hugging those mothers, Madam Speaker, finger pointing does not ease the pain, but I trust them. I trust their memory. I try to connect with their determination to get justice. Now, and sooner rather than later. So believe that where possible, our strategy is to streamline the process and techniques to accelerate the time, but ultimately, the law still applies. There is always a process that is necessary and a time that is required. As of recent, Madam Speaker, I can report that we have had a very positive indicator when it comes to community participation in addressing crime. In looking at the Crime Stoppers Belize report for January to September 2021, there is a silent but important and slow turnaround coming. That turnaround is shown in the numbers where we have seen a steady increase of reports to crime by 300% from January's figures to that of September. This motivates us. Belizeans are speaking up. They are refusing to keep quiet. They want it to end. We intend to meet them where they are and together turn this around, God willing. We are also, Madam Speaker, moving to increase the DNA capacity for the forensics lab and have made an ambitious call for the expansion of that facility. We were able to give our forensic technicians the capability of a ballistics library, which will enhance the police's competence to track and link firearms in gun cases. We want no stone unturned. Yes, we know it will take time to fix and that the road will not be perfect and smooth, but we are intent on turning the full force of what we have to getting solutions. Over the last month, Madam Speaker, our citizens may have noticed a unique police uniform on the beat of the streets across the country. The khaki shirts complemented with a green sleeve. These are members of Squad 95, 225 new recruits carrying out their in-service training. Young, energetic, freshly trained at our police academy based on a new and revitalized curriculum. We are fulfilling our mandate of ensuring not just more officers on the ground, but more investigative, compassionate, and community-oriented police officers who understand the importance of working hand in hand with the law-abiding public and neighborhood watch groups to combat crime. As the Minister of Home Affairs, Madam Speaker, perhaps what has been the most fulfilling development over the last 6 months is the outpouring of support from both outside and inside the walls of government. Our ministry has been working hand in hand with the Leadership Intervention Unit, the Ministry of Human Development, Education, Youth and Sports, Natural Resources, and the list goes on, to develop a roadmap deliberately aimed at impacting the lives of Belize City residents in a positive manner. The focus on restoring our families to health will be key. A family needs assessment will be carried out by the Ministry of Human Development. We are finalizing the Ministry of Education's decision, very, very bold decision, to pilot and project on the South Side the unlocking of free education for the at-risk and vulnerable population in Belize City. We will establish the Cure Violence model in the form of our very own Heal Up Belize program, training key personnel and stakeholders in the community to interrupt violence immediately and to provide much-needed counseling and mentoring services. We will enroll 300 at-risk youth in the first instance in an on-the-job skills training program, a cleanup and beautification monthly program, and establishing 12 new community hubs which have been success stories in Belize City that highlight and promote the talent, skill, and craft of our young Belizean men and women. And Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to congratulate and thank the pioneers of this community hub concept, being the Love Foundation, Colby Foundation, and of course with the assistance of the U.S. Embassy, who will be opening a 6th community hub this coming Monday in the Jump Street, Rocky Road area of Belize City. The impact of these community hubs, Madam Speaker, has been powerful and infectious. Madam Speaker, it will take all of us. Cabinet cares. The Prime Minister cares. He has declared that Southside Belize City will be declared a special development area. This is big for investments, this is big for jobs, and this is big for improving the lives of the south side of Belize City, Madam Speaker. We realize that we have to attack this crime thing together because ultimately, as Marcus Aurelius reminds us, poverty is the mother of crime. Crime is not a police matter. Policing is a police matter. Crime we will all defeat together, Madam Speaker. Poverty we will all tackle together. Belize should feel history's hands on our shoulder. We should be reminded that death, pain, and bad news are not the fault of the law-abiding. The mischief games and the naked opportunists will fail. Truth will succeed. Values will succeed. Compassion will succeed. Humility will succeed. Madam Speaker, I believe Belizeans are strong enough, blessed enough, and good enough to put the brakes on crime. No, it will not happen overnight, but the intolerance to crime, shock, death, and pain must be immediate. Our actions as a result of that intolerance must be collective, swift, concentrated, patient, and deep-rooted. We are in the execution stage, Madam Speaker, but we are humble enough to sound the call that we need each and every right-minded Belizean to stand up with us. We simply cannot do it without you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Mesopotamia.
Speaker, on behalf of the opposition, I'd just like to say rest in peace to all those who have lost their lives to gun violence, especially the youth, and deepest sympathies to their families. Will the Minister of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform please say to this honorable House when he will convene a bipartisan commission to undertake the constituency redistricting process?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and good morning, Belize. Madam Speaker, I've seen in the media that the member from Mesopotamia, the 13th leader of the opposition, the 4th whip, 3rd whip, former occupant of seat 4,
Madam Speaker,
seat 1.
Madam Speaker, I have been very kind and generous to allow the colleagues to respond.
Can I respond, Madam Speaker?
You started today's meeting to say that we will conduct ourselves with decorum and to begin to answer the question with personal attacks. That is not the direction that you prescribe for today's meeting, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Member, I hear you. Minister, you may proceed. Those are not personal attacks, member. We do refer to members in this House by their constituencies.
Madam Speaker, he has that on his letterhead. So how is that a personal attack?
Minister, you can proceed.
Thank you. I've noticed that the member from Mesopotamia, with all the other titles, has been traveling a lot, hobnobbing with the celebrities and indulging in high-priced alcohol without achieving much else.
Again, this has nothing to do with the question of the redistricting process, Madam Speaker. This has nothing to do with
Thank you, member.
either.
Thank you, member. Minister, I beg your indulgence. Let's respond with the relevance to the question asked.
Madam Speaker, one would think that during all this travel time, on a plane, on a train, the member would have taken the opportunity to read and learn. That way he would see that his question is completely misplaced. So let me educate the member, Madam Speaker, and I want to turn his attention to the Constitution of Belize. I hope you have a copy of this, member. Part 6, Section 90 of the Constitution of Belize. And I beg your indulgence, Madam Speaker, if I can read from the Constitution. Section 90 says, the Elections and Boundaries Commission shall, after considering the distribution of the population throughout Belize, make proposals from time to time for dividing Belize into electoral divisions. Subsection 3 says, the proposals of the Commission made pursuant to this section shall be laid before the National Assembly by the chairman of the Commission. An electoral division specified in these proposals shall be the electoral divisions of Belize for the purposes of any law for the time being in force relating to the election of members of the House of Representatives. Section 91 goes further. Any redivision of electoral divisions effected in accordance with Section 90 of this Constitution shall, in respect of the election of members of the House of Representatives, come into operation at the next general election held after such redivision and not earlier. Finally, Madam Speaker, turning to Section 88 of the Constitution, there shall be an Elections and Boundaries Commission, which shall consist of a chairman and 4 other members, who shall be persons of integrity and high national standing. Subsection 2, the chairman and 2 other members of the Elections and Boundaries Commission shall be appointed by the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, given after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. And the remaining 2 members shall be appointed by the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, given with the concurrence of the Leader of the Opposition. Madam Speaker, so the answer to the member's question is thus. Number 1, redistricting is an exercise to be conducted by the Elections and Boundaries Commission, not the minister responsible for elections and boundaries. Number 2, the Elections and Boundaries Commission consists of representation from the government side and the opposition side. So there already exists a bipartisan commission, member, albeit one with representatives of the opposition not recommended by the member for Mesopotamia in his brief stint as leader of the opposition. Thank you very much.
Member, is this a follow-up question to elucidate the response?
Yes.
Let me hear
according to the Election and Boundaries Commission that you quoted from the Constitution, as the Minister of Constitutional Reform, expanding to the other stakeholders such as the senators for church, for union, etc., is what I was getting at. Do you have any intention of going that direction according to your good governance and transparency motion passed here in this House?
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if that is a question elucidating.
It's not elucidating, member.
So
I was just about to say that's an entirely separate question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fetch?
Public Business, Government Business, Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a Committee of Supply under the chairmanship of the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment. In accordance with Standing Order 65, the deliberations of this committee shall not take place in public. I must therefore ask the visitors in the galleries to leave. They may, of course, return after the Committee of Supply has concluded its business. Please note, we do not have members, but what we do have are some police officers in the galleries. Thank you.
Motion.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Committee of Supply has met and approved the proposal set in the sessional paper number HR 47A/1/13, supplementary appropriation number 6, scheduled for fiscal year 2020-2021. I now seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to agree with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the question is be it resolved that this Honorable House agrees with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply for supplementary appropriation number 6 scheduled for fiscal year 2020-2021, motion 2021. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Committee of Supply has met and approved the proposal set out in sessional paper number HR 2/1/13, supplementary appropriation number 6, scheduled for fiscal year 2020-2021. I now seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to agree with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the question is be it resolved that this Honorable House agrees with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply for supplementary appropriation number 1, scheduled for fiscal year 2021-2022, motion 2021. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to rename the tariff column headed EPA with the EPA/UK to implement the 8th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK/EPA and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Now, if you would indulge me, Madam Speaker, just to quickly explain that the Economic Partnership Agreement, the EPA, was signed by the European Union, 27 countries, and CARIFORUM, which is CARICOM plus the Dominican Republic and Haiti, in 2008, and ratified in 2011. Under the provisions of this agreement, the EU immediately removed import duties applied on goods imported from CARIFORUM countries, whilst it was agreed that CARIFORUM would remove import duties from EU goods in phases from 2011 to 2033. Since 2011, Belize has implemented 6 phases of reductions. The Customs and Excise Duty Amendment Bill will now implement phase 7 and 8 of import duty reduction program with the EU pursuant to the agreement. It will also provide for the inclusion of the United Kingdom in the import duty of reduction program under the similar terms with the EU following the departure of the UK, leaving the European Union. Madam Speaker, the reduction in duties will have negligible revenue effects on imports from the UK, EU, because they are not overtly significant. The amendment, if enacted, is scheduled to take effect on January 1st, 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to rename the tariff column headed EPA with EPA/UK to implement the 8th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the Reforum UK/EPA and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce and move the second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on 31st day of March 2022. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, as well for explanation, this bill seeks authorization for the supplementary appropriations in connection with fiscal year 2020-2021. When this PUP administration came into office, it became immediately clear that government's finances were in a mess. Some would say government finances were in dire straits. It is no exaggeration to say that the UDP administration's 2020-2021 budget really wasn't worth the wasted paper it was written on. In short, that budget was a sham. What was represented by the budget estimates, along with 4 supplementary appropriations for that year alone, was not what we found. Revenue collections were around 30% off target. Expenditures were way in excess of what was budgeted. The economy was reeling with double-digit economic contraction. Unemployment was skyrocketing to near 30%, while the national debt was out of control. The government was borrowing almost $1 million a day. And on top of all that, right upon taking office, we had to deal with those 2 historic floods caused by the storms Eta and Iota. We had not experienced that type of flooding in Belize in about 100 years. Of course, we were also in the midst of a second wave of COVID, which was badly mismanaged, some would say criminally mismanaged by the past administration. We also found out that the UDP administration was doing all sorts of questionable things at lands and binding government to long-term contractual obligations to its cronies. Perhaps not only to enrich themselves, but to cripple the plans of this present PUP administration. They did not only bind us in the long-term employment contracts for their cronies, but they also had us bound up in bloated contracts, construction contracts for their favorite friends and cronies. In the middle of all this mess, with all your special interests, favored friends and cronies, what was there for all to see was their administration's functional infrastructure as well as their physical road and bridge infrastructure crumbling before our very eyes. So what we found, or what we inherited, was exactly what the past Prime Minister Dean Barrow said it was, a poisoned chalice. But let each and every one of us never forget, whether you're a PUP or UDP or no P at all, whether you're independent or apolitical or non-political, whether you're young or old, public officer, teacher, private sector, this chalice was undeniably poisoned by the very past Prime Minister and his rotten and corrupt UDP administration. As sorry or as pitiful as they may look over there on the other side of this honorable house, let us not forget that they left this country in a mess and had no shame in their greed and corruption. A new administration inherited this poisoned chalice. As a new administration inheriting this poisoned chalice, we had to move quickly to arrest the COVID wave. We started making immediate repairs and improvements on the physical infrastructure and began the work of recovery and transformation. We had to take immediate steps to arrest the then COVID wave. Our scarce resources were directed heavily to this front. $15 million was initially approved for COVID medical supplies and equipment. You see, Madam Speaker, our approach to the management of the crisis was through more rapid testing and other preventative and protective measures. This effort indisputably was proved successful. This bill seeks authorization for a further $4.5 million under CAP 2, including a small grant from Taiwan and a further $3.5 million in grants from the British High Commission under CAP 3. With the dismal state of our roads and bridges caused by ETA and IOTA, what did the former Prime Minister call it? The roadwork Minister of Infrastructure? Roadwork for the future, no? The streets, roads were building for the future. One floods. We had to allocate funds for repairs and restoration, including monies for streets and drains in municipalities, rehabilitation of the Hummingbird Highway, Caracol upgrade works, and road safety. We also had to urgently repair our sugar roads that had been abandoned by the UDP. This altogether meant a further $6.5 million in recurrent CAP 2 and CAP 3 expenditures. To support agriculture, grant funding from the EU was also procured for expenditure in the total sum of approximately $2.7 million. In education, loan disbursements of $4.5 million under the IDB's loan for the Education Quality Improvement Program continued. In total, the cumulative amounts of $559,014 in recurrent expenditures, $9,113,832 in domestically financed capital expenditures, and $17,064,407 in externally funded Capital 3 expenditures. Madam Speaker, we are cleaning up the mess and stench left behind by the past UDP administration, and we are calling on everyone to vote in support of this bill. Madam Speaker, this bill, as I said, has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of Opposition, Member for Colette.
Madam Speaker, I remember when the members of the government were on this side of the Honorable House, and of course they complained vehemently when it was that these supplementary appropriation bills came to the House. First of all, in the first instances when they were government previous to this occasion, they never brought the supplementaries. I can remember sitting on the other side when we brought 5, 6 supplementaries at a time, spanning all the way back to the time of the PUP being in government. So it is a long road that we had to clean up in terms of these supplementaries. And they complained about that. And I will give credit where credit is due, that the Prime Minister has, on this occasion, not taken that long of a time, but there are regulations that govern when these supplementaries should come. In fact, the Finance and Audit Act talks about the timely manner that it ought to be presented 3 months within the spending of these monies. And that financial year, 2020-2021, ended on March 31st of this year. So we have to make the complaint that if it is you're trying to do things properly, that even now, this is unacceptable and very late. And then, Madam Speaker, he uses the opportunity, because this straddles a financial year that saw both of our parties govern, to blame the UDP for some of this spending, as he calls it. He says the bill the budget was not worth the paper that it was written on. But, Madam Speaker, we have to determine that what he is asking us to approve today in retrospect is basically what they overspent. He came to this honorable house, for instance, Madam Speaker, and said that they only bought, I don't remember the exact number now, and he actually specified what vehicles were bought. Now we're seeing in the supplementary that almost $500,000 was spent on vehicles between his Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Health. We see, Madam Speaker, again, some spending that has happened here with very little details happening, something that the member for Kaya South used to complain profusely about, but now he seems to be presiding over. Just general description of drains in towns and villages, but no specifics. Tell us what these monies are actually being spent on. In the Ministry of Infrastructure and Development, for instance, we see recurrent spending for contracts and consultancies, $500,000, but we don't get the specifics of what that is about. And, Madam Speaker, I am certain as well that there is a limit in terms of what was approved in the estimates that you can bring in terms of supplementary. If I'm not mistaken, it's about 10%, yet in terms of the contracts and consultancies, the recurrent expenses in this bill, where $2 million was approved in the estimates for that financial year, we see a $500,000 a supplement here, Madam Speaker, a quarter of what was approved. And if you go through the other figures, you will see the same thing reoccurring. In the instance of what is being spent in the recurrent for the Court of Appeal, for instance, where, and we'll see this in the next supplementary bill as well, but I don't want to be accused of anticipating, where the estimates for the travel and subsistence of the judiciary, in particular the Court of Appeal, is almost half. The supplementary is half what the approved estimates were. And so it must mean that the proper accounting was not done. We did not properly plan, and he blames the UDP for this. He says, as I reiterated earlier, that the budget was bogus and that it wasn't work. But we see the same mistake. If it is you're blaming the UDP and saying it was a mistake, we see the same mistake happening again. And it is riddled with that kind of thing, Madam Speaker. We see for the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations, $300,000 being allotted for board and management project. Tell us what that is about. We see, Madam Speaker, $4.5 million, $4.5 million being allotted for COVID-19 medical supplies and equipment. Tell us what that is about, or remind us what it is about. If you are claiming that you spent all of this money in the health sector, let us know. I wonder as well, Madam Speaker, there's an allocation in Cap 2 for the Caracol Road, which comes up again in Cap 3. So why is it that there's an allocation in Cap 2 and Cap 3? Just remind us, Prime Minister, so that the Belizean people can know why it is that these monies had to be spent in the manner in which it was spent. We see a computer costing $13,000, Madam Speaker. $13,000 for a computer for the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth. What kind of special ability does this computer have that it must cost us $13,200? We see, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Rural Transformation getting an allocation, a supplementary allocation of $92,000, more than half of the approved estimates, which was only $157,000. So, Madam Speaker, while this is not as grievous, in my opinion, as the next one that is to come, but we simply deserve better. The PUP, Madam Speaker, promised us better. They promised that they would be accountable. They promised, in fact, these supplementaries is a thing that they complained about profusely. chastising the borough administration. Our member from Kaya South even took the government to court to make sure that these things are done properly, Madam Speaker. And here we have repeat offenses. The people of this country deserve greater transparency. The people of this country deserve the good governance that you spoke about. And it is what we want to see, Madam Speaker, and simply holding the Prime Minister and his administration to that promise which they made. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I associate myself with the member from Collet, what really disturbs me about the supplementary is that we see more money going to streets that we cannot eat rather than the Human Development Ministry. And I have to remind my colleagues in the government that we are in the middle of a pandemic. We are still dealing with people who are unemployed, people who are not getting any unemployment relief, people who are not getting any type of social safety assistance, and if they had been getting, that has been depleted, and so we should see more money going into human development, Madam Speaker. COVID-19 is not just a medical problem, and you can see by the rise in violent crime that poverty, human development, the lack of having, the desperation, people walking around here suffering, they would rather be dead than living, is why there is such a lack for the value of life. And so I would urge my colleagues to be the government that the people voted for. The people did not vote for the UDP because, as you so well put it, all we wanted are build roundabouts and build roads to nowhere. The infrastructure ministry got the most money, or the second most money in the budget. They don't need any more money. It's the Human Development Ministry and even education. So that is my problem. We continue to focus where we shouldn't focus and where you promised that you wouldn't focus. You promised that there is no way in the Plan Belize manifesto that talks about any infrastructure, because you, on the other side, condemn building streets that we can't eat. And right now, people are starving more than ever. Back then, we had a normal economy, normal challenges. We are in a pandemic, and the bodies that are dropping in this country is a result of the irresponsible management of the human development disaster. And we see this with this supplementary, where there is no consideration for the human suffering that is taking place in this country, but all we see is continued investments in streets that we cannot eat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Kyle.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I wasn't planning to speak today, but the learned gentleman from Mesop always stirs up the flame in one's body. Madam Speaker, just in response to the leader of the opposition, most of the projects that have been mentioned are projects that we inherited in the pipeline. The Caracol Road, for example, is one of them, so it's not a project that was initiated by us, but in reality, it is a project that we saved $28 million on, something that you all did not even conceive of. The other one is the Halover Bridge, again, a project that we inherited from you all, but look at the figures. We saved another $28 million on that project by looking at and analyzing the project. And so, in reality, we have saved approximately $56 million just on those two projects, Leader of the Opposition. And then we are looking at the importance of infrastructure. I can understand what the member from Mesop is repeating and repeating and repeating about you can't eat streets and stuff like that, Madam Speaker. But the truth is, the economy relies on the infrastructure of a country to be able to move forward. And what we are doing, Madam Speaker, is the basic necessity. I would like him to drive in Belmopan Phase 4. I did it 2 days ago, so he can see the need for infrastructure. I would like him to visit the Lake Independence area, which I did 2 days ago, Madam Speaker, so he can feel the need. It is difficult to understand these situations when you're abroad and when you're whining and dining on Hennessy and all that type of stuff. That does not allow you to understand and appreciate the reality of the people that we try to serve. And I'm not even speaking of the sugar roads, Madam Speaker. We don't even have enough resources right now to be able to address the sugar roads the way they need to be addressed. And so I'm just humbly explaining to the member from MESOP that there are realities that we have to deal with, and those are some of them. In response to the member from the leader of the opposition, I think he has more years in Parliament than I do, and he has been a minister much longer than I do. So he should know, Madam Speaker, what CAP 3 is and what CAP 2 is. CAP 3 is basically the money that you get from the international financing institutions, and CAP 2, when it pertains to the same project, is government's part. Whenever you have a project, Madam Speaker, you borrow money to a certain extent, and government has a counter, and that is placed in CAP 2. So I think you should read a little bit more about these things, Leader of the Opposition, before you get up and I won't go any further in saying anything more. And so, Madam Speaker, those are my basic response to the concerns that they have. But in reality, Madam Speaker, and I am speaking the truth and from the heart, the country needs lots more investment in infrastructure. One of those is housing. They are aware of that. That is a part of the infrastructure that we are trying to do to give the people that don't have an opportunity for shelter. You see, Madam Speaker, the difference between the People's United Party under Plan Belize and the previous government is that we want to leave something that people can hold on to, that people can have a future. Housing, Madam Speaker, is something that will hit close to the hearts of all Belizeans that will never have that opportunity in their lives to own a house. We will give them that opportunity, even though it's a small structure, Madam Speaker, but it is a structure designed to be able to grow with them. When their families grow, when their economy grows, when they get to a certain level, Madam Speaker, that house as part of the infrastructure development will grow with them. It is tangible. They will be able to benefit from it. They will be able to use it and mortgage it so that they can further the education of their children. They will have a future, Madam Speaker. Please let us not forget, Madam Speaker, the past government wasted approximately $700 million in Petrocarib. And there is nothing, absolutely nothing to show in infrastructure for that. There is nothing to show in housing infrastructure for that. There is nothing to show in our health facilities for that. There is nothing to help in our social programs for that, Madam Speaker. And I am pleading to Cabinet, we need to do an audit of the Petrocarib funds spent during the UDP administration so that the people of Belize can understand what happened and where that money ended up. Some ended up in socks, some ended up in pockets, some ended up in farms, some ended up in residences, but they were all private areas and not things that benefited the people of Belize. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Orange Walk East.
Some clarification, please. Is it that we are, no.
Will we yield to give him a clarification at all? No. You have your turn. Sit, sir.
Madam Speaker, I just want to be
No
clear.
one was standing, so you're on a point of clarification.
Right, Madam Speaker. I just want to make sure, because my colleague from Cayo South mentioned the issues that are actually in the supplementary for 2021-22. So I'm just making sure that we are on the 2020-2021.
On the first appropriation bill, correct?
That's all I need to clarify, Madam.
We are on the first appropriation bill, and member, you were referring to the first appropriation bill, is that correct? Okay. Member for Orange Walk East.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity, and I just want to offer my support in terms of the supplementary appropriation bill, but I want to remind the members of the other side, because I listened to the leader of the opposition speak about highlighting more information, and from what I remember, looking at the House meeting from the outside then, the then UDP administration, Madam Speaker, brought many supplementary appropriation bills, but from the information we have, these were never broken down in this detail. And a lot of these things that you see here, about 60% is being done to cover their mess, their obligation. And that is what they need to talk about, Madam Speaker. This government is showing what true accountability is, what good governance is. And as will be highlighted in the next supplementary, Madam Speaker, it highlights exactly what this PUP administration and our Prime Minister, Jan Briceño, means when we talk about good governance. So they should be ashamed to stand in this House and ask for us to explain in further details when the details are here. It is clearly highlighting. You talked about vehicles. The Ministry of Finance, 47,000, it's now 220,000 Prado that ended up in the sea, Madam Speaker. The Ministry of Health, vehicles, an IDB-funded project that supported the whole health matters that we are facing in COVID in this country. That is what they should be talking about. The wastage, how many vehicles was destroyed and crushed by the former Minister of Foreign Affairs under their administration. That is what they should be talking about, the wastage that went on under the UDP. Madam Speaker, I support this appropriation bill.
One second, members, as we near the 12 o'clock hour, I will recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12(8), I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due opposed.
Members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the member for Toledo West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my full support to the supplementary appropriation bill that's before us, number 6. Madam Speaker, because, Madam Speaker, we have every good reason to support this supplementary appropriation bill, Madam Speaker. You know, I cannot understand why would the opposition get up and even want to attempt to criticize, Madam Speaker, when in fact they know that they presided over the most corrupt administration for the last 12 years, Madam Speaker. The most corrupt administration that abandoned the rural area, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the Minister responsible for rural development, community development, labor and local government, since taking office, Madam Speaker, we have worked very diligently together with our staff, together with our team at the ministry, to fix the mess that they left, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I heard the leader of the opposition, well, the new leader of the opposition again, questioning about $92,000. And Madam Speaker, I want to remind this honorable House of their incompetence, their abandonment, their neglect of the rural area. And I can cite, Madam Speaker, the water system in Sarteneja was non-functioning when we came into government. A system valued at over $1 million was abandoned by the UDP, the minister responsible for rural development. None other than the member for Corozal North was the minister responsible for that area. He did not lift a finger to fix that system that was abandoned. We came on board, we rose to the occasion, we knew that we had a duty to be able to fix the mess that they left, and that is why, Madam Speaker, we were able to get the support of the Ministry of Finance to be able to go in and fix that system that today is about to be commissioned, Madam Speaker. So, Mr. Leader, don't be questioning those things. We spent the money because we had to do so because of your abandonment and neglect. Madam Speaker, system after system across this country, I can speak to Shunush. Shunush, over $1 million, and that system was handed over in 2007. A couple months, I think it was like 6 months before the general election, when the UDP took over in 2008. And lo and behold, less than 1 year after they came into government, Madam Speaker, the system crashed. They did not lift a finger. The people were drinking dirty, brackish water, and we had to go in there and step up to the plate, Madam Speaker, and fix the system for them. Today, that project, we are about to engage in a new project that is going to enhance that system and ensure that our people have clean, safe, potable water. The same thing has been done for San Antonio, Toledo. San Antonio, Toledo, over 2.5 years, the system abandoned. We have gone in there. We drilled over 5 wells. Luckily, the 5th one, we were able to get water. We have now installed a new pump house. We are waiting for the new pump to be installed, and the people of San Antonio are going to be relieved to once again have clean, safe, potable, reliable water in their homes. That is the kind of work that we are doing. So I don't see why they would have the gall, Madam Speaker, to get up in this house and want to criticize us. I can go on. Santa Rosa, San Roman, Progreso in Corozal. So many systems that we have worked on that were abandoned under the UDP. That, Mr. Leader, is what your government failed at. And you should be ashamed to want to get up in this house and to want to be questioning the work that this new administration has been doing. Mr. Leader, I want to tell you and your members on that side that this government is serious about rebuilding the rural areas. And we are working diligently across all ministries, collaborating and supporting so that our people in the rural areas are finally going to have the kind of support where they are going to be able to produce, earn an income, and live a decent life, Madam Speaker. That's what this government is all about, Madam Speaker. That is what our history is. You know, I am so thankful to the Minister of Infrastructure for all his support. When we came into government, I heard them questioning the money that was spent by the Ministry of Infrastructure. Have you forgotten that after November the 11th, we were faced with several hurricanes and floods across this country? What did you want us to do, Mr. Leader? To drop back and cry and say we can't fix it? No, that's not how the PUP works. We get up, we work, and we deliver to our people. That's what we do. That is the stark difference between the UDP and the PUP, Mr. Leader. Learn that for once. Madam Speaker, I want to say to you, the amount of work that has been done in rural Belize is significant. And I just want to limit it to my area, to the Toledo district. Man, there was never a road to Machakilha. The road was pushed. The road was pushed. We only have 3/4 mile more, all the rock is stockpiled. We are getting ready to complete that road. It's only the weather that is holding us back. Never in the history of this country under the UDP, that's what the PUP is doing. San Jose bypass, the Prime Minister got up in this house and promised, he said, Monday we are going to fix the bypass. Over 3.5 years, did not lift a finger and deliver anything, Madam Speaker. 4 months after we won, we delivered on the first concrete bridge to San Jose. But it did not end there. Just 3 weeks ago, thanks to the Ministry of Infrastructure, we were able to cut the hill and the road is now being improved. And I want to say to San Jose, we have now signed an agreement where that bypass is going to be fully upgraded, Madam Speaker. That's the kind of work that we are engaged in. The farmers in the north, I don't have to be reminding them.
The members'
I'm not
content
going to
is
yield, Madam
completely
Speaker.
unrelated to the bill, Madam Speaker. If it is, he's saying that these things are funded by the supplementary, then but that's not the case.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, you say you can't take the lick. You can't take the lick because it's the truth. Madam Speaker.
We're on the first appropriation
Yes, Madam
bill,
Speaker,
correct?
that's where we are, because the point I'm making is that, Madam Speaker, under this appropriation bill, monies have been spent in improving the lives of
Madam
our
Speaker,
people in
on
the
a point of
rural
order.
area.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
What is the point of order? One second, member.
Standing order 38-1, subject to the provisions of these standing orders, debate upon any motion, bill, or amendment shall be relevant to such motion, bill, or amendment, and a member shall confine his observations to the subjects under the discussion. He is going all over the place talking about everything that was done by the administration. We are talking about this particular bill and the supplementary moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. We're on the first appropriation bill, so the debate should be restricted to those areas listed under the first appropriation
Absolutely, Madam Speaker, but you see, they don't want to hear the truth. That is what hurts them, because it is quite relevant. The appropriation allocated money for infrastructure, the appropriation allocated money for rural development. So come on, how can it not be relevant? Mr. Member from Mesopotamia, please, please. You had your turn, it's our turn. And that's what we are doing. We are governing this country in a manner that the people are going to benefit, and particularly the rural areas that were abandoned are now going to participate meaningfully in the development of this country, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I want to end by saying that I lend my full support to this appropriation bill because we have a government led by our Prime Minister that has a heart for the people of this country, given all the challenges that we have faced because of COVID, the bad economy that we inherited. We are doing a lot. And together, Madam Speaker, together, we will continue to move this country. Our farm, and I will end on this note, our farmers who saw the rice industry killed, that has now been revived. Farmers are producing, and we are supporting them with the Ministry of Infrastructure to get their product to the marketing board.
Speaker,
That is
again,
significant, Madam
on
Speaker.
a point of order, Madam Speaker, the members' content of speech must be relevant to the bill before us.
It's relevant, Mr.
It's
Leader.
not, Madam Speaker, we have clear delineation of what is spent on infrastructure. There is a Western Highway Airport link, there is a George Price Highway, there is rehabilitation to the Hummingbird, there is Caracol Road. There is nothing about what he's talking about.
Thank you.
And likewise, we have the allocations in the Ministry of Human Development, which he's claiming. None of that is there, Madam Speaker, so he's clearly off base.
Thank you. Members, there are two appropriation bills, number 6 and number 1. We are on the number 6. Can I kindly remind members that the point of orders will continue, as every member has that right, if the debate is not with the relevance to the bill. I ask you to please ensure.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is there a point of order, member?
Yes, Madam Speaker, one point of order. just for the clarity for the leader of the opposition on that side, the relevance of the bill.
Madam Speaker, what is the point of order? Come on, Whip.
Can I
Tell
speak?
us what the point of order is.
One member.
The relevance to the debate, Madam Speaker, is the determination of the Speaker. So they're jumping
Yes.
up over there. So please.
This is why I interrupt. Member,
you.
please have your seat. Member for Toledo West, are you completed or? Okay.
I just say warm up,
Just
Madam
checking.
Speaker. No, Madam Speaker, it has every relevance, Madam Speaker, and the truth of the matter is that without delaying any further, is that they know that they failed, and today this government is working diligently for the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, I fully support the bill that is before us. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Cayo North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also rise to support this supplementary appropriation bill, Madam Speaker. And I am not surprised that the opposition is questioning the investment that is being made in the Ministry of Health and Wellness. You see, Madam Speaker, in the 13 years that they were there, they failed miserably in providing the equipment and the medication we needed in our system, Madam Speaker. Go look at the abandonment of our hospitals throughout this country, our clinics, Madam Speaker. They should be ashamed of themselves. I am proud to say in this House today, Madam Speaker, that these vehicles have been deployed in our vaccination campaign, which has yielded over 175,000 Belizeans fully vaccinated and over 204,000 with a full dose, with a first dose, Madam Speaker. This government is working for the people of Belize. Madam Speaker, they question the equipment and supplies that we are providing to our healthcare system. I heard the leader of the opposition in a recent press conference spoke about the lack of x-rays and CAT scans. Well, for 13 years, they sat there and they did nothing. They did nothing, Madam Speaker. They did nothing to improve the quality of healthcare and services to this country. So yes, investment in the healthcare system is foreign to them. But they have no moral standing to come to this House to question the work that we are doing for the people of Belize, Madam Speaker. And so, in closing, Madam Speaker, I support this supplementary appropriation bill.
I recognize the member for Pickstock.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As a first-time member of this House, I hope I never get the face of brass to get up in here and talk nonsense. After almost 13 years in government, they get up. After 13 years of mismanagement and wastage, driving all the major institutions in this country into the ground. Madam Speaker, they talk about vehicles. I have a vehicle for one of their past ministers that is broken, in tatters, stink. We've found waste, feces in the vehicles that they've left behind. That type of spitefulness will never be seen on this side of this House. Those are the assets of the Belizean people. And it angers me when they get up and talk nonsense in this House. The leader of the opposition asked about the money for the Border Management Authority. In one of the House meetings in the past, I got up and explained in detail, line by line, what we found at the Border Management Authority. Wastage, vehicles missing, a bunch of people, dozens of people on the payroll not showing up for work, a bankrupt institution, bankrupt. They left us with $4.5 million in debt to the Social Security and $100,000 in the bank, and an operating expense of almost $200,000 a month, while the institution was only making $38,000 a month. A septic tank for $70,000 that has to be emptied every 2-3 days. Shameful. The collection platform was on the brink of collapse. The camera systems at all the border facilities were broken. And you know what the border management agency was collecting? For all the borders, for cargo. And we're talking like for like because the tourism still has not returned to the level that it once was. They were collecting $38,000 a month for all the revenues, for all the border facilities collectively. And we got in, we put in the programs, we put in the policies, we put in the checks and balances, and with the same flows of cargo passing through, especially the north and the west, we are now collecting close to $200,000 a month. This monies that is in that budget, is a loan, and we intend to pay that money back to the Belizean people. So I thank you.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support supplementary appropriation for fiscal year 2020-2021. But how can we not support this appropriation, Madam Speaker? How can we not? How can the members on that side not support this supplementary appropriation bill? Everybody knows, Madam Speaker, the state in which the UDP left the financials of this country. Everybody knows the squandering that took place, the many illegal things that they did to this country. Madam Speaker, today...
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, Standing Order 38 says that you can't impute improper motives, saying that we squandered and we did illegal activities.
Everything you want to set up on this is ridiculous.
Illegal activities.
Remember, there's no
He said that he's saying that we did illegal activities, Madam Speaker. That is
Member,
beyond improper
there's no
motive.
imputing of improper motives of any member.
Yes.
Okay, but he's saying members on this side, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Were you government then?
There is a
Members,
minister...
can we please proceed with the debate?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank
I just
you.
wanted to remind the member for that side that there is a minister at large right now, wanted by the police. Don't talk about, making illegal things on that side. There's a minister wanted, ex-minister wanted by police. Please, let me not remind you of the $450 million Petro-Caribbean was squandered by the UDP government. That's not improper motive. That's the truth, Madam Speaker. So people tend to forget the nastiness of what they did. But, Madam Speaker, let me stick to what I want to say. Madam Speaker, today, the little money we are budgeting here will not suffice, but it is something. The state of the feeder roads in this country are in a mess. For 13 years, it was abandoned. The village streets. Today, Madam Speaker, my colleague in this house, the Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing, has done a tremendous job in trying to fix the so many roads and streets in this country that were abandoned by a squanderous UDP government. Today, Madam Speaker, we are changing things. Mile 38, 1 year, that culvert washed away, 1 year, and they could not fix it. And in less than 3 months, the Minister of Works repaired that culvert. It is, Madam Speaker, a culvert well replaced today. And that, Madam Speaker, is what we do with the little money we appropriate today. Madam Speaker, Orange Walk did not even have a grader. 1.5 dump truck. Today, The monies we're using, we have replaced, we have bought a new grader for Orange Rock, and it's working today in Orange Rock Village. That is the little we do.
Point of order again, Madam Speaker. The same standing orders that speaks about relevance. If the member can show us where in this supplementary, it speaks about providing a grader. If the member can show us where it speaks in the supplementary, where it is they fix village streets and sugar roads and all that he's saying, then fine, Madam Speaker, but if not, then his content is not correct.
Madam Speaker, but I can also...
No, please, Prime Minister. Member for Orange Walk South, I will repeat again, the relevance of any debate ought to be on the bill before.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, but
To make a point, Madam Speaker, on what the leader of the opposition said, he needs to stop to embarrass himself. Because obviously in the budget, you don't have line item, you buy $10 worth of Tylenol, you put in large what you're spending. Stop embarrass yourself. And I want to show you what we used to do in a bit. Just give me a chance.
Madam Speaker, but I also can make reference to the state of the country, which it is.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you,
Madam
Member.
Speaker, but I also make reference to the state of the nation. Am I not?
You can make reference to make your case, but please remember, members, it needs to be relevant to the bill. I recognize there are two appropriation bills. I recognize that. We are on the first. And the bill provided outlines the areas of that appropriations that have been asked.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, Madam Speaker, again, the little allocations are going to be put to good use. There is no squandering of resources here. There is none of that. We don't even have to squander. Everything that is on this paper, Madam Speaker, can be well accounted for. There is no Tacos time with money here. None of that. There's no money being spent in a squanderous way, Madam Speaker. This is to be put to good use. So I am disappointed that that side, Madam Speaker, would not support this bill. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Stan Creek West.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the supplementary appropriation bill for 2020-2021.
We are on the first appropriation, correct, member?
Yes,
Number
ma'am.
6. Okay.
I, coming from a big constituency, I want to applaud the Ministry of Infrastructure for the quick response that he gave when there was a need. I have a specific piece of road 1 mile close to Silgrass Village that was inadequate for almost 2 years, and as the change of government, the minister responsible quickly addressed that situation. As I go from village to village, I hear the concerns of the people, and I say, Mr. Ferguson, the first time we ever see any real development in the villages. So I can safely stand here and say today that I have seen tremendous work with a reduced budget. So I asked myself the question, what was the previous Minister of Works doing with the budget that was presented to him? Exactly, the police want to know the answer. And so when I look at the mile 31 or 32 culverts, I said, man, this is real work. And I think we got a real engineer to become the Minister of Infrastructure, and he knows exactly what he is supposed to do. So with that said, Madam Speaker, across my constituency, my people are happy, and I support it 100%. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Corozal South East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this supplementary bill, the first one as you have referred to, and I will not repeat what my colleague said. However, there's a few things I must mention, Madam Speaker. We have had 13 years of literal abandonment in the Corozal Southeast constituency, and I see here monies allocated for the water systems. That money has been invested in the village of the Sartaneja water system, Madam Speaker, that received 0 copper over the past 13 years, and we are working very hard. I am grateful to my Minister, Honorable Rekenia, who is fully supportive in that process, getting us to bring back this system in the Sartaneja village, Madam Speaker. 13 years, not one single investment by the previous government. As well, Madam Speaker, they left, I'm referring now to the Progresso water system. Recently we had the pump went out. That pump was the pump that we last invested when the PUP was in government. They made no again investment in the past there. And when we tried to look at the funds to assist at least in the repurchasing of a new pump, zero funds were left, Madam Speaker. Zero funds were left for that. Oh, and quickly, before I forget about the Sartaneja one, Madam Speaker, they left a bill of $20,000 in electricity bill from the water system in Sartaneja. Again, they being the previous government that we know are forced to work with BL to see how we can get this system going, have the people pay their bills, and begin to pay off this $20,000 electricity bill that we do not know what happened, how the financial mismanagement occurred. But that is no strange news to them. That is what they did for the past 13 years. The last part I want to speak about, Madam Speaker, in the water system is again in the village of Chunush. This is a crime. This is one of those I believe is a crime against humanity, Madam Speaker. The previous People's United Government in 2008 left the most modern water system in the village of Chunush. The most modern water system in the village of Chunush in the year 2008, the most modern one in the whole country. Madam Speaker, this was a reverse osmosis system. Every year, I brought this up in the House. Why? Because shortly after they took over, within 1 month, the reverse osmosis system failed. Ask how much they put to fix it. Zero. That reverse osmosis system has never functioned again. And now I am working very hard with my colleague, the member for Toledo West, and the Prime Minister in trying to find funds to restart this. Reverse osmosis systems are expensive, Madam Speaker. Expensive. And year in, year out, I brought it to this House when we were in opposition that water system needs to be fixed. They did nothing for it for 13 years, Madam Speaker. In the supplementary, again, there is part for the Ministry of Infrastructure. I am so grateful to my colleague, Honorable Julius Espat. I know I shouldn't say his name. But we are finally, the people of Southeast are finally seeing Ministry of Infrastructure, high-grade equipment working in the villages. And I like the program that they're doing. They're not going quickly and doing a quick job for optics. When they go into a village, they go in and they take care of the village properly, Madam Speaker. Because even when some of the people come in, it's the first time again in 13 years they saw equipment from the government to fix their roads, Madam Speaker. So I just want to thank the Prime Minister for bringing this bill and thank my colleagues and everyone, and I support this bill, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural Central.
Madam Speaker, it would be highly remiss of me as the representative of the good people of Belize Rural Central not to stand in support of this particular supplementary appropriations bill. I won't be long, but I will just say that even though people will sometimes say that you cannot eat street, there is nothing really that we can do in terms of the development of this country if we do not have proper infrastructure. With the years of neglect of Belize Rural Central, I have to salute the Honorable Member for Cayo South and his Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing for the work that has been done in my constituency thus far, the upgrading of the road to Gales Point, the paving of the Philip Golson Highway through Ladyville, and of course, the the paving of the Lord's Bank Road. No need to point of order, member and Mr. Leader. I take my seat.
Madam Speaker, this continues, Madam Speaker. The member for Corozal Southeast spoke about those villages.
Are you on relevance?
Sorry?
Are you on relevance, member?
Yes, Madam Speaker. They continue to do it. The member for Belize Central did it. The member for Corozal Southeast did the very same thing. None of those water systems that he's talking about. In fact, he completely said
All right, member, I take the point.
Madam Speaker,
I take the point.
Madam Speaker, he should have objected when I was speaking, not after I am finished. Man, come on, man. You're in here long.
Forever, Madam Speaker.
You have no rules. You have been in here longer than I have been, man. I finished speaking.
Also East. I've taken the point. If they're not just for this bill, but for all bills, member, relevance. When you stray from the relevance of the topic, other members will stand up on a point of order to point it out. I am obliged to listen. If it is indeed not on the bill, I will make that comment accordingly.
Madam Speaker, what I said was entirely relevant. I take my seat now, but I put on record the support for this supplementary appropriations bill. I thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for, sorry, apologies, Prime Minister.
I know that I hear what over said, but that's okay. Madam Speaker, I think it's important to point out in the debate that our colleagues should be allowed to point out the work that the government has been doing. The supplementary bill, what it allows then, it frees up other monies to be able to do more work. And that is why I fully support. I guess the leader doesn't want the Belizean people to hear how miserably they feel. They spent $600 million from the oil money, it's gone. And then just spend up the money. You should be ashamed.
Could you, Prime Minister, where in this bill do you see anything about 600 million?
It has to do everything with the supplementary bill.
It is irrelevant, Madam Speaker.
I have to point out.
He is the leader
I
of this
have
House,
to point out.
and he is in breach of the standing orders.
Members, may you have your seat, both of you. Thank you. We're not even a quarter way through today's agenda. This is quite okay. I have enough coffee. I hope all of you have topped up on yours. Member, I'm talking. I am talking. Thank you. Appropriation bill, the supplementaries are restricted to the areas of that bill. Indeed, members in their debate can refer to content or context that allowed for those appropriations to come forward. I remind members, however, that while I recognize there are two, and perhaps there is confusion on which one we're on, but the first amendment bill, the first appropriation bill, number 6, has outlined the areas for the supplementary. The debate should be restricted to those. When it is not, a member has the right to stand up. I will listen to that point of order. Please remember in the standing orders of 37 on interruptions, the member who is on his seat should sit so that I can hear that point of order, and then I'll make my ruling. All I ask is that we don't abuse the standing orders. Prime Minister, you were on your feet to close. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's important for me to make the point that we have to do supplementary budget in this case because they have squandered the money. And I just pointing out that they've spent $600 million on Petrocaribe from all the oil money. Am I lying? And that you misspend almost $500 million on Petrocaribe? Those monies could have done a lot of work that we are addressing in a supplementary bill. If that money was used wisely, we probably would have never had to bring a supplementary bill. The point, Madam Speaker, is that the leader of the opposition continues to embarrass himself by the minute. we have to bring a supplementary bill because you did not make the necessary adjustments. When you were bringing supplementary bills last year, you are not making adjustments to your revenue. Your revenue was down by about 30%. So obviously, if we are operating based on what you're saying that you're going to collect, obviously we find out that we are short of money. Thanks to you, you did not make the necessary arrangements. That is why now we have to make the necessary adjustments, Madam Speaker. I mean, most of my friends, most of the members of on this side of the House have been answering to the points that the case that he's trying to make when there's absolutely no case. You still embarrass yourself, my friend. Let me point out something, Madam Speaker. He says that we are not giving details. Now, what you want me to put that we are buying 5 pounds of soap and so many paper and so many pen? Obviously, that does not belong in a budget. Either you don't know better or you're just trying to create mischief. Either one or the other. You decide. But certainly you're embarrassing yourself. But let me remind you, here we have a supplementary budget that your government presented to this National Assembly on the 3rd of February 2017. A supplementary budget of $14,336,508. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 items, 4 line items, 4 line items. I know you come here and complain because we don't put how much paper we buy and how much pencil. I mean, the face of brass of this gentleman that you are going to complain. For the very first time, we have a government that is giving details on the money that is being spent, and you are still complaining. We have one, the 30th of July, a grand total of 9,193,373. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 lines. Ministry of Works. It's a Ministry of Human Development, Social Transformation, $5.5 million. That's it. Nothing. You have Minister of Education, $1.1 million, and the list will continue. You have October 5th, and there's so much more. A total of $27 million. No explanation whatsoever. Now here we have given you explanation, and now you complain because you want more explanations. Well, and if you want that, go and sit down here in the mission and ask, and I could show you what the money is spent. We don't have nothing to hide. But in the House, this is what you do. This is what a budget is. Maybe you should learn something, at least learn something for today. Madam Speaker, and as to the honorable member from Mesopotamia, stop posturing about people not eat streets and people not eat roads. It is your government that tied the hands of this government to the tune of about $500 million in contracts of road works. We can't walk away from it. We can't walk away thanks to your father who signed those contracts. Well, we have to honor them. We are yes. We are being a responsible government. Unlike what the previous Prime Minister and government did, being irresponsible, breaking contracts and causing this country millions and millions of dollars. We are being responsible, young man. That is why we have to continue to pay the monies for this contract. We would have one-stop the Caracol Road because we don't think it is an important road that we should be spending that money elsewhere, like helping the cane farmers' roads, the feeder roads, the villages, and yes, helping poor people. I fully subscribe to you with that. But we have signed, your government has signed contracts that we can't get out from. That is why we have to put those money in there, young man. And if you need it here, just come and ask me, man. We are friends. We could explain to you. We could educate you, as opposed to coming here and embarrassing yourself in this National Assembly. A lot of what we're doing right now, a lot of this money that we have to spend right now, it's simply because of the incompetence on the corruption of the past UDP administration over the past 13 years. Madam Speaker, I move this bill to send up second reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021 be read a first and a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. Perhaps too much coffee earlier today. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
No need to apologize, Madam Speaker, like myself, I will finish this quick. What? We have work to do. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce and move the second reading for a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st of March 2021. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks authorization for supplementary appropriations in connection with the current fiscal year 2021-2022. As with the previous supplementary appropriations bill tabled here today, a substantial portion, almost 50% of the supplementary expenditures required relate to contractual commitments and other obligations incurred by the past administration, Honorable Member from Mesopotamia. These 50%. Now, one of them don't sign up. What is particularly egregious in this one, Madam Speaker, is the absolute abuse of compensation for land acquisitions by the past UDP administration. According to the past budget estimates, in fiscal year 2018-2019, around $7.5 million was spent on compensation for acquisition by government. In 1 year, fiscal year 2019-2020, compensation increased by over 55% to $12 million. Then last fiscal year, 2020-2021, the last fiscal year of the UDP administration, land compensation jumped substantially once again. This we can only see as a devious scheme by the UDP to enrich their cronies by way of compensation for land acquisition. The entire fiscal year 2020-2021 budgeted sum of $11 million for compensation was fully exhausted by November of 2020, which, as you know, was just before the November 11th, 2020 general elections. While this administration has tried to keep a tight handle on these outstanding obligations and budgeted only $12 million for this fiscal year 2021-2022, as was originally budgeted for last fiscal year, it is impossible to keep to this approved budgetary estimate. There are now over $22 million in annual compensation commitments that the past UDP administration saddled this administration with. Over $22 million. So the $12 million they budgeted has been fully exhausted within the first 6 months, and it is therefore imperative for government to seek authorization for a supplementary appropriation of $10 million for outstanding compensation payable over the remainder of this fiscal year, arising from the past UDP government's reckless, if not corrupt, behavior. Now we could set our pay, but then we are going to court And the former leader, the former prime minister, would have jumped for go and carry away the coal. And look, that's how we live for. There's also the severely bloated construction contract, the Eleanor Hall building by Chatham Street in Lake Independence. All told, this building will cost the government well over $28 million. When we took office, works under this contract were initially suspended so that the contract could be reviewed. Over $20 million on this building and auxiliary works connected thereto has already been spent. While it was ultimately determined that the building needed to be completed, we don't spend $20 million, this administration sought to renegotiate the terms. Through the renegotiation, we were able to achieve savings of almost $1 million on the remainder of the works to be done. Nonetheless, to complete this building by the end of December, about $6 million will be required. The completion of this building will mean that the consolidation of the revenue departments, including the offices of the Belize Tax Services and the Treasury Department, to this location, as well as a relocated branch office for the National Bank of Belize and the Development Finance Corporation, the DFC. This in turn will enable the Vital Statistics Unit to be relocated to the Charles Bartlett Hyde building, which will finally provide adequate space for customers of the VSU who have suffered from the UDP's placement of the VSU at its current substandard location. In the area of infrastructure, substantial funds are required for various repair and improvement works. One, in respect to the Caracol Road, which the past administration committed this government to roughly $139 million. Listen to me, Madam Member from Mesopotamia. $139 million in contractual liability. This administration has been able to negotiate around $28 million in savings. We sat down, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and the engineers sat down with the contractors and reworked what can be done. And by doing certain changes, more practical, we are saving this country, are saving the people of this country $28 million. With those savings now assured, $6.2 million is now required for Caracol upgrades this year. Monies that you all at a risk signed off to. Two, now listen on this one. On the Halova Bridge, how many times did it come to the House, remember? It come about 3 or 4 times, no? Once they even vote for the money, and the money was spent, and there was no Halova Bridge. The UDP was contemplating building that bridge at a $59 million price tag. $59 million, and we're done ready to sign. Fortunately, the Prime Minister then decided not to sign it. I remember speaking to him about it, and he said that he would not sign the contract 1 month before the election. And guess who may get it? Eber Hernandez, the famous or infamous Eber Hernandez. He don't finish the highway. You can't finish the highway yet. When are we supposed to finish the highway? When should I finish? Last year we supposed to finish the highway and can't finish. And then they have the Caracol, the bypass. Yes. So it was, they wanted to build the Halova Bridge for $59 million, Madam Speaker. Our PUP administration, the honorable member from Kaya South, the Minister of Infrastructure Development, along with his team, looked at the plans and successfully negotiated its construction for the Halova Bridge for $30 million. $30 million. when the previous government had already for sign up for 59 million. We are saving the Belizean people another $28 million in 2 contracts. We talk about $56 million to save. You know what you could have do if you had work from before? The one of the former minister of works, you can find her, no? $4 million now is required to progress construction works on the new Hanover Bridge. $4 million to start with. 3, there's a $1.1 million for further required to complete the George Price rehabilitation works further to pre-existing commitments. That are email, right? The George Price Highway? Email, yeah. Another 1.5 million have to give email. Again, we paid it our heart, but we have to be a responsible government. 4, outstanding payment obligations of over $1 million needed to be satisfied for the completion of the Ministry of Sustainable Development's building in Belmopan. 5, a little over $1.3 million is required for the customs headquarters to repair its leaking roof. I mean, imagine $600 million on oil money spent. Almost $500 million on Petrocaribe. And they can't fix the roof for the customs department. They are the ones that are responsible for collect the most amount of money for the government, you know. But yet they can't fix the roof. So we need 1.3 million to fix the customs headquarters with leaking roof and to replace the Queen's Bond inspection shed and associated road works. And 6, a little under $2 million has been required for the construction of the much needed fire station building in Belize City. They sell out the fire station, but yet they never build the fire station. Your city is out of a fire station. We have a temporary fire station. Your city leader of the opposition, and member from Albert, and member from Mesopotamia, but it was not important for them. Because they know how much hustling of that. So, you know, we have to make the monies available, the $2 million, and I hope that you all will support it so that we could build the fire station for your city. While not an infrastructure matter, an additional $3 million is required for solid waste management expenditures to the end of the financial year. There is a massive problem at the solid waste compound right now. It's leaching. But yet, you did nothing about it. Now we have to spend $3 million. This $3 million, I really hope you know, support with that, is urgently needed to prevent an environmental disaster, because that water that leaks, that's coming out from that area, and it gets into the river or into the water, to a water table, can cause serious problems to us that drink that water. Other commitments on project loans for which the supplementary appropriations are required include a $5 million for the IDB Strengthening Tax Administration Project. That's another project that the UDP started. You will recall, Madam Speaker, that on October 1st, we recently launched the IRIS Belize online system for tax registration, filing, and collections. This project and the financial requirements connected to it is a part of our tax modernization plan. It is also in line with the area of Plan Belize that will introduce e-governance for more efficient, transparent, and cost-effective service. We have also been able to successfully secure $3.5 million in grant funding from Taiwan for institutional strengthening in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. in connection with our debt restructuring efforts, which will save us over $500 million through a cancellation of roughly $1.3 billion in Superbond debt and the issuing of the Superbond financing of a little over $700 million, the sum of $15 million will be required to cover closing costs. This closing cost is for financial, structuring, and legal advisory fees in addition to external and domestic legal expenses, creditor committee expenses, and costs related to trustee and bond tendering services. Don't get too excited. I will give you the details when I present that one. So you don't have to ask about it right now. I will give you the details. For comparison now, I'm going to give you a comparison, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. The 2017 Superbond closing costs were 2.1% of the Superbond's face value, compared to closing costs in this restructuring, which is equal to 1.4% of the total value of this transaction, a 33% discount, and a fraction of the debt relief we have achieved. Turning to social concerns, citizen security and crime control are of paramount importance. Earlier this year, the Ministry of Home Affairs went through a police recruitment process to strengthen the police force or the police department in numbers. This has meant a little less than $2 million in additional recurrent expenditures, for which a supplementary appropriation is required. The ministry has further devised a comprehensive crime control strategy, for which a budget of in or around $10 million will be required. And I hope on our support with that. Mr. Member from Mesopotamia, they talk about fighting crime, but it costs money to fight crime. We have to get more police officers, and we have to get the proper equipment to fight these criminals. For the remainder of this fiscal year, a minimum of $1 million will be needed to progress this strategy. Madam Speaker, the municipalities have taken a major economic hit arising from the economic fallout of COVID-19 pandemic. Many businesses can't pay their trade licenses. Many have closed down. Property tax revenues have fallen substantially. So has the strain grown on the municipal councils to provide much needed urban services. This has not gone unrecognized by central government. With a view to support the services being provided to citizens of the various municipalities, the sum of $5 million will be required for the remainder of this fiscal year. Finally, among the numerous planned Belize commitments, this administration recognized the importance of a decentralized approach to give due attention to the needs of our citizens, both urban and rural alike. To this end, the Constituency Development Fund program was conceived. You read it on Plan Belize, right? Remember from Peso? Good. Under this program, unlike the UDP government, each constituency, whether represented by a PUP or UDP era representative, will receive an allocation based on the number of electors in the division. We don't say like remember what you do to a minister or leader of the opposition when we were in when you're Minister of Education? How much are you getting? 5,000. How much am I get? How much am I get? 90,000 or fault. Like that. I did about 50,000. But you give me 50,000. You all got 50,000 and you give me $5,000. That's all. But we different. We are better. We don't behave like you are. So what is it that we're going to do? Each representative, each area will receive based on the number of voters that they have. Specifically, those divisions with less than 3,000 registered electors will receive $10,000 per month. Those between 3,000 and 7,000 registered electors will receive 15,000 per month, while those divisions with over 7,000 registered electors will receive $20,000 per month. Like, I think Belmopan and the Stamp Request, right? Stamp Request, remember? You're there about 9,000? 9,800, wow. You see, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, unlike the UDP, when it comes to the improvement of our people, we are colorblind. We are all Belizeans. We all have needs. We're in this thing together, man. If Colette go down, all the way they go down. Or Corazon North, or Albert, or Queen Square, or Mesopotamia, all of us are in this together. We can't separate you all, so that those on the other side can attest that they too have received their allocations under the Community Development Fund. You get your money, right? You get it, right? Remember from Albert? You get your money, the 10,000? Or what? How much is it that you will get? You don't get it yet? Well, you will manage it. But you got it for the people of Albert. Don't get that testy right now, man. Don't get testy. Don't get testy. Yes. They could attest that each constituency have received the monies that have been allocated to them. Now, of course, it's important to point out, this is not money to give out, to give away. So I'm urging all members on both sides, and also to our constituencies, that they should not think that this money is for them to, to assist with education or to assist with the sick or whatever it is, or for a party. It is for specific issues to bring development to the constituencies. And some of the things, some examples that we have put out here is, for instance, one small-scale infrastructure project, like helping a school to fix a fence or windows or doors in your constituency or the community areas. Two, maintenance, general cleanup of the community areas, like parks, especially like in the rural areas where football fields are so important, and that you have to constantly the lawn mow it or fix the lights. Three, community projects, again, building parks, setting up free internet libraries, etc. Four, sporting programs, facilities, and equipment. Five, cleaning equipment such as tractors or weed eaters and lawnmowers, etc. Seven, educational programs. Seven, village council assistance, like helping water boards with them pumps and so forth. Eight, healthcare centers, medicine, assistance to healthcare community personnel. 9, agricultural assistance to rural communities. 10, youth assistance programs. And 11, food assistance. So in this instance, member from MESOP, people where they have issues with food, you could set up a food pantry for augment what the Department of Human Development is doing, and we could insist. So the use of such funds will also be subject to certain operational guidelines. All expenditure must comply with all applicable financial and stores of orders to ensure that the program is receiving highest value for money. Full records must be maintained, as the program will be subject to audit. For this program, $3.5 million will be required for it to operate for the remainder of this fiscal year. In total, the cumulatively amounts to $4,111,532 in recurrent expenditures, $48,167,709 in domestically financed Cap 2 expenditures, and $33,673,312 in externally funded Cap 3 expenditures. Madam Speaker, I certainly look forward for the due support and enactment of this Honorable House of this bill from both sides of the House, but to transform this government the economy and country, always mindful of and addressing the individual concerns of our citizens. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Thank you.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you allow me to speak generally about supplementaries as in response to the Prime Minister's general comments about supplementaries, I'd appreciate it. The supplementaries, he says, Madam Speaker, have to come because there was no proper budgeting on the part of the UDP administration, and in fact, there was a lot of squandering, XYZ, all that he said. And that would have been an okay answer, Madam Speaker, if this new supplementary was not based on a budget that he presented to this Honorable House. So let's start there. He found all kinds of things that were wrong with the last supplementary, or why he needed to bring the last supplementary was because things were not done properly. He went on to explain, Madam Speaker, that there were not adjustments to revenue, so you have to adjust the revenues now because what was put in as revenue in that budget never materialized. Well, this particular supplementary, number 1 of 2021, Madam Speaker, is by his budget, the budget that he presented. Madam Speaker, one of the areas that was in the previous appropriation bill was the allocation for the justices of the appeals, travel and subsistence. He said, all right, it was your administration that didn't budget properly, but lo and behold, when you open his supplementary based on his budget, Madam Speaker, the first item you see under the judiciary is a supplementary allocation, Madam Speaker, that doubles, more than doubles, what the approved estimate of 2021-2022 says. So if his point is that the former Prime Minister and Minister of Finance did not know what he was doing, then what would you say about his own skills at allocating under this budget? More than 100%, and we have to remind him, Madam Speaker, again, while this particular supplementary is timely, in fact, the current financial year is not over yet, and he has brought a supplementary, and I give credit where credit is due. That is the way it ought to be. The truth of the matter is that he has to bring this because of this same kind of missteps that he accuses the last government of doing. Look at, and there must be something wrong in the way that this is done too, Madam Speaker. I pointed out in the last debate on the supplementary for the last financial year that we concluded just now, Madam Speaker, that the Finance and Audit Act tells us how these supplementary bills ought to be brought, you know, in a timely manner, within 3 months of the spending, and also that what is approved as a supplementary spending among, Madam Speaker, has to be within a certain parameter. I believe it's 10% or so. So while we have issues with fighting crime, for instance, we see the recurrent expenditure for the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries, and we're told that it is because of police recruits, personal emoluments. We can understand this, but it has gone from what was allocated under your ministry, and you cannot, under your budget, sorry, you cannot say, Mr. Prime Minister, that you did not know that there was this kind of problem with crime and violence. You had from November. You had November, December, January, February, March, 5 months in order to determine that you wanted to put this kind of expansion in the recruit, and you would need to allocate. So this is a misstep on the part of your leadership, sir. What was allocated was 165,000, and what the supplementary spending is $1.2 million. Now, we don't have any problem with fighting crime. We don't have any problem with you putting out additional recruits. And I listened as the minister spoke about the new recruits who are now police officers in internship. Is that what you said, Minister? wearing a green patch on their shoulder. This is good. We encourage that kind of strategy to fight crime, although that is not one that gets to the root causes of crime, and it must not be the main thing that we are spending money on. Materials and supplies, again, your administration, Prime Minister, allocated $230,000. Now there is an increase of an additional $368,000. Who are you going to blame for that? This was your budget, sir. Madam Speaker, in the last budget, in the last supplementary, they got up and they defended what is being spent on vehicles. And I have to bring it back to what the Prime Minister said, Madam Speaker. Remember when he got up in this Honorable House? He got up and he said that what the opposition was saying when we told them about all the hirings, the new hirings, the wage bill, and about what was being spent on vehicle, he got up and he said, you're lying. You're not telling the truth. You're not spending all of that. We have not spent that kind of money on vehicles. Correct? He outlined the specific vehicles, including the Hilux that follows him. He said that's the only vehicle that he knows about, and they have minimized the spending on vehicles. Well, between this supplementary, Madam Speaker, of 2020-2021, number 6, and number 1 of 2021, which is for the financial year 2021-22, this administration, and the union should take note, have spent close to $4 million on new vehicles. $4 million on new vehicles. And then you're telling the public servants out there that they can't get their 10%, that you have to cut them 10%, and you are spending $4 million. And let me elucidate, Madam Speaker, before they accuse me of trumping up figures. In the last financial year, $2 million was allocated for the purchase of vehicles. This is all in COVID time, because when the UDP's Prime Minister Barrow read the budget in March of 2020, COVID was pretty much on us already. We didn't expect that it would be so overbearing and that it would take so long to cure. But it was there, and we allocated $2 million. Now, they will have you believe that it is the UDP who spent the bulk of that money, and it's a lie, Madam Speaker. I am putting to them today that, in fact, the bulk of that $2 million that was spent, because you see, Madam Speaker, we have to assume that they spent it. There wouldn't be any need for a supplementary if they had not busted the budget already. So if the budget was $2 million and they came with a supplementary of whatever it was, then that would mean that they're spending, they spent that $2 million. Let me tell you exactly what it was. The supplementary was for the supplementary was for, I don't have the figure, but it's $2 million that was budgeted. Let me look for it so that you don't accuse me. It is $47,000 from finance alone. So they spent the $2 million. They have now approved $47,000 more to have been spent on vehicles. And then in the new budget, they allocated $750,000, $750,000 to spend on vehicles. They busted that budget as well, Madam Speaker. And then now we see where they are looking to spend additional monies again. This does not have anything to do with my friend, the member from Kayo North, who said that they spent very well these monies on vehicles for the Ministry of Health. In fact, we saw in the last supplementary that we finished debating, $400,000 allocated for vehicles. And then in this new supplementary, we see another $400,000 being allocated for vehicles. $0.8 million for vehicles. He says it's well spent on the fight for COVID. We'll give him that. But if you add that, Madam Speaker, that is the $2 million allocated for 2020, 2021, the $750,000 million added for 2021, 2022, the additional monies that they are adding on now in this supplementary, the $400,000 from the last supplementary, the $400,000 from this supplementary, and my friend, the member for Pickstock, said when I asked him about the border management project, he said that one of the things they were spending money on in the border management project is vehicles. And And we see another $200,000 in this supplementary for border management project again. So if you add it all up, Madam Speaker, it comes to a tidy sum of almost $4 million on new vehicles. So, Mr. Prime Minister, I wish you would explain that to the unions out there, who you have said repeatedly to, we cannot give you your increments. We cannot give you your 10% back. But you have money to be buying $4 million worth of vehicles. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke about compensation, and he is explaining away, blaming the UDP administration. He said that the UDP administration in its budget allocated 12 million. What he said was that in the last portion of the UDP administration, they jacked up the commitments. Correct, Prime Minister? I don't want to misquote you. You said they jacked up the commitments for these acquisition, compensation, so that there are now $22 million worth of commitment. Well, you couldn't figure that out from November, December, January, February, March, 5 months into office, and your Deputy Prime Minister and my friend family, I couldn't tell you that these commitments were there, so that when you made an allocation, sir, it would not have been, if you blame the UDP, fine. But it must speak volumes about your leadership or your incompetence, either one, lack of leadership or incompetence, that you couldn't figure out that these commitments were made and you only allocated $12 million to pay commitments that you claim amounted to 22 million. It's incompetence. I would fire the people in the ministry who are advising you, or your sorry?
Point of order.
I would like to correct the leader of the opposition. I in no way or terms said
it's not a point of order. When you rise on your debate, you can do that, member. You may proceed, leader of opposition.
No, he's probably referring to, Madam Speaker, what I said about the border management project. He said that they spent some on vehicles. The record will show that. Madam Speaker, it shows that in terms of the compensation, again, they're not doing their homework properly. This is not a budget that was presented by the UDP administration, you know. This supplementary speaks to adjusting the budget presented, the very first budget presented by the Honorable Prime Minister as Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. So that's nonsense, Madam Speaker. Then he goes on to talk about the Eleanor Hall building. Can I notice the change in his language now? You remember, Madam Speaker, that there was a supplementary appropriation bill that came to this Honorable House already, you know. That was number 6 initially. Correct me if I'm wrong, Prime Minister. That had in that supplementary spending for that Eleanor Hall building, and he put it on hold. We never saw it come back. In fact, it now seems to be off the table because there is a new number 6. And when he presented that bill initially, he had a lot of nonsense to say, Madam Speaker. In fact, he said that the building was costing all of this money without any of the side contracts. And a quick check, which he probably did because he desperately tried to make it seem, my friend from Kaya South probably tried to help him, that this contract was over-bloated or bloated. And with the best of his efforts, he comes to this Honorable House today to boast that they were able to reduce it by $1 million. And what did you cut? You probably cut the canals or the pavement or something that is around the building, which was what we were telling you from the beginning. We didn't get a chance to debate it. Was coupled into the cost of the building. It's not the building alone that had those costs. In fact, you saw the condition that land was in there at the foot of the Chetomal Street Bridge. You saw the condition. That was not any land that had any infrastructure in it. You saw that they had to create canals. You saw that they had to build up the walls. You saw that they had to put proper material down there. In fact, when they made the road first, you made a big hullabaloo, remember? about the fact that the road sank because the proper mechanisms were not utilized in order to make sure that it was solid ground. The building sunk. I'm not talking about the road. I use the road to compare, to show you that this situation in the environment where the building was built required tremendous effort in order to make sure that it is a good quality product. Then the Prime Minister comes now, Madam Speaker, almost like a modern day Columbus, to discover now that this building, they will be able to take care of these expenses because they will now have this as the headquarters for various government offices. Well, Columbus, that was the whole point. The UDP in its vision said, we are going to build a state-of-the-art administration building to house all of those offices so that we're not paying rent. He comes like he's the one who is discovering this for the first time and trying to justify. Then there is the fire station that he spoke about, Madam Speaker. Again, everybody knows that the old fire station that was on Cleghorn Street was bought by the Atlantic Bank. And the monies are there. The monies were there.
Members,
it was sold
somebody's
to the bank.
On his feet.
It was sold to the bank. And the monies that you now are allocating, Mr. Prime Minister, for the rebuilding of the fire station is the very same money that goes into the Consolidated Revenue Fund. If you had come here to say Atlantic Bank bought the building and the money didn't reach the Consolidated Revenue Fund, that would be a different story, but you're not saying that. Because you can't say that. You know well that there was a temporary displacing of the fire station from Cleghorn Street because the building was sold to Atlantic Bank and they wanted their building. And that you know well that in fact the new fire station would be built at the same site of the Chetumal Street operation. I don't know if you're changing that. I don't know where you're building it now. That's what you should have reported. But don't come like, oh, the UDP mismanaged the whole fire station issue, sold the fire station and stole the money. You are disingenuous. In very much the same way, the member from Orange Walk South just gave you a whole nonsensical speech. Listen to this, Madam Speaker. Listen to this. He just said, and I'm speaking about it, Madam Speaker, because it is in this supplement.
Do you have a point?
Listen to nonsense. Listen to that crazy man.
You have one member.
Listen to that lunatic.
Member. If there's a point of order, I will hear it. The cross-talking doesn't help either side.
Let me tell you what he said, Madam Speaker. He said that, and this is in referring to the infrastructure allocation. Again, it's in both of the supplementary, so I'm perfectly within my right to speak about it. What he said, Madam Speaker, was that the portion at mile 38 on the highway was broken and that the UDP took a whole year to fix it. Well, let me show you how nonsensical that is, and to show you how he follows his leader so passionately in misleading the Belizean people. So, I remember vividly when that road broke away, you know, it was at the end of June 2020. I see my friend, the member for Kaya South, thinking back. June 2020. Elections were November 2020. So if the piece of road take 1 year to fix that, who for blame? Absolutely ridiculous. You come in, you spew and spew and spew and spew things that are not factual. Then, Madam Speaker, there is the issue of the Sustainable Development Building. How much is allocated here, Prime Minister? Over $1 million. Well, the former minister with responsibility for this portfolio, my good friend, Dr. Omar Figueroa, informs that none of that money for that green building And I think you ought to give credit. I watch someone cut ribbon and cut ribbon and cut ribbon like they want to do them things. But no serious. Who could cut ribbon and we get down to the blue bun and blue low and the rectal. Who paint everything blue like they want to do it. That building in the Sustainable Development Ministry was negotiated by Dr. Omar Figueroa when he was minister, along with the Italian government. And pact, that is where the money is going to come from. Unless you are fronting this money, stop grandstanding and stop misleading the people. There was $1 million donated, Madam Speaker, from the Italian government. And then there is funding that came from pact for the green building. So why is it that it is here? You need to tell us.
Member. Honorable
So
member.
then stop try behave like it's an expense that you are occurring, that you are incurring. It gets better, Prime Minister. I will give you some credit. But before I give you the credit, let me go back in history for the sake of the members who are just come. And even you, my friend from Toledo West, because while you pretend that you're there forever, you just come. Madam Speaker, when we start talking about these constituency funds, let me remind the members on that side, maybe, like I said, some of them are so new, they don't understand the hardships. Madam Speaker, I was here in opposition before, you know. And in my first term of government, between 2003 and 2008, duly elected representative, the same member for Freetown was the Minister of Education at the time. You know what was my allocation for education the entire 5 years? Guess. $5,000, Madam Speaker, for 5 years. And I give the minister credit, because I suspect what happened to him back then was what happened to me as the Minister of Education. And I tried my very best to make sure that all colleagues in this honorable house got an allocation. Many times the colleagues on my side said, don't give anything, don't give anything, don't give anything. And I would not do that because I believe, Madam Speaker, and I'm telling you no, as leader of this party, if I ever get the chance, and I will, to lead this country, constituency funds will be handled in the manner in which the Prime Minister is now making a very strong attempt to do. And I promised I would give him some praise, but I'm still not finished with telling you what was the historical point, Madam Speaker. When I was in opposition in 2003 to 2008, the member from Freetown made that commitment for 5,000. He made one second commitment for 5,000. He didn't make the payment though, and so when I became minister, I had to pay me one commitment. Pay the commitment that he made.
Is there
I'm talking about
yes,
the constituency development
member,
fund.
we have a point of order. What's
point
the point of order?
Madam Speaker. First of all, the member from Khalid is being repetitive. Is going on the same thing.
Really?
He's diverting, and he's precisely the issue that you raised earlier when we were speaking. He's certainly diverting away from the bill that is being debated. So please.
Madam Speaker, I am talking about the Constituency Development Fund, which we have an allocation for in this supplementary appropriation for $3.5 million. I don't know if he's slow and can't catch that. But don't blame me for that.
Yes, member. So we're on that section of the bill.
I was saying, Madam Speaker, that in terms of constituency allocations back then, we got zero, no community vote. The man you know as Ralph Fonseca, because of his friendship with the senior parliamentarian on our side, Michael Finnegan, they had their friendliness, and it was so that it was introduced that as opposition members, we would get $3,000 a month for our constituency offices. Shortly after that, the right when we get paid, when we get a raise, the pay X after that, the new Prime Minister chopped. And the money gone from 3,000 to 2,300 where it is today. And the only support that we got as opposition members was that $2,300 for our office. So what you
About this supplementary budget for fiscal year 2021-2022, and he's way back to 2003. I mean, the man just stay all over the place, man. I know some of us have issues with ADD, but if you could remain focused, please, Madam
Thank you,
Speaker.
member. I recognize the point for context. As I said earlier, when there was a previous appropriation bill, let's try and be relevant. I appreciate, as I said earlier, there is need for context in your debate, but let's also try to bring that context as close as possible to relevance and restrict it. Thank you.
Mr. Tim, I will call a spade and give him credit. But the community vote as we know it now, that the members on that side enjoy up to today, Madam Speaker, when they were in opposition for 13 years, each and every one of their constituencies enjoyed that $3,000 community vote. And it was because of the efforts of then Prime Minister Dean Barrow, because under Prime Minister Musa, that never happened. And then there was an increase of $1,000, which they enjoy up to today. So when it is that the Prime Minister in this supplementary appropriation, Madam Speaker, see, I'm bringing it home.
Thank you.
When it is that the Prime Minister now says, well, it's not quite as he said in the Plan Belize, you know, because when you're making promises to win an election, everything is bigger. In fact, what he had promised in Plan Belize was $60,000 per constituency. Correct me if I'm wrong, Prime Minister. And now it is much, much, much less. But we are grateful for the attempt. And I can't say the amount because it varies per the size of your constituency. The Prime Minister is right. But now all parliamentarians and their constituencies are able to receive that support, Madam Speaker, to help in the work of the constituency, and I give the Prime Minister and his government credit for that. You all should clap for that. Something, no? So, Madam Speaker, and you see, the thing about it, I heard the PM in his wrap-up for the last supplementary say that he wished that we would support. Nobody on this side indicated that we aren't supporting these supplementary bills, you know. In fact, it really doesn't matter. These monies are spent. But the truth of the matter is we would like to support certain elements that are in these supplementary bills. There are some things that are good, and it is unfortunate that quite often we lament on the negatives. It is unfortunate that we cannot get some of the details that we require in order to be able to see that some of these initiatives may well be good and not bad. Which is why I ask about clarification, but it seems that when we ask for clarification and for details, people take offense to that. Why are they asked about this and why are they asked about that? It's not an accusation. Like when the member for Kaya South spoke about some of these things, I appreciate the clarification. So, Madam Speaker, there are certain elements of this bill that we'd be happy to support, but there are elements which we cannot support as well. And so, insofar as we have been able to voice our concerns, and I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for affording us that opportunity, we have had our say, and in fact, as I said, these monies are already spent, so I don't think it matters whether we support the bill necessarily in the manner in which the other side would love for us to do. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I join with the Leader of the Opposition that there are parts of this supplementary bill that we do support. I am grateful for the Constituency Development Fund. I am grateful to see monies going to the Ministry of Home Affairs. I am grateful to see monies going to the Ministry of Youth. But again, it is a matter of priority. I don't want to see a dollar going to the Ministry of Infrastructure. because that is not what the people voted for, and that is not what the people need. No, we are in a crisis. This is a COVID-19 pandemic, which has led to a human development crisis, the likes that we have never seen. This is not the time to catch up with parts of the country that did not benefit from the robust infrastructure program led by the UDP. And all I hear members from the government saying is thank you to the member from Kaya South. They should be saying thank you to the member from Belize Rural Central. They complained profusely when there was no pandemic, when there was no crisis. And this is not political hyperbole. I have done my very best not to politicize the issues of crime and health in this country. But when you look at the crime pandemic that the member from Caribbean Shores is overwhelmed in managing, that is a direct result of the lack of investment in the human development aspect of the COVID-19 pandemic. So don't expect that I am being unreasonable. I appreciate that the people in the village, yes, I would like for them to have streets. I would like to see these things come to them. But no, it's not the time for that. I am flabbergasted that this government did not do their best to renegotiate the same way they did with the Blue Bond. They have talent, man. The same way you were able to, right? Okay, I'm giving you your kudos. You could have done the same thing with all of these infrastructure deals and rewrote that money to human development or to home affairs. So don't expect that I will not point out what I find wrong as well as what I find good. And the member from Orange Walk East, I am not here to be audacious. It is my obligation to come into this house and criticize the government where it is I find valid criticism. That is the hallmark of democracy, member. It is not my style to be rude or to be disrespectful like some of the members in here, but I make no apologies for asking questions. I am not accusing, I am not saying anybody thief anything from 2004 to 2008. That is not the road that I'm going down. But I have a principal problem that this government, who criticized, who condemned the Barrow administration for spending too much money on infrastructure and not enough money on human infrastructure, human investment, would turn around and do the same thing. I would really like to hear from the member from Kaya South that there was an attempt to renegotiate all of those big multi-million-dollar contracts and shift that money to the Ministry of Human Development, to the Ministry of Education, to the Ministry of Home Affairs. That is my priority. So when I am in this honorable house, I thank the government, I thank the Prime Minister for the Constituency Development Fund. I am grateful to see monies going to places that are of priority, but it is my responsibility to remind this government on behalf of the people in Mesopotamia, on behalf of the people that are struggling and suffering in this country, that there is a human development crisis and not a dollar should go to infrastructure. We don't need any more roads. Make we freeze that? Not right now, member from Freetown, not right now. I'm not saying never. I'm saying not right now, it's priority. It's not a matter of either or, but if we have to choose, I urge this government to choose the people, feeding the people, giving them unemployment assistance. People need help, significant help. And while, yes, the villages may have not gotten the infrastructure investment that they deserve, because I believe that all Belizeans are equal and everyone deserves to get that. I would not have imagined that this government would be the champion for infrastructure investment. I would not. There is something tone deaf about all the members in here congratulating and thanking the member from Cayo South, the Minister of Infrastructure, and not the member from Belize Rural Central. I would think in a COVID-19 pandemic where people are suffering, and again, you see the proof of that with the dilemma that the member from Caribbean Shores faces, like we have never seen. These people out there, these young men, are starving. These young men would rather be dead than to live in the suffering that they are living, and we do not see the appropriate response to the pandemic of human development caused by COVID-19, Madam Speaker. So not a dollar more at this time for infrastructure. Let's put the money in education, let's put the money in human development, let's put the money in human affairs, and I would like to see the Ministry of Housing. Yes, you promised 10,000 houses. We didn't promise, or you didn't promise 10,000 streets, right? So let us not confuse the fact that, yes, there are contracts there from the previous administration, but I would really like to know what was done to renegotiate those contracts, because there is precedent for doing it. But yes, there should be more money invested in housing, not 5 houses per constituency. That is not what was promised. 10,000 houses were promised, Madam Speaker, and I don't see the supplementary budget reflecting that promise. So again, I appreciate aspects of this bill, but there are aspects that I cannot support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo South. One second, member.
Hello. I hope I never pay you, my brother. It's always, Madam Speaker, good afternoon. It's always a pleasure to speak after the two distinguished members from the opposition side. Leader of opposition then and leader of opposition now, and then it goes back and forth. So I don't know which one I'm addressing. But fun and joke aside, my brother, fun and joke aside. Let me, when I listen to you speaking, it's like, I think you go back to your rapper days. You're hitting on a chorus. You know what the chorus line is, right? You would know it more than I do. We don't want no road. I think you need to do a song. You need to talk to Diddy. We don't want no more road in the country of Belize. You understand me? So, but when you do the song, I think I need to get royalty because I'm giving you the idea. Remember that? Madam Speaker, the gentleman spoke of renegotiation. And so I will repeat myself, but I'm referring to the renegotiation that we have done for the Caracol Road. We renegotiated the Caracol Road to save the Belizean people $28 million. We renegotiated the Haloba Bridge to save the Belizean people another $28 million. We renegotiated this last portion of the Eleanor building, the last portion, because I'm going to blow the rest. And it ended up saving us $1 million. 28 and 28, if I add correct, that's 56. And if you add another million, it's $57 million that we renegotiated for and on behalf of the people of Belize for only 3 contracts. 3 contracts that we inherited from your father's administration. If that's not a fact, and if that is not renegotiation, Madam Speaker, I really don't know what is. So, addressing now the leader of the opposition present, when it pertains to the Constituency Development Fund, I don't know what you guys are complaining about. The Constituency Development Fund is a fund that is tailored, Madam Speaker, of the Caribbean Parliamentarians Association effort to have constituency leaders have access to financing for projects. Why? Because the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association believes that the elected leaders are the ones that understand the realities on the ground. They understand the needs of their people, and therefore, under Plan Belize, it was decided that that effort was important. But what is mostly important, Madam Speaker, is that we are practicing democracy. Behind the scenes, many of us were beating up our Prime Minister because we wanted all of the Constituency Development Fund to be on this side. But in the wisdom of democracy and the leadership of the People's United Party, it is being shared equally. Every constituency, depending on the amount of voters that they have, is allocated a budget. No, they're not a budget for you putting in your socks and in your pocket, because this is not money that you can say, I want $10,000 and I want $5,000. The concept behind the Constituency Development Fund is that each area rep, with their committees within the villages or in the urban areas, have to present a project. There has to be a business plan. It has to be supported by invoices that are paid. Reimbursement is only given back to the area reps after proof that the expenditure was done and that the auditing is passed. That is the responsibility of the Ministry of Finance. So do not believe, Honorable Member from Mesop or Honorable Member from Collett and the other honorable members, that you can come and touch the kitty with the sticky fingers. It has to come with legitimate projects. I believe the member from Albert understands clearly what I am saying. And I know, as the chairman of PAC, she would support this, because it is important that we be accountable to the money that is being spent for and on behalf of the people of Belize. Why are we here now because of this supplementary allocation? It is not the best scenario for any government to have to come to present a supplementary allocation, Madam Speaker, but the Belizean people have to understand what is happening now. We came into government on the 11th of November last year, 2020. It was economically the worst time anybody could be in government. 1. 2, we experienced 2 major flooding that was coming through. 3, the debt was beyond what anybody would even imagine. On top of that, Madam Speaker, we had COVID on top of us. So we just got elected on the 11th of November. We had to pass a budget, a couple months after. We are in crisis, Madam Speaker. The country is in crisis. The economy was in crisis. The financial advisors of the Prime Minister had to figure out what to do in limited amount of time. But we didn't cry. We didn't sit down and dug a hole in the sand. We decided that we had to put a budget with the understanding that we would have to come back because of the reality of the crisis of that year. That is what we are experiencing right now, Madam Speaker. How could we know how COVID would affect us? How could we know that the Delta variant would be among us? How could we know that if the great United States and the great European Union didn't know, how could we know? So we proposed a budget that we believed could have handled it, but it was not enough. How could we know, Madam Speaker, that the wisdom of the Ministry of Finance would have renegotiated our debt? How could we have known that we would be saving $500 million if we would be reckless in presenting a budget that showed no care for reducing costs? Do you believe, Madam Speaker, that we could have achieved that renegotiation? That is what the gentleman and lady on that side don't want the people of Belize to understand. So yes, the supplementary is not the best way, but in time of crisis, it is the only option we had at this point in time. What I can promise you, and what the Ministry of Finance has promised us, that we will do our utmost best in the future to minimize the amount of supplementaries that we bring to the House, because we would have already been able to design the future as we see it fit without being under this umbrella of a major crisis. Not one, not two, many, many crises. Some people would say the biggest crisis the country of Belize experienced was the 13 years under the United Democratic Party. If you talk to my people from Kaya South, they would put that on the top of their list. And that's why I am offended, because I am a representative of the rural community, and my people will definitely tell me they're offended by the words of the member from Mesop when he is telling them, don't worry, for 13 years we never given us nothing. But now that the government of the People's United Party, they've given us something, he's ridiculing you. While Belize City, with no disrespect, got all the concrete streets. I can know why they're mad, because they're breaking up now. But a major effort was done for Belize City, no disrespect. But the rural communities, Madam Speaker, we did not receive a penny from those guys. We didn't get a bridge. We never get no culvert. We never get no water. We never get no street. We never get no road. They never fixed the sugar road. They never had no, in fact, we had absolutely no equipment in the Ministry of Works. And the only equipment we had was used on a private farm for 6 years. That is the fact that they don't want the Belizean people to know. Fire station, leader of the opposition. The man say, that never they sell it, that the bank buy it. Am I wrong in saying that? That's what I understood. We never sell it, that the bank buy it. All right, good, the bank buy it. But any government with any responsible way of thinking, with any ethical or moral values in their body, would have designed and built an alternate fire station before they sold the one that they have. No parent, rich, middle class, or low income parent in this country will sell the house over their children's head before they know they have a replacement for those children to be in. That is the worst kind of decision making I have ever seen. There is no way the leader of the opposition can justify that act. You never ever sell something before you know where you are going. Only if you're a crackhead. Crackheads, Madam Speaker, I believe, would operate in that fashion. Vehicles, Madam Speaker. Well, I can't talk so much about car and pickup and so, but I could tell you, when you are restructuring a ministry to be able to get work done, you have to hire and purchase some vehicles. In our case, heavy-duty vehicles, tractors, bush hog, excavators, tipper trucks. We are now in the process of maybe acquiring crushers. We are now trying to get
trucks that can do asphalting internally. And yes, we need pickup trucks to be able to go to and from the destination that you are working. But the underlying word here, Madam Speaker, is working. The government of Belize under the leadership of John Briceño is working to serve the people of Belize. We are not buying SUVs that end up in the sea. We are not buying SUVs that their windshields are broken because of whatever. We are buying the basic requirements that we need to get the work done. And you know what, Madam Speaker? It is to get the work done in their constituencies too, because they know, at least from our ministry, that we are fair with them. And we will, once I am in charge, we will always be fair with them. Eleanor Hall building. Shit, my blood raised up. When I think about that building, my blood raised up. My apologies, it raised up too much. I stood at the 5th floor of the building, Madam Speaker, 2 days ago when I did my tour, and I looked across at the Honorable Cordell Hyde's constituency, Madam Speaker, and I cried. I never tell my brother I cry, but I cry. Because how can you justify $28 million for a structure of that type when you have people living in the conditions that they are living, Madam Speaker? I would invite you, Madam Speaker, you need to go to the 5th floor of that building and look across and see the condition in which the member from MESOP should understand. It is true, member from MESOP. These people on the south side, they are suffering, Madam Speaker. I got some videos from a lady I knew, one from Lekai, and that's why I did the tour, one from Lekai and one from Belama Phase 4. The water was in the house. In fact, the lady asked me how I could hold along the pallets that I walked to get to the house, because the water was so high that the pallets were floating away. And so I tell you, the only thing I could think that, again, a piece of steel and bend it and mash it in and hold it down and put on a piece of rock, something I was trying to communicate with them, but how could we help? And then I go to this building and I see $28 million, my brother, $28 million, and I said, God, what could we have done for those people for $28 million? And so now we are here trying to finish the building after you have spent 20 of the 28. So what do we do? What do you want us to do? Leave the 20 there so that the building is dilapidated and $20 million goes to waste? Or do you want us to finish it at least so that the government can take advantage of it in a way that is a little bit more efficient than they're doing right now? But priorities, man, you guys really had it bad. Caracol Road. I am trying to finish a road. I try to save $28 million to finish the road, but yet it hurts my heart when I spend millions and millions and millions of dollars leading to nowhere. When that same money could have helped the people that you say you fight for, my brother. The same people,
Remember, please remember we refer to each other.
I apologize. I mean, thing going, I know a bad thing, so sometimes I look for that and my brother, they talk about, I apologize, Madam Speaker. Remember for me, so. You never carry me on a trip when you drink the Hennessy, you carry my brother over there, you never carry me. I don't be going anyway, but I don't like what you say. It doesn't mean I don't like you. I don't like what you say when you are telling me that infrastructure does not help poor people. I don't believe in your philosophy that you should be feeding people. I believe that you should be empowering people to feed themselves. That is the basic difference you and I have, understand me? And I need to convert you. You see how you made the tribe be changing religion?
Well, I want to convert you to understanding that you have to empower people for them to have a future. Join me. I want to teach you, man. They can't help you. I want to help you. The People's United Party will help you. Your dad could not help you. We can, and we will. Just open your mind. Madam Speaker, there is nothing wrong with utilizing infrastructure to empower people's lives. How do you expect that the member here from Orange Walk, his supporters, how do you think they will take their product to the market? Madam Speaker, I got dump truck in a PT right now to deliver rice. It is not the responsibility of the Ministry of Infrastructure to deliver rice. But my brother, we take one licking. Ask me, my people need to deliver rice. I need to show them that we could grow rice. Because they may ridicule and they may tell them that his people can't grow rice. They may say that for him rice that for feed animal, right or wrong? And he proved them wrong. And my brother, you could ask me anytime, I want to deliver your rice. That is empowering people, member from Meso. Those people with time will create cooperatives. Those people with time will be the largest producers of rice in this country. My people in Kaya South are the largest producers of vegetables. You're telling me you know want to give them Bali Road so that they can take their vegetables for go sell like your uncle market in Belize City. Where the market there? Michael Finnegan Market. Who run the market? Kaya South run the market. If I not say we, nothing is sold there. So it is my responsibility under the leadership of John Briceño to use the infrastructure to help them to take their product to your uncle market so you could eat. My boy. Member from Meso. Member from Meso.
I have cautioned you twice, member, please.
Yes, ma'am, had a hearing.
Member,
Yes,
when
ma'am.
referring to me, I'm Madam Speaker, not Mom.
Madam Speaker, my apologies, ma'am. Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Member,
Madam
I am
Speaker.
very serious. This has gone on too long.
You are trying to stop a member from speaking about something that's
I'm
positive?
not stopping you, member. I'm just asking you to kindly watch the words you use. I've said it before.
I haven't been offending anybody, Madam Speaker.
I'm not saying you're offending.
Am I offended you today?
Member, we refer, the standing orders is clear. We refer to each other by the reference to the constituency. The chair can be referred to as the chair.
Member from
Madam
Mesop, have I offended you? Thank
It's
you very
not
much.
about that.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
I will continue. Madam Speaker, I remember when we were on that side that we were giving absolutely no opportunity to express ourselves. It seems that that's happening all over again. Yes, ma'am.
I started out this, kindly have your seat, member. Member, kindly have your seat. I will not accept the reference that you or any other member is being denied. I will not do it. I will not do it, member, because that is not the truth. I started out this morning making the statement that you may not agree with the decisions of the chair, but disrespect will not be allowed by this chair. All I'm asking is we comply. You are not being stopped with your expression. I'm just kindly asking to comply with the standing orders. And it goes for both sides. I have gone through this before with the opposition and with the ruling side. All I ask is that we be reminded.
I'm reminded, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for reminding us quite often. Madam Speaker, mile 38. Mile 38, and you're right. Member from Collett, leader of the opposition, you're right. It was, I think, a flood in June, if I'm not mistaken. So it was June, July, August, September, October, November. 6 months. So the member might have been off a couple of months. But the truth is, when we got into government, Madam Speaker, there was no priority given to fixing that portion of the highway. You have to understand that the engineers that we have in the Ministry of Works are, I believe, some of the best engineers in the country. But these engineers cannot function if the policymakers don't give them the guidance that they need. So we found frustrated professionals. We inherited frustrated professionals, Madam Speaker. And therefore, they didn't have where to go. They didn't have the equipment in which to do the work. They didn't have the budget that was necessary to carry out what they know is supposed to be done. But by Easter, or before Easter, leader of the opposition, that bridge was completed. And it wasn't done with a regular culvert. Huge box culverts were placed, Madam Speaker. It was a prefabricated system that was introduced, Madam Speaker. It was a combination of the personnel from the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and private contractors that got it done, Madam Speaker. It was done in record time. It was done with minimal cost, and it is an example of how infrastructure is important, member from MESO. Why? Because if that mile 38, we call it a bridge, some people call it a culvert, would not have been placed, the member from MESOP would not be able to go from Belize City to Belmopan. The vegetable vendors from Cayo South would not be able to go to your uncle's market to sell their products. The chair lady of PAC would not be able to come to work when it is necessary. The leader of the opposition would not be able to do his political work in Belmopan. And the Speaker of the House of Representatives would not be able to sit here in this house if that bridge was not done. That is how important infrastructure is for the development of a country, Madam Speaker. I had a lot more to say, Madam Speaker, but you changed my demeanor, and some of it was lost. But I apologize if you took offense for me saying what I'm saying. There is never any intent to challenge your authority. You are the boss in this house. We are only humble servants of the people, Madam Speaker. That's all we aspire to be. Thank you very much.
No offense taken, member, just the rules. I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to also provide my contributions to the supplementary appropriation scheduled for fiscal year 2021-22. Number 1, in which approximately $60 million is being sought. $4 million in Cap 1, which is recurrent expenditure, Madam Speaker, $25.2 million in Capital 2 expenditure, which also comes from the Consolidated Fund, and an additional $31 million from Cap 3. And as the member from Cayo South was diligent to point out, Cap 3 expenditure does come from external sources, but they still must be repaid by our taxpayers, and therefore ought to be a major concern for all of us who pay taxes. To put things in context, Madam Speaker, in the Prime Minister's new Independence Day address, he painted a picture that all was well in La La Land. In fact, he spoke to specific figures. He spoke about the rebound in tourism. He spoke about the rebound in agriculture. He spoke about the pent-up demand, if you will, in the productive sector. He shared with this nation, Madam Speaker, that $1.6 billion were now in our reserves. I want to go on record to thank the Prime Minister and his cabinet for instituting the Constituency Development Fund and for allocating appropriate resources to all 31 constituencies. But there's a callous arrogance of the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. These are not his monies or my monies or your monies, Madam Speaker. These funds come on the backs of the taxpayer. These are our monies and therefore should be allocated appropriately as outlined in the guidelines provided by the Ministry of Finance for how these monies ought to be spent. There are checks and balances in the system. If we do not account for the initial amount that is for September, I understand, then there can't be any further access of resources. So the member from Kaya South ought not to be concerned about where these monies go. And I hope, Madam Speaker, that the rules will indeed apply across the board. Now, turning to the supplemental budget, the member from Kaya South spoke of all the monies he were able to renegotiate in terms of his figures. He's talking about $58 million, which is now, I can only gather, is what we're using to supplement this $60 million that is before us. There is 100% increase, Madam Speaker, in travel and subsistence for the Court of Appeal. And I'm talking now about the $4.1 million in Cap 1 expenditure. These are monies that are recurring expenses. And then the Office of the Prime Minister has allocated an additional 60,000, Madam Speaker, in grants. But we don't know who are the beneficiaries of these grants and what are the guidelines or the criteria for these grants to be allocated. And then, of course, there's an additional 135,000 for grants under the National History and Culture niche, which comes under the ministry responsible for education, culture, and science. And we, again, are left to wonder, Madam Speaker, what these grant funds will be used for. Who will be the primary beneficiaries? Madam Speaker, I can support the monies allocated in Home Affairs and Youth Growth Industries to have additional boots on the ground to support the new recruits, because all of us in this honorable house know, as I have termed it before, that crime is a wicked problem, and it will take far more than 200 new boots on the ground, but it is a start. And then, Madam Speaker, we get to the ministry responsible for youth, sports, and e-governance. An additional $1 million to create a new department within this ministry. I am not saying, Madam Speaker, every bill that I have read has created space for a new department, a new unit, new personnel. But yet we're saying to public officers, those who have been in the trenches for us, when I say us, I mean the Belizean people, that they still must endure the 10% cut in salaries so that we can create new departments, create new units, employ more people in the delivery of government services to the people. Madam Speaker, when we look now at the Ministry of Blue Economy and Civil Aviation, again, an additional $4.1 million in recurrent expenditure. Public utilities, $30,000. I'm not sure what we're paying for. And then, Madam Speaker, I won't speak to the air-conditioned units for the judiciary. Those courtrooms are small enough and stuffy enough as they are, and so I suppose they are necessary. We get, Madam Speaker, in Cap 2 of these allocations, there is an amount of $72,629 that is allocated for violence prevention. I would have less of a problem, Madam Speaker, if those monies were allocated to the Ministry of Human Development, because we all know that incidences of domestic violence are on the rise. Or if those monies were allocated to the ministry responsible for police, or even national development. But there's no clear understanding why an additional $72,000 is placed under the office of the Prime Minister. The devil, as they say, Madam Speaker, are in the details. And then, of course, I won't belabor what my colleagues have said in terms of the monies that are being spent in hardware and infrastructure. And while I agree that those are expenditures are important, they can't be more important, Madam Speaker, than investments in the human infrastructure. I see there is an amount of $5 million for computers in the Ministry of human development, not human development, sorry, rural development. But Madam Speaker, why haven't we allocated any monies for free education on the South Side, or to provide digital devices for the young people on the South Side who don't have access not to a device or not to internet services? And I would think, Madam Speaker, that that is where our investments ought to be made. I see in the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security and Enterprise, there is an additional sum of 189,000 there to speak for support to the farming community as part of the disaster risk recovery. I don't know if my colleague from Orange Walk South is aware, but we are still importing quite a bit of our food supply from across the border. I went to Publix just yesterday, Madam Speaker, and I was buying potatoes from Mexico. If we are going to invest in this kind of disaster risk recovery in support of the farmers, we need to see a return on that investment. And then, of course, Madam Speaker, as part of our Capital 2 expenses, there is an additional $10 million allocated for acquisition of land. Earlier in the budget cycle, $12 million was allocated. And so now we're up to $22 million in land acquisitions. I can only hope that some of the lands that are being acquired will be used to support our young men in having some land, so when the cannabis industry gets underway, they can start planting the crops. Madam Speaker, the allocations under CAP 2 for sustainable development, climate change, and disaster risk. These expenses for fire services, infrastructure of the building, training, and that kind of expense, Madam Speaker, I have to support what the Leader of the Opposition said. Those monies should have been in the consolidated fund, because I'm fully aware that the Atlantic Bank Group had made good on their payments to the government of Belize. So, in addition to wanting to see more monies allocated in the human infrastructure, in supporting a feeding program for all 31 constituencies. You know, the member from Kaya North has reached out to those on this side of the House for a vaccination program in our constituencies. The member from Freetown has provided support to us for education assistance. Even the member from Kaya South has sent us some application forms, Madam Speaker, to try our best to allocate some of the homes on the pilot project to those single parents on the south side of Belize City that desperately needs our assistance. I would like to see the same thing happen in the Ministry of Human Development, where the resources are also made available to all 31 constituencies. And finally, Madam Speaker, under the Ministry of Finance and CAP 2, there are $15 million in legal and advisory fees for the blue bond issue. We need to know, Madam Speaker, who are we paying? And I hope it is that the Prime Minister doesn't expect that we will just accept these figures on face value. I don't know about the rest of this honorable House, but I can tell you the financial arrangements, the conditions of the blue bond. That loan agreement was only given to me this morning. And so it is very hard for us to decipher exactly how these allocations are being made and to whom. So, Madam Speaker, like those of us on this side of the House, my colleagues from Collett and Mesop, there are parts of this supplementary bill that we embrace. But I'd like to encourage the Prime Minister and his cabinet to pay closer attention to the human infrastructure at a time like this when COVID is taking a significant number of lives. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll try to be very, very brief, but I certainly rise in full support of this supplementary appropriation bill number 1. You know, Madam Speaker, as I listen to the members from the other side, I can't help but remember my friend, the former member for Mesopotamia, who quite often in this honorable House, you know, used to famously say, you know, these people must have, they have more nerves than 32 bad teeth. You know, he would say that sometimes, too often he would say it. And that's the feeling I get when I listen to them. These are the same individuals who sat in cabinet for, with the exception of the honorable member for Mesopotamia. I see him disassociating himself from you, sir. But these are the same individuals who sat in cabinet, were a part of a government who presided, you know, over what many Belizeans would describe as the most wasteful, most abusive, most corrupt period of governance in our country's history. And now they come here, you know, professing to know what is best and how best to allocate resources and spend money. Well, we will take no lessons from them when it comes to the spending of money on behalf of the people of Belize. Madam Speaker, I want to put on record that you know, I'm almost a member for Collett and I have been here the same length of time. We're almost 20 years now, remember? That's another year or two, we'll be here for 20 years, sir. And I want to say, as I have said to the Prime Minister, I commend him, I congratulate the Ministry of Finance, his team. This is the most comprehensive and transparent supplementary appropriation bill that I have ever seen and been a part of as a member of Parliament. And the evidence of that, Madam Speaker, is quite clear. We're having a very robust discussion here this afternoon, a robust debate about the contents of this bill, because really it's one of the first times we've been able to do so. You know, normally, as the Prime Minister pointed out, he has a few of the old bills over the past decade or so that were presented. They were one-page bills. You know, I remember one after we came after election. I think it was after 2015 or so. $40 million, $44 million, the Deputy Prime Minister is reminding me. One line, $44 million, supplementary appropriation. Absolutely, this is after the election. So election spree spending $44 million before the election, and then after the election come and say, let's approve this $44 million that we spent. You know, madness. Yeah, by the election. I mean, so, you know, Madam Speaker, it's important. It's important, and as I said, I place on record my congratulations and support for that process. It's critically important for us to be able to have an open, transparent discussion and debate about the use of these funds. And I think very importantly, as well, as the fact that, as the Prime Minister again pointed out, the big ticket items, if you like, in this appropriation, this supplementary appropriation bill, all have to do really with responding to the economic crisis that we inherited upon taking office almost 1 year ago. And of course, dealing with, as my friend, the member for Cayo South pointed out very passionately in his passionate presentation, dealing also with the remnants of these UDP bloated contracts. We have to deal with them. As he rightly pointed out, we've done a lot of work to try to save some money with these contracts, and that's very, very commendable work that we've done, I think, on these contracts. But the fact is that we could not walk away from these contracts. So we're responding to the economic crisis and dealing with these bloated contracts. That's the essence of this appropriation bill. And just to look at a few of the big ticket items, the member for Albert, talked about, and then she talked about, made this big speech again about, oh, this is not our money, everybody knows it's the people's money. I wish she would have recognized that during her last decade in government. Suddenly they're all awake and alert and conscious to the fact that it's the people's money. When we've been through a decade where there seemed to be no line between the government funds and UDP coffers. So it's good to know that they're awake and alert. She talked about the blue bond, $15 million. Well, there's an explanation for that. The government, the Prime Minister, and his negotiating team, debt management team, and he said this even before the election, we're not going to kick the can down the road anymore. So there was a comprehensive solution to this debt problem, and that is what the government has undertaken. So yes, the blue bonds, we have to pay the legal fees, $15 million. He talked about land acquisition. Again, all the hustling before election, the year leading up to the election. The Deputy Prime Minister now has a nightmare on his hands to try untangle this web of corruption, this mess that they left at the Ministry of Natural Resources. And the government, again, there has to pay the bill. Legal obligations, then they run to court. Say UDP lawyers are the ones running to the court to protect that corruption, that web of corruption. So the government has to find the money, to do it. If you care about the country, tell your UDP lawyers, stop going to court. So land acquisition, Madam Speaker, so, that's a cost that the government is facing. The Constituency Development Fund, they've talked about it. They seem to be supporting that. It's a very good, progressive idea. Again, we know, no support from when we were on that side of the house. Everything was about the UDP and ensuring that their representatives got resources. Everything. It comes down to ham and turkey. They have to get 90% and 10% for the opposition. I mean, how small and petty can you be? Every single thing You know, the unelected representatives were getting 100 times what the representatives, the elected representatives were getting. You know, I know that for a fact in education, in my own constituency, the former Minister of Education gave 100 times support to an unelected person than he gave to me, the duly elected member for Freetown. Those things have to end. It's the leader of the opposition, and I hope that that is one of the reforms you will make as leader of the opposition. So, you know, all these things, Madam Speaker, you know, we talk about the fire service, again, total neglect and abandonment of the fire service for over a decade. You know, the fire service is in total disrepair.
The budget for the fire department.
They cut the budget, as the deputy is reminding me. Every single year, they cut the budget for the fire department. So the new minister has to be scrambling to make sure that we are able to provide basic services. And of course, the fire station in Belize City, absolutely critically important. As a representative from Belize City, it is essential that we get that up and running and built. So it's critically important, and I support. You know, and then the other things, Madam Speaker, are really, you know, a lot of nitpicking about vehicles and, you know, things like that. You know, that, again, we even have a commission of inquiry going on, you know, that's dealing with assets. So when we talk about vehicles, man, there is so much abuse of vehicles under the past government. So that they should not even be speaking about that issue. The honourable member for Albert raised the issue of $135,000 for niche. I want to clarify for her, explain to her that money, and I want again to thank the Honourable Prime Minister and the Ministry of Finance for their quick response. Those monies are for the urgent repairs to the roof of the Museum of Belize. And I think the leader of the opposition is aware of this fact. Though that roof has been in need of repair for several years now. Valuable artifacts are stored at the Museum of Belize, valuable documents. You know, I was totally shocked when I visited there to see the state of the museum. You know, and the roof, the leaking water. So I right away I appealed to the Ministry of Finance, and they responded very quickly. So that work is taking place now to ensure the safety and security of those items that we store at the Museum of Belize. Critically important. You know, and finally, I just want to make the point, Madam Speaker, because, you know, several members on the other side have made the point, oh, well, infrastructure, as if somehow there's some or you have to choose between infrastructure and human development. That's never the case. A government always has to find a balance, obviously. The member for Kaya South very articulately, I think, and comprehensively dealt with the important need for infrastructure. And the point is that really what's taking place here in terms of infrastructure is the continuation, the fulfillment of the obligations as it relates to existing contracts, these bloated contracts, but that have been renegotiated. So finalizing those, but also making sure that essential services are provided, are kept up and operating and running so that farmers can get their food to the market and their product to the market, that type of thing. And I want to assure the members on the other side that in terms of you know, human development, certainly in terms of education, the area I have responsibility for, we continue to try to support people across the country in a very comprehensive way, including in your areas as well. So not only what you all send to me, I can tell you every single day, people from all constituencies still come directly to the Ministry of Education. They don't only go through their representatives, they come directly appealing for help and support, and we do our best with the monies provided to us through the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance to assist those people. So we are absolutely committed to human development. You know, it's critically important. We have to have the right balance. So I support this bill, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thanks, the member for Fixstock.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of this supplementary appropriation bill number 1. But before I get into my presentation, I would like to say that I would like to preface what I'm going to say. The leader of the opposition and myself are friends. We went to the same university, so what I'm going to say is a little bit about concern for him. I'm concerned about his hearing. Now, I don't know if it's a major issue or if it's just a cleaning issue. So if it's just a cleaning issue, I know some people use Q-tip. So people use, what I call it, bobby pin. But I have 2 Q-tips, right? So, and I just want to correct what he got up and said about what I said with regards to vehicles for the Border Management Authority. The Border Management Authority has not bought one single vehicle since we got into government. In fact, none of the departments or even the Ministry of Tourism has gotten one new vehicle. What I spoke about is missing vehicle or missing vehicles. And an investigation took place, and we found that they were sold off to some UDP cronies and to a special car dealer who then in turn sold the vehicles off for massive profits. And you know who I'm talking about. The leader of the opposition also pushed out his chest and said that my friend from Toledo West is just come and that in a long time. Well, the 3 of them and the former rep for Mesop have been long before you. The 3 of you now and the one previous have been long-standing representatives of the south side of Belize, an area that we've seen the most crime under their watch, the most unemployment under their watch, the most dropout rate for schools under their watch. The unemployment rate in that area is still so high, and they represent a lot of those people. So they get up in here and talk a lot of nonsense. They've represented those people for our people in the south side for almost 13 years, and still no serious improvement has been made, or improvements have been made to the lives of the people on the south side of Belize. In fact, crime went up under their watch. And they get up here every single house meeting and talk about crime. In their period, they saw the biggest increase in crime. They raised the issue of the $15,000 for the Constituency Development Fund. Well, my mother used to always tell us, you can't make blood out of stone, and you can't put your hat higher than you can reach. $15,000 is what we can afford now, and we're being responsible for those monies. You have to account for every single dollar, and I thank the Prime Minister and all the members on the side that came up with the idea. They also speak about COVID. Well, they had 7 or 8 months of COVID out of almost 13 years. We've had 11 months of COVID. And we've had to fight every single day to ensure that our people are safe, livelihoods are brought back, and that we do a lot more for the Belizean people as we move through these very difficult times. So 8 months out of 13 years compared to 11 months that we've been in government. Now, if you look just over the last quarter alone, the economy grew by 22.5%. Critical, I want you to understand that all the naysayers said it would grow somewhere around 2% or maybe even have some negative growth, but we grew by 22.5%. Tourism is bouncing back. Agriculture is growing. Cattle is being exported. Chicken is being exported. And I can tell you, they also talk about crime, like I said, but I can tell you that my colleague, the minister responsible for the police, for national security, has brought to Cabinet a comprehensive plan for us to address crime in a bipartisan way. So we will extend our hands in terms of reaching out to you guys to address the issue of crime that is plaguing especially Belize City. Education, the Minister of Education has brought another comprehensive plan to revolutionize the education system. E-governance, the Minister of Health, all the members who have ministries have brought forth significant plans to ensure that there is a level of improvement throughout this country. In fact, from my standpoint as area rep for Pigstock, and this will benefit the member from Albert, we will be doing Berger Field once and for all. I think one of the minister guy in the money, right? And then on put on a Chicago, New York. But we will be doing Berger Field, and that's a partnership with the Football Federation of Belize and the Ministry of Youth. So within a short period of time, you will see work happening on Berger Field. And then the member from Albert spoke about buying devices again. Now, as Einstein said, if you do the same thing over and over and over and expect a different result, that's a mark of madness. Now, I believe that the Minister of Education, the former Minister of Education, spent about $9 million on devices. And then prior to that, they spent another $6 million on devices. I want to ask them, where are those devices? We have to have a better plan. No, I'm telling you, the devices aren't good. The devices that you bought aren't good. And so these are the things that we are working on this side. We're working to improve the economy. We're working on improving education. We're working on improving land distribution. We're working on health. We're working on safety. We're working on housing. We're working on infrastructure. We're working on the economy to bounce back. So it has to take some time, and it will take a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of commitment. And I truly want to thank the Prime Minister and the members on this side of the House for making an attempt to ensure that we have accountability and transparency with this supplementary budget. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Dangriga. Dangriga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. I would like to join my colleagues in supporting this General Revenue Supplementary Appropriations Bill 2021. And so Dangriga is grateful to join the conversation and to point out the areas in which our residents have been and will be continuing to benefit from this appropriations bill. We've heard the good words of support and the gratitude to Prime Minister and his office for the Constituency Development Fund. As I speak, I'm getting pictures from Sarawi of a much needed set of bus stops that are being built. Imagine the people on the street side, Madam Speaker, whether it's heavy rains or the hot sun, having to wait to catch the bus. And now we're able to provide them with a shed that they can sit and be safe from the elements. We also appreciate the fact that these funds will be strictly monitored. So we have to present our estimates, as the member from Kyle South mentioned. And after the payments have been made, deliver our receipts in, and a tight monitoring of these funds, which is in fact how this side of the House operates. So we're in the Dangriga constituency grateful, Madam Speaker, for that. I move over to Cap 2, where we talk about item 29, page 8, streets and drains, villages. I want to echo again what has been said before, that we who have rural parts of our constituency, in my case, Hope Creek and Sarawee. Hope Creek is known to flood. In fact, in the past, with hurricanes and storms, we've lost lives because of flooding. So the drainage work, the street works matter a lot to human development in our villages. That investment is critical because it even comes to the point of making sure that the water is moving through, that it's not harboring mosquitoes for dengue and malaria, etc. And all of that contributes positively to the human development of the people in our villages. So we're certainly grateful for that, Madam Speaker. I want to touch on page 9, Ministry of Rural Development, item 35, that there is $5 million for assistance to town councils. This is going to have a huge impact, Madam Speaker, for the infrastructural development of our towns that have been neglected for the past 12, 13 years. So the streets, the drains, the canals, all of those things that are so crucial to the quality of life of people in our communities, in the towns, will be able to benefit from that. So I thought that we from Dangriga wanted to thank the Prime Minister for putting this together, and certainly to thank all of our colleagues who continue to support us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Dangriga West.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support this supplementary bill. First of all, I'd like to talk about the community development funds. As you all know, that I have approximately 10,000 voters in my constituency, comprised of 26 villages and communities. And for the first month, I had to concentrate on vegetation control. That by itself is an expensive venture. I tried to reach out to the 26 villages. It was almost impossible, but I do my best. And I hope to concentrate on vegetation control for the next 3 months, especially since the rains are here. Because many times villagers complain that their villages are not clean, and they rely totally on their village council for it to be done, while the village council have no funds to sustain their community. With my 20,000 that I got last month, I administer the money through the District Association of Village Councils. So I want to make it clear that I have not received 1 cent in my hand. I make sure that it has been done through DAVCO, and with them and myself, we make sure the money is being spent wisely. We already submit our first report to the Ministry of Finance, waiting for another subvention to be able to do work within the constituency. But I consider it the most impressive thing that the Ministry of Finance could have ever done, to reach out to every constituency, to every village. Because many times we are elected to office, and the people expect us to do certain things, and the resources are not there. So now, as elected representative, we can say that we can have control of an amount of money to be spent wisely to benefit the people in our constituency. So I'm very proud and I appreciate it very much. And another note, I see a $35,000 increase, small, to the Ministry of Transport. When we took over the transportation industry, Madam Speaker, it was in a disarray. Absolutely no money was coming in from the bus terminals, from the vendors that is being rented, that are rented for their own business. And when we came in, we asked, where is the funds from these vendors? And when we asked the vendors who they pay their fund to, they don't want to tell us. So we tell them, if you cannot tell us who the money was paid to, then you have to pay back retroactive what you owe to the Ministry of Transportation. There is one individual who owns a pharmacy, has a bill of $51,000 for rent. I want to instruct my CEO and my senior people in the Ministry of Transport that if no arrangement has been made for those money to be paid, then we have to start to give notices. Because government is losing enough revenue because of mismanagement and misappropriation of funds. I'm here to make sure in the Ministry of Transport that we make sure that we collect all the money that is due. Because budget presentation is about to come up, and when we prepare, I want to put in my request because I want to show the Ministry of Finance that make sure we are submitting X amount to the national revenue. Because while we are transportation, we might not be able to spend or give any charity, but we continue to make money for the government of Belize. And I, at the helm of the industry and the ministry, I'll do my best to make sure that all the revenues come into the general revenue, that we can see the benefits for the country down the road. So I see this supplementary 2021. The Ministry of Finance will wait for 4 years after to bring it to the National Assembly. It brought it in the current financial year. So I want to give the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Finance kudos for a job well done. And we as ministries, we are going to do our best to make sure that the money is spent for the benefit of the Belizean people. It is high time that we get a government that is going to work for the betterment of the people. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, you cannot satisfy the masses. Somebody will always criticize. But I feel very confident in the position that I hold. I'm doing it to the best of my ability for the betterment of the people and government of Belize. So, Madam Speaker, I support this initiative.
Recognize the member for our Caribbean Shores.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lend my support for this supplementary budget, and I want to take the words of the 12th and 14th leader of the opposition, being the member for Collett, that this is a good thing. Sorry, 13th also spoke a few words. So in having the opportunity to listen to the 12th, 13th, 14th, and possibly 15th leader of the opposition, what I could detect is a level of discomfort, Madam Speaker. This discomfort because they're not used to accountability. For 13 years, they would come to this house after squandering hundreds of millions of dollars, and in one instance, member for Mesopotamia, they call it a slippage. You recall that? And the Supreme Court of Belize declared that the former Prime Minister committed an illegal act when he spent $100 million, Belizean dollars, out of our coffers without zero accountability and without coming to this honorable house for approval. And so, you may not be used to this type of accountability, but you ought to get used to it because this is what Belizeans have been expecting. The member for Collett said, you should have known you were going to get 225 police officers. And that should have been included as part of the budget. But there's no foreseeing how many officers we're going to need to recruit over time. In our Plan Belize, there's actually a call for 4,000 police officers, because we currently have 2,100. So is it that the member for Collett is saying we ought to, from now, put in the budget, we want an approval for 2,000 additional police officers? No, that is not how it works. You have to go step by step to show the Belizean people that every single dollar counts and we are spending it wisely. That is what we're doing here today, bringing a supplementary budget for the 225 officers. Spending, we are about to spend $1 million, member for Mesopotamia. We presented to Cabinet on October 5th a multi-sectoral comprehensive plan to tackle poverty and crime in Belize City. That amount was close to $10 million. Obviously, we can't get all of that one lick. That's probably what would have happened under the UDP and zero accountability. And so what we have here today is $1 million being put towards this very effective program that was formulated by the Leadership Intervention Unit, by the Ministry of Human Development, Ministry of Youth and Sports, and Ministry of Home Affairs. And so the work is being done. And I hear your call, and I appreciate it that you want our ministries to be bolstered, but we have to understand the type of work that the Minister of Infrastructure has done. Do you know what it is to stand here and proclaim we have saved the Belizean people $57 million in the Ministry of Infrastructure? That is incredible. Absolutely incredible, because what that tells you is that the contracts that we inherited were overpriced. The contracts that we inherited were way bloated. So who would have gotten that $57 million? Member for me. So who would have gotten that? The man with the sacks? Who would have gotten it? That is the question that you all need to answer, because we've been fixing your problems on this side of the house. So, Madam Speaker, what we have here today is a very important exercise. An exercise in how not to be accountable and transparent under the UDP, and how it is done under the People's United Party administration with proper accountability and proper transparency. There is included in here a commission of inquiry. How could we have foreseen that it was at that level of hustling that was taking place under the UDP, where vehicles were sold at gross undervalues to ministers and cronies? How could we have predicted that? We have to come and get approval for spending on a commission of inquiry, because there was corruption in your administration, and we have to investigate it. That is included here today. And then the leader of the opposition has the audacity, and as the Minister of Education says, he has some serious nerve, because he wants to bring up about vehicles. Wasn't it his vehicle that ended up on the bottom of the sea? And I think one of them was set on fire. Man, they need to be more accountable in what happened with the vehicles under their watch. The vehicles that we inherited in the police department, some of them the window can't roll down, no air condition, the lights are all broken on them. We have not gotten value for money from the last administration, members. And so that is why, again, you see in one of the line items here, $2 million for vehicles. The minister, the former Minister of Education and a leader of the opposition didn't realize that we haven't purchased these vehicles yet. This is for the future. And so he's sounding an alarm to the unions, when in fact we have not spent that $2 million yet, but we need to. Because of the state in which you all left the police department, we need new vehicles, and we will acquire new vehicles, and we will take care of them. But these are vehicles that have not been purchased yet. We are going through the proper process to tender them. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to, on behalf of the Ministry of Home Affairs, commend the Prime Minister particularly as it relates to the recruits, the 225 recruits that are budgeted for in this supplemental budget, particularly for his endorsement and adoption of our multi-sectorial plan to fight crime and allocating $1 million towards that. And of course, for our vehicles that we so desperately need, 26 new vehicles, the $2 million that's in the line item for the Ministry of Finance. These are things that we so desperately need, Madam Speaker. And so I want to fully support this bill today. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Kaya West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to support this supplementary appropriation bill 2021-2022. Madam Speaker, how not to support this bill, Madam Speaker? When on the previous administration, we have the audacity and the neglect when it comes to our rural communities. We have the neglect, especially in the Kaya West, Madam Speaker, an abandoned constituency. And I commend the member for Kaya South, member of infrastructure, for his entire support and commitment for my constituency, Madam Speaker. I noted that the member for from the opposition for MESOP was stating about housing and infrastructure, when housing is one ministry. And when we are talking about housing, Madam Speaker, 11 months, and we started already housing for the most needy, Madam Speaker. 13, I can say 11 months in this new government under our Prime Minister, Honorable Bresenio, Madam Speaker. Housing for the most needy. I am so proud that we can look at accountability, Madam Speaker. That is what we are showing at the end for our people. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the Ministry of Infrastructure, we're looking at the rural areas, very deplorable conditions, Madam Speaker, without equipment. Mile 5 in the George Price Highway was ripped 2 times to be redone, Madam Speaker. And under this administration, we had to redo it again. But it was done in the proper way. That is accountability, Madam Speaker, because we come and we do it properly, giving accountability to our people, not spending and spending over and over again on the same portions of the road. So, Madam Speaker, likewise, when it comes to the constituency fund, I'd like to thank the Ministry of Finance, Madam Speaker, that at the end of the day, when it comes to accountability, we need to give our invoices for that portion of finance, Madam Speaker. I haven't gotten my constituency funds as yet, but I likewise submitted, Madam Speaker. And I will start with drainage, because in the area of San Jose, Socots, and Arenal, Madam Speaker, that is what we need. Because every time we have rains, Madam Speaker, we are in flooding conditions. And for that, Madam Speaker, I support this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Toledo West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to also lend my support to the appropriation bill that is before us, number 1. Madam Speaker, I'll try to be very brief. I want to start off by thanking the Prime Minister, certainly the Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance, Senator Koi, and of course the entire team, Madam Speaker, for presenting this bill that is before us. As other speakers have said, it's very detailed, and for the first time, being presented in a timely manner. I think that is very important. Historically, under the last administration, we all know that it was, sometimes 1 year, 2 years that they were bringing in supplementary appropriation bills to the House for approval. Madam Speaker, under the bill that is presented, we have $5 million in support to town councils and municipalities across this country, and I want to say that it's only about half of that that has been used. We still have a portion of that that is unused, and it will certainly go a long way in helping to improve the infrastructure and other related amenities across our municipalities in this country. Madam Speaker, I want to speak very quickly to key areas that the member for Mesopotamia raised. And really and truly, as a representative representing the rural area, I seriously take offense with his statement, Madam Speaker, as I am certain Belizeans who live in the rural areas have taken offense to his statement where he said, this is not the time for any kind of infrastructure for the rural area. Madam Speaker, if not now, when? I will repeat, if not now, when? The rural area where we have over 55% of our population living in this country, Madam Speaker, have been abandoned and neglected by the United Democratic Party. And for him to make such statement that we should focus only on human capital and human development and abandon, infrastructure and rural development, I believe, Madam Speaker, borders on him being delusional, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, how on earth can you focus only on human development but not focus on the rural area that is the most productive sector of this country? The rural area where our farmers live, Madam Speaker, is the area that produces the most productive area across this country, where our food is produced. Madam Speaker, our statistics show that over the last quarter, our economy has bounced back significantly. Now, this is not by magic. This is not by accident. This is by deliberate policies that have been implemented by this PUP government, Madam Speaker, where the support is given to the productive sector, whether it is agriculture, whether it is tourism. So, Madam Speaker, the member for Mesopotamia, who aspires to be leader and Prime Minister of this country, is certainly contradicting himself and not looking at the bigger picture, that development must be holistic. It must encompass both the urban and the rural areas, Madam Speaker. And certainly, infrastructure is a major part of that development. Madam Speaker, I want to say that I am very grateful as a representative to the great work being done by our Prime Minister and this entire cabinet and our entire team, Madam Speaker, because it shows that from day one, our focus was bringing back the economy. Madam Speaker, at the rate where Dean Barrow and the UDP were leading us, they literally had us over the cliff. We were in a disaster where government was borrowing $1 million a day. Totally unsustainable. Yes, the Prime Minister and our team, our government, had to make some very hard decisions. And we are very grateful and thankful to the public servants, to the teachers, and to everyone who have made a sacrifice. Because today, Madam Speaker, 11 months after being in government, we are no longer borrowing $1 million a day. We are putting this country back onto a sustainable path of development. And that is what this appropriation bill seeks to do, Madam Speaker, to clearly define, to clearly account for areas that need support so that we can continue to enhance this development for our country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say that there is a stark difference between this side and the UDP. We have always been about balancing development. We have always been about empowering our people. The member, I believe it was the member from Kayo South, who said it, that one of the best things that we can do really is to empower our people, to be able to produce, to be able to feed themselves, to move away from being dependent. And that is what this government seeks to do, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, it is with great pleasure and pride that I fully support this appropriation bill before us. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk. Orange Walk North. Let's get your audio sorted, member. I think it's sorted.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this supplementary bill. And first of all, I want to thank our government, our Prime Minister, for leading us in this swift rebound of our economy. This supplementary appropriations bill, as we can all see, is comprehensive, it's well-rounded, it's responsive, because as we all know, we inherited a government that was literally bankrupt, highly indebted. We had a very high GDP ratio of 131%. Negative growth in our economy, high unemployment. Over 60,000 Belizeans were unemployed. And that is what we inherited from the United Democratic Party in November of 2020. And so this budget, this supplementary appropriations bill, is responding to those needs because, as one of my other colleagues mentioned, we are living in uncertain times, and it is hard to predict the future, especially with this COVID pandemic that has been ravaging our country and the world. So, Madam Speaker, this budget has touched every side of people's lives when it comes to to addressing the needs of all our people, when it comes to nutrition, when it comes to infrastructure. My area is a rural area. Orange Rock North, I am proud to say, has hundreds of cane farmers, hard-working, productive cane farmers, who need and depend on the good conditions of those roads so that they can deliver their product to the factory and make a living and also contribute to the production of our economy. And this budget, this supplementary appropriations bill, is addressing those needs when it comes to that, Madam Speaker. I join my colleague from Toledo West in condemning the statement made by the member from Mesopotamia, where he says our people don't need infrastructure. It is wrong, it is insulting, it is offensive to the people of Orange Rock North. And the people of Belize deserve nothing less than an apology from the member of Mesopotamia. because roads empower people. As I just explained, Madam Speaker, my people depend on roads to be able to take out their cane and deliver it to the factory. The ones that grow other products such as vegetables, they need those roads to take their produce so that it can reach the consumers in the towns and cities, in the urban centers. So for the member of MESOP to say that is very wrong, and I must point it out. Also, Madam Speaker, as I started commenting, our government must be commended for having responded swiftly to the adverse conditions that we encountered when we made government. 1 week after we won the elections, there was massive floodings in Orange Rock North, and the Ministry of Infrastructure responded even though the resources were minimal, but we managed to solve the people's problems. The solution to the long-standing superbond problem, that in itself has reduced our debt to GDP ratio by at least 12%. That in itself is a big accomplishment. We remember how the previous government just used to kick the can down the road, as they say. Our government is here to find solutions, to help the people, to help the needy people of this country. That is what this PUP administration, under the leadership of John Briceño, is all about. To bring results for the people. And thus, this supplementary appropriations bill becomes very necessary so that we can achieve those objectives, so that the results can reach the people and the people can feel it. In every corner, in every ministry, we are seeing great results. Problems we have, of course, as anyone, but the thing is, we are addressing the problems. We are finding solutions. We are trying to move, and we are moving this country forward, making it more productive. We are reducing the unemployment day by day. Jobs are becoming available as tourism rebounds, has been rebounding wonderfully. Industry has been rebounding. Agriculture, trade has been also growing. All these things put our people to work and empower our people. And that is what this PUP government is about. I know there are people that are desperate, and those on the other side take advantage of that to throw stones. But progress is on its way. Progress is here. It's like I said, comparatively, it has been very swift. But the damage that the UDP did to our economy, and on top of that, the damage that COVID has done to us and continues doing to us is enormous. And so, it will take some more time to get where we want to go, but we will get there. The signs are there. Everything is positive as we go along, not without problems, but we overcome those problems. And so, I want to tell those on the other side, and also our people of Belize, that this government is here to work for everyone. We have, I've heard some amazing things from my colleagues here, that they want to be fair even with those on the other side. We didn't hear that kind of talk for 13 years under the UDP administration. Why? Because we recognize that all Belizeans need an equal opportunity to be successful.
And that is what, Madam Speaker, this government is all about. And so I once again want to reiterate my support for this supplementary appropriations bill. Thank you.
I recognize the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish that the opposition should take their job more seriously and can sit here and listen to the debate. Because when they are throwing their stuff at us, we stay here and we listen to them. But none of them are here listening for us that we can enlighten them and trying to straighten what they have been saying here in the National Assembly. But Madam Speaker, just to quickly wrap up, I want to thank all my colleagues for their support with the budget, with this supplementary appropriation bill. I want to start off quickly by making a point, Madam Speaker, that I wish, as the leader of the opposition pointed out about bringing supplementary appropriation bills. But Madam Speaker, it's the right thing to do. For one reason or the other, there are oversights, and in some instances, there are things that we are unaware of that we have to look after. We could behave like the UDP and don't care about being open and transparent and following the law and not bringing the supplementary bills until years later. Now, this first appropriation bill, this money has not been spent. So it's going to be approved right now. So I want to make that very clear. But before I go further, Madam Speaker, I want to take time out to give some sad news to this House and to the National and to this country that last week when I was at Carl Huchner Memorial Hospital and visiting the COVID ward, they were very concerned that one of their own was very sick, Miss Pamela Stump, and they were hoping that she would survive. And unfortunately, she did not make it, and she lost her life to COVID just today. She was a social worker for KHMH and has a child, a mother of a 6-year-old. It brings home this whole battle of COVID. That is not only us mortals, but even our social workers can also be directly affected and also can lose their life in this battle. And it gives me, I take the opportunity again to appeal to our Belizeans to please get vaccinated. And Madam Speaker, may Pamela Stump rest in peace and rise in glory. But coming back to the supplementary appropriation bill, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, I wish we do not have to bring a supplementary bill. But when it comes to attention that we need to do so, it's best that we hear the music and get it done, and to get the appropriations before the money is spent. We need to point out, and again, many people have chastised the member from Mesopotamia when he talks about infrastructure. And he can speak against infrastructure. Many of us that live in the urban areas can talk against infrastructure because when we get out of our house, there's a street in front of us. There's drainage, there's the culverts, there's water, there's lights. You know, we have internet, we have TV, we have everything. But there are many areas in this country that do not have access to the basic necessities that we Belizeans deserve. When we were criticizing the Barrow administration about the monies being spent on infrastructure, it was simply because we felt that the money was not being spent for the right infrastructural projects that this country really needs. When the former Prime Minister was here, sitting here where I am right now, and got up and with pride said that they are going to spend $140 million on a Caracol road, our immediate reaction is that we do not need to spend $140 million on the Caracol road. We still don't need to spend $100+ million on the Caracol road. We could take that money and spend it in the Toledo district, where so many villagers don't have access to roads, so many villages don't have access to water or to a proper school, all over the country. So we need to talk about infrastructure within the context of real and true development, where our farmers have their feeder roads so they can take out their products and to be able to sell. Because the more we produce, Madam Speaker, the less we have to import, the more we could export, and the more we'll be able to have to provide the necessary services that our country needs. Now, the leader of the opposition made again grandstanding about speaking about vehicles. And he needs to be careful when he speaks like that. Because when you spit in the air, it falls on your face. He was the very first one. He said, one vehicle end up to get burned up and the next one get in the water in the sea mysteriously. The former Minister of Foreign Affairs changed many vehicles, not one, many vehicles. All of them look the same, you know. All of them look the same, so okay, talk that they get another vehicle. But he got countless vehicles. Let's not even talk about the Michael Perrafit, the former Attorney General's vehicle. Now I know he's a hefty man, but you don't need to spend $250,000 for a vehicle for this man. But that's what you spent. Now, if you have taken your time and come and ask privately, why is it that we have $4 million now budgeted since we got into government, I'll be happy to explain to you and then don't have to embarrass you in front of the nation.
Madam Speaker,
So
on a point of order,
that's not a point of order.
The Prime Minister is misquoting me, of course.
I'm not speaking.
I'll find the point,
That's
Madam,
not
and
a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Of course it is.
It is not a point of order.
I'll come back, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member.
I am saying the truth. You embarrass yourself when you just throw out numbers without really knowing what's taking place. You're embarrassing yourself, my friend. But let me explain to you.
$2 million.
If you want to shut up for a minute, I can explain to you.
Member.
That's your problem. You don't listen. And you always are getting in trouble because of that. But let me point out, Madam Speaker. So far, we have bought 6 vehicles for ministers. 6. That's it. 6 vehicles. The rest of the vehicles that we have bought, they are for the police, health, and for infrastructure department. We have purchased 23 vehicles, totaling $1.3 million. Between November and March, we spent $733,577. Between April and October, we spent another $612,632. That gives you a total of $1,346,215. If you get off your phone and listen to me, you will learn something.
Looking at my notes,
So, of the vehicles that we just bought,
I have listened to the Prime Minister throw all kinds of stones, including the fact that the opposition is not here. When he left for lunch, nobody accused him of anything.
What's the point about it? We know the rules. The debate is being closed. The debate is being closed.
Yes, Madam Speaker. So we have spent $1,346,000. The other two, one of that, Madam Speaker, we just bought, and it's important for him to hear that of the vehicles that we just got, we just gave 2 vehicles to the police department to be used in the south side of Belize City. There's another $2 million that is programmed and has not been spent. And that, Madam Speaker, is to buy 26, a new fleet of vehicles for the police department. We're talking about 26 vehicles. But that money has not been spent. Now, on the issue of land, I mean, and I know they were trying to make an issue as if all of a sudden, no, we acquire land. I just spoke with the Minister of Natural Resources, the DPM. Not one parcel of land has been acquired by this government. It's all about lands that they have acquired and contracts and agreements that they have signed. And in many instances, they were threatening the Ministry of Land to take them to court. And in some instances, they were taken to court. So what did they do? They had to do the best thing, is to sit down and negotiate with them a payment plan. But just let me make out one very important point. During the time I was the Minister of Natural Resources, I was Minister of Natural Resources for 9 years. And then 1 year, we had the former Honorable Florence Omarin Sr. In the 10 years of the PUP government, we paid off $35 million. $35 million for land acquisition. In September of 2020, do you know how much UDP acquired and signed off on? No 1 million, no 5, no 10 million, $15 million. $15 million. Your government signed up in 1 month, in the month of September, just before the election. $15 million. No wonder Denny, the Range Central, give out over 200 acres of land. They give well like crazy. You know, they give land all over the place for try to win, and people take on the land and still vote against you now. But $15 million in one month, and now you have the audacity to come and ask you, like, what do you go and why will you pay off their money? The money is that you all wrapped up. Agreements that you all signed up with. And so they take us to court in some instances, and other instances we have to sit down and negotiate because of what you all did. So it's supposed to be a shame when you come here and ask about why is it that we have to pay this land. It is monies that you take. But let me make something clear though. We are going to declare the south side of Belize City one special development area. And all of the empty lots where they out there in a Queen Square, where the former Prime Minister could have been doing something with, we are going to acquire those lands, and we are build houses for people, and we are put parks for your young people. That is what they are going to do. And that's the difference between the UDP and the PUP. Because we do it for people. The very same people that you all abandoned for the past 13 years. And then they talk about the building for sustainable development. Why is it that we have to put $1 million now? Yes, you are right. You get the former government, the former minister, Omar Figueroa, did a good thing. Managed to get monies to be able to build a green building. But guess what? They never finished the building. They abandoned the construction of the building. And you want to know who abandoned it? You know who made the contractor? Rene Montero's brother. He was the contractor. And he walked away because he may want more money. Now here we have an unfinished building, just like the Eleanor Hall building. We could be spiteful like the UDP and say, oh, we don't do nothing with it and throw it away. But we are a different government. We are a responsible government. That is why today we ask you to help us and to approve the appropriation of $1 million to be able to finish a building that a UDP crony contract, they got the contract and refused to finish the building. That is why we have to do it right now. And we never know when we do the building. When we did the budget back then, we never know that the man just walked away from the project. It just came to our attention, so now we have to fix it. We are being responsible. Madam Speaker, it's been a long day and we still have a lot of other work to do. So with that, Madam Speaker, I close the debate and I ask both sides of the House for support to this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate is closed.
Madam Speaker.
The debate is closed.
Will you listen to what I have to say?
But the debate is closed.
Speaker,
Leader of Opposition, you know the rules.
Madam Speaker, can I quote the rule to you that I would like to ask you to consider, please?
But the debate is closed.
Madam, can you listen to my concern?
Leader of
please?
Opposition,
Section
I've ruled
35. Madam Speaker, Section 35(4) allows a member to speak again if he was misquoted or something that he said was misrepresented, and that is the situation here. 35(4), it's there.
The debate is closed. He stood on closing the debate. And I'm looking at the interruptions where it is clear that once the debate, we're on the closure of it, there are no more points of orders.
Madam Speaker, it is not necessarily a point of order. It is
That is my point.
You should have done it before the debate closed.
That the standing order allows as a privilege.
Not after the debate closed.
Where does it say that? Where does it say that? If you can show me where it says.
But there are many things, Leader, as you would know, that the standing orders doesn't show, and I was very clear this morning. And you have been involved in meetings where we go to tradition, precedents, and so forth.
When it is there is this kind of ambiguity, don't you think, Madam Speaker, that it would be wise for you to give the members the benefit of the doubt?
Members.
If you look at
members, please, I have the floor. Leader of Opposition, I have stated this morning about that very reference that you made, ambiguity, and how it is dealt with, how it has always been dealt with. I also stated in my announcement the fact that the Standing Orders Working Group has finally convened and we've had a couple meetings. So all I am saying, member, there will be no back and forth. The debate is closed. There are other opportunities throughout the day. If you wish to clarify a point, I have allowed it before. This debate is closed. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2022 be read a first and second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Apologies.
I know we will finish.
Money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2022.
Now I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I start with my presentation, may I call the Leader of the Opposition to his attention to 91, Standing Order 91, Section 1. It said the Speaker shall have the power to regulate the conduct of the business in all matters not provided for in the Standing Orders. And 91.2 says the decision in all cases for which the standing orders do not provide shall lie within the discretion of the Speaker and shall not be open to
Speaker,
challenge.
I don't see the point
I
of the Prime Minister raising that. I specifically pointed out, Mr. Speaker, I specifically pointed out a standing order that allows for it to happen. You are saying, you are talking about the Speaker having power to address an area where there is no standing order. There is a standing order.
There is not.
There is 35(4) allows for that clarification to be made.
Mr. Speaker, please.
Honourable member.
Yes.
He should not be talking nonsense. If he wants to move on, move on.
Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition, please.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill. Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to authorize the government of Belize to enter into the Blue Loan Agreement conservation funding agreement, and ancillary agreements for and on behalf of Belize, and to give statutory effect to the terms and conditions of the Blue Loan Agreement, the Conservation Funding Agreement, and the ancillary agreements, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Mr. Speaker, as way of explanation, in this motion that we're presenting, we're asking for the House to authorize the purchase and the redemption of the government's US dollar bond due in 2034, what you refer to as the super bond. Authorizing the Blue Bond Agreement, which is called the Blue Bond, the Conservation Funding Agreement, and the ancillary agreements. This motion, along with our contemporary Blue Bond Loan Bill 2021, also tabled today, is a first emphatic step in my administration's march to public debt sustainability, that solemn goal which I outlined in May of this year when I presented our first national budget. You, Mr. Speaker, and my honorable colleagues on the other side, as well as the Belizean people, know the public debt crisis we face. The public debt stands at close to 130% of GDP. Government owes the unimaginable sum of $4.2 billion. Our country stands as one of the most indebted on the planet. When we assumed office, the government was borrowing at a pace of $1 million a day. In the face of this debt storm, an emergency plan was required. And so today, my colleagues and I are particularly pleased to table a motion and a bill that represents another purposeful step in the long march of bringing the public debt under control. Let me, in simple terms, outline what government seeks to do. First, we will slay the super bond dragon, dead forever and ever. Second, by tapping the so-called blue bonds, we will reduce the public debt by over $500 million. Dear Leader of the Opposition, over $500 million. That's what this beauty government is doing. And third, we will establish marine conservation mechanisms to vastly improve the protection and management of our ocean and reef, and finance an unprecedented multi-decade marine conservation program, with a portion of the savings achieved from our debt restructuring thrusting Belize into the forefront internationally as an emergent leader in marine conservation. Belize will owe less, pay back less for debt, and invest more in marine conservation. A triple play of national benefits that places Belize and Belizeans at the shining pinnacle of both sovereign debt, remodeling, and climate resilient motivation. I will now address each broad facet of the transactions that will proceed from the authorization we seek today, starting with the super bond. Government's negotiating team, after extended discussions with a bondholder committee, secured a 45% discount on total amount Belize owed under the super bond contract. 45%. So of every dollar we owed, then they write off 45 cents. The original principal of the super bond was $526.5 million US. I could send you a copy afterwards. I will. This is my presentation. The rest you have forget it. Last year, the UDP government asked bondholders to capitalize interest, increasing the principal outstanding to $552.9 million US. Let me say this for the record, Mr. Speaker. In 13 years under the UDP, after paying millions in interest, today we owe more for the super bond than when they took over the government in 2008. An additional 18.2 million US dollars was owed and unpaid in interest up to the 19th of October 2021, and a principal reinstatement of 58.4 million US dollars would have come due had Belize defaulted on its bonds. Taken together, principal, capitalized interest, past due interest, and principal reinstatement, government would have been on the hook for $629.6 million US dollars with super bond holders. The results of our negotiation, that 45% discount will wipe away $257 million US dollars, or more than $500 million Belize dollars that Belize owed from principal, capitalized interest, and past due interest. And the principal reinstatement has been averted. That's another 58.4 million US dollars that we averted by these negotiations. Therefore, the total debt reduction, including the principal reinstatement we dodged, is a staggering $315 million US dollars. The motion and the bill today request this chamber's authorization to pay off at the discount bondholders who have tendered their holdings. Those holders who have not tendered will have a period of 2 years to collect. At last report, 87% of bondholders had, by tendering, endorsed Belize's offer, far exceeding the 75% supermajority our team had sought. The money to pay off the super bond is coming from the blue bonds, a financing mechanism designed by TNC, the Nature Conservancy, and their banker Credit Suisse. Belize will access some $363 million US dollars of these bonds for the following purposes: $301 million for the discounted repayment of the super bond, $24 million to pre-fund a marine conservation endowment account, $18 million set aside as an original issue discount in order to facilitate a low interest rate in the early repayment years. $10 million is a debt service reserve account, and $10 million is to help cover closing costs for the transaction. Because of Belize's heavy debt load, historical economic performance, credit rating, and trading levels of the super bonds, the implied interest rate in external capital markets for Belize is about 18% per annum. That's what we, in normal circumstances, will have to pay, 18%. The base blue bond interest rate is around 4.3%, plus a 15-year added US Treasury bond rate. The overall interest rate then will be around 6%. On a dollar-to-dollar basis, compared to the super bond, what we're paying with the super bond, and the blue bond interest rate is effectively 3.3%. The blue bonds repayment terms are to be 10 years interest only, pay only payments up to 2031, with equal principal payments paid over the following 9 years. In 18 equal biannual installments through to 2040. To support this unique financial structure, TNC has agreed to contribute $10.5 million in equity and almost $40 million in the form of investment assets. And TNC, its investment banking partners, and the insurer bear their own cost for the arrangement. Political risk insurance and parametric insurance are complementary features of the blue bond arrangement or agreement. I'm further pleased that apart from the excellent repayment terms on the blue bonds, government will keep its own closing costs, professional fees associated with the transactions to a minimum. In 2017, for the super bond restructuring alone, closing costs were around $11 million or 2.1% of the face value of the bonds. For these transactions, far more urgent, complex, and involving a negotiated buyout of the super bond, plus the raising of $363 million of blue bonds, closing costs will total 1.4% of the consolidated face value of the super bond and the blue bond, or about $14 million. The face value of the combined super bond and the blue bond will be approximately for about $2 billion Belize dollars. And a majority of the estimated closing costs, some 65% of the total, are actually success-based financial and structuring advisory fees. If the team could not have gotten an agreement, they would have been paid $0. But because they have succeeded, that is when they are going to be paid. So closing costs also include external and domestic legal expenses, tabulation expenses, creditor committee expenses, and costs related to trustee and bond tendering services. Our closing costs are therefore 1/3 lower, 33% less in relative terms compared to 2017. And in 2017, I never pay off nothing, just only restructuring, so-called restructuring. We did pay off, we save $500 million, and yet in relative terms, we still pay less now than what was paid in 2017. Yeah, far cheaper. And in 2017, as I said, there was not $1 of debt reduction and a fraction of debt relief that we achieved. Put another way, government will pay just 4.5 cents in closing costs for every 100 cents of debt reduction. Mr. Speaker, with regard to conservation, there are 3 core components, and this is very important for Belizeans to understand, because I know some people are trying to create mischief, saying that to the closed-off areas where fisher folks can't fish, as if we were giving in too much to TNC with this agreement. But there are 3 core components. First, the conservation milestones and undertakings Belize is pledging to pursue. Second is the conservation funding payments that will support the achievement of these objectives. And third, the conservation endowment, which is being fully funded by the blue bonds so as to maximize its earnings from day one. Let me address each of these core components in more details. First, with the milestones and undertakings. Belize will expand in a legally enforceable manner its biodiversity zones to 20% of our ocean space the waters. In the first instance, 6 months. I think right now we're at about, I think either 16 or 18%, so we'll quickly go to that. Thereafter to 25% in 3 years, and then to 30% by 2026. Mind you, we're not signing nothing new. The government of Belize had already signed to what we call the 30-30. 30% of our ocean in conservation by 2030. 30% of ocean in conservation by 2030, a global initiative called, as I mentioned, 30 by 30. It's a laudable commitment and one that many countries are undertaking, including Belize. Belize will definitely advance to 20 to 30 by 26 by our implementation goals. The Honorable Minister of Tourism, well, I think it's the Honorable Member from Orange East, will be able to talk somewhat on the blue economy and then also on sustainable development. And they will speak in more detail about the marine conservation and management. But let me point out that the new areas to be designated by Belize will be in our exclusive economic zone, not in our inner waters where our fisher folks go and fish at the moment, and there where the limit of the no-take zone have been reached. We have already reached the limit within our inner waters. And the designations will be done based on proper consultations, taking into special account the livelihoods of fisher folks and the well-being of our coastal communities. Government will designate the remaining public lands within the Belize Barrier Reef Reserve System as mangrove reserves. The vast majority of this additional acreage, 98% in fact, is already located, it's located in the Bacalar Chico National Park and Marine Reserve, 98%. We don't know when we have put the bridge yet. Don't jump ahead. As something we could have never conceived. That is a problem. Government also commits with the IOS, the Institute of Ocean Sciences, and UNESCO framework to prepare a marine spatial plan, an inclusive, transparent, equitable, and science-based approach to marine ecosystem management. As final milestones, government also commits to an integrated coastal zone management plan and to apply to have at least 3 formally designated marine protected areas in Belize's oceans as IUCN, the International Union for Conservation, green list areas. Government's undertakings pertain to improve aquaculture and fisheries regulations and management, a progressive blue carbon framework, 3, advancement of the Management Access Program and EIA regulations, and lastly, improvements to watershed management and supervision of Belize's existing World Heritage sites. The unique and trailblazing conservation aspect of this arrangement is the fact that the funding to support these milestones and undertakings will come from a slice of the overall savings Belize is achieving. This is only possible because of the discount we secured from super bond holders. $168 million Belize dollars, an average of $8.4 million annually, will flow into a conservation trust. That trust to be jointly governed by the public and the NGO sectors, awarding grant funding in pursuit of this cluster of conservation goals. The trust would also strive to attract grant funding apart from government's annual investments. Crucially, a strategic allocation of 40% of all trust funding will be directed to state agencies such as the Fisheries Department and Coastal Zone Management Authority, filling an urgent void for resources to support active management of marine areas and enforcement of marine regulations. Trailblazing, too, is that Belize will direct money, $23.4 million from the Blue Bonds to launch a marine conservation endowment. In layman's terms, that endowment is like a retirement fund with an initial contribution and conservative investments that ultimately yields a much larger amount at maturity. The endowment is projected to mature to almost $200 million Belize dollars by 2041, and thereafter serve as a source of the annual marine conservation grant funding for the trust and its Belizean beneficiaries in perpetuity. Do you understand? So there, Mr. Speaker, in brief is the triple play I referenced in my introduction. Play 1, massive debt reduction and relief. Play 2, dramatic conservation and climate policy advancements. Play 3, safe funding for the governance and husbandry of our reef and oceans. Mr. Speaker, if anyone doubts the hard bargain or negotiating team struck, let me quote Carl Ross, the co-chair of the creditor committee and one of the largest super bond holders. He said to a Love FM interviewer, quote, "We are taking massive losses on our claims. This deal is indeed a deep loss to bondholders, and it is not necessarily something I like." And if there is any doubt about the ingenuity of the structure and beneficial substance of these transactions, allow me to quote the following notable commentaries. From the Financial Times, September 19th edition, and I quote, "If Belize can secure approval, the country can secure the first green-tinged debt restructuring. Investors and advisors say that the agreement could serve as a template for future restructuring talks in which cash-strapped nations use the promise of environmental conservation to drive a harder bargain." From Mitu Gulati, a distinguished scholar in sovereign debt matters, and I quote, "The recent restructuring of Belize's sovereign debt is an example of how a country can address a debt crisis while preserving investment that can promote sustainable growth. No other sovereign has ever gotten additional debt restructuring itself in exchange for doing environmental preservation itself." From the regional columnist and commentator Mark Wilson, writing for the Trinidad Express, and I quote, "The new blue bonds, which will replace the super bonds, will carry a lower interest rate, and there's an extra 7 years for repayment. It sounds like magic. Belize was badly in need of magic. It's easy to see why Belize is celebrating." And even the Youth Treasury Department now finds favor with our model. Reuters quoted John Morton, the top advisor on climate change, on climate finance, as saying that debt for nature swaps are, quote, an attractive way to mobilize more capital to fight climate change. And that, quote, end quote, and that while such deals could be small and complex, quote again, they could be useful tools to respond to the climate crisis. Perhaps most importantly, here at home, the principal social partners issued public expressions of approval for these transactions, portions of which I now highlight. From the Belize Business Bureau, The BBB applauds the innovative effort of propelling the blue bond economy forward. From the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the BCCI articulates our support for this innovative blue bond financing strategy, which, among other things, ultimately represents close to 12% reduction to Belize's overall national debt, thereby alleviating the strain on the country's foreign assets. From the Belize network of NGOs, the BNN congratulates government on the Blue Bond Initiative, an innovative and welcome financial approach to support marine conservation as a hallmark of sustainable human development, while relieving a significant portion of Belize's crushing debt obligations. And from the NTUCB, the use of blue bonds in the magnitude proposed is novel within our hemisphere and will improve confidence within the international financial sector. The NTUCB is pleased to learn that the current efforts of the government seek to reduce the national debt by an estimated $500 million. To our social partners, I say that the most fitting response for these expressions of confidence is today's proceedings, where the arrangements we reviewed are being consummated in the form we promised and ahead of our previously announced deadlines. We did consult the opposition, the former leader of the opposition, and privately they did congratulate us and said that they support the initiative. They promised to give it to us in writing, but unfortunately for one reason or another, they never sent the letter. Either there was a miscommunication between leader and former leader or something like that, but I guess whatever get to you know. But we did consult the leader of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, I am compelled to acknowledge, in addition to the social partners, the following entities and individuals for their contributions during this year of arduous negotiations. First, the PSU and the BNTU, whose ultimate acceptance earlier this year for the national budget with its wage and cost adjustments set the tone for the grueling negotiations with the creditor committee and bondholders. The budget, as part of government's homegrown recovery plan, illustrated that Belize was capable of adjusting its wayward fiscal course without the need of an IMF program. Second, the U.S. Embassy officials whose assistance with the DFC insurance policy was indispensable. Third, the negotiating team, including Mr. Lee Bukai, and the teams at Citi, Global Markets, Hallmark Advisory, and Sullivan and Cromwell for their focus and determination. Fourth, my Minister of State, Honorable Chris Koi, the Financial Secretary, the Acting Central Bank Governor, and their respective staff. I must also make special mention of the Ministries of the Blue Economy and Sustainable Development for their contributions on the extensive conservation negotiations. I hope that with this specific motion and bill, my colleagues from across the aisle will tap their store of magnanimity, solemn evidence in this chamber, and that they will, without reservation, support arrangements they claim to have originated, that they are so indisputable in Belize's national interest. The benefits of these proposals will accrue to every Belizean, to this generation, and to those yet unborn. Mr. Speaker, this bill and motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet. because we are come to the bill and I just now
Honorable members,
put it all together.
that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to authorize the government of Belize to enter into the Blue Loan Agreement, Conservation Funding Agreement, and ancillary agreements for and on behalf of Belize, and to give statutory effect to the terms and conditions of the Blue Loan Agreement, the Conservation Funding Agreement, and ancillary agreements, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to provide for the vesting in the Belize Bank Limited of certain business in Belize of Belize Bank Corporation Limited, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, just a way of explanation. I think everybody in this country knows that the Belize Bank's acquisition of Scotiabank Limited. Back in April, Caribbean Investment Holdings Limited, the ultimate parent company of the Belize Bank Limited, announced that they have purchased Scotiabank Belize from Scotiabank Caribbean Holdings Limited, a subsidiary of the Bank of Nova Scotia. The approval for the acquisition was granted by the Central Bank of Belize, subject to the requirement that the assets of Scotiabank Belize Limited are merged with that of the Belize Bank Limited. Following the acquisition, Scotiabank Belize Limited changed its name to Belize Bank Corporation Limited, and the merger process began. The merger to be completed by 31st December of this year. What this bill seeks to do is to provide the authorization for the vesting of certain assets and undertaking of what was formerly Scotiabank Belize Limited into the Belize Bank Limited. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, what was under the control of Scotiabank Limited will now be under the control of Belize Bank. So if you have gotten a loan from Scotia, that loan will be taken over by the Belize Bank in order to ensure a seamless transition for customers of both banks. CIHL has requested the assistance of the government of Belize by way of the enactment of legislation which would ensure the vesting in the Belize Bank of all existing assets, liabilities, rights, obligations, and other property of Belize Bank Corporation in accordance with a business transfer agreement executed between both banks. It is to be noted that no land or buildings is being transferred to Belize Bank by Belize Bank Corporation under the terms of the business transfer agreement. Now, this is not the first time this House has come to pass legislation like this, Mr. Speaker. Vesting legislation has been utilized on a number of occasions in Belize with respect to the merger of banking operations. For example, when the transfer of the undertaking of the Bank of Nova Scotia in Belize to its then Belize subsidiary, Scotiabank Belize Limited, this House had to pass vesting legislation. We did it also another time with the transfer of the undertaking of Forest Caribbean International Limited in Belize to Heritage Bank. The same thing happened when Belize Forest Caribbean International Bank bought over Barclays Bank. These types of vesting legislation ensure the legal formalities concerning the transfer of business are facilitated and expeditiously perfected without the rights of both customers and the relevant banks being adversely impacted. In this case, the wording of this vesting bill is almost identical to the wording of the legislation which was enacted for the transfer of the undertaking of the Bank of Nova Scotia and Belize to its then Belize subsidiary. The Central Bank of Belize has been consulted, and they confirm that they have been continuously monitoring from a regulatory perspective the merger process. They have no objection of this proposed enactment of the vesting bill as part of the completion thereof. I'm asking the Honorable House to vote in favor of this bill to effect the completion of the merger of these two banks by way of vesting the assets and undertaking of the Belize Bank Corporation into the Belize Bank Limited. Mr. Speaker, the bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to provide for the vesting in the Belize Bank Limited of certain business in Belize of Belize Bank Corporation Limited and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the National Liquefied Petroleum Gas Project Act, Act number 12 of 2019, of the Substantive Laws of Belize, revised edition 2011, to require the developer to obtain a license to import LPG into Belize, provide for a new LPG pricing methodology, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. And with your permission, very, very briefly, by way of introduction, allow me to provide some background and context for this proposed amendment. I do so on behalf of the Attorney General's Ministry. The National Liquefied Petroleum Gas Project is a public-private partnership between the Government of Belize and the National Gas Company Limited, wherein import bulk terminal for LPG located at the port of Big Creek and two strategic distribution depots located in Belmopan and Orange Walk have been established. The project, Mr. Speaker, is aimed at addressing energy security, transparent pricing, and quality assurance. Under the PPP, government currently owns 25% of the company, and after financing has been repaid, which is estimated to be over a 15-year period, 100% of the company will be vested in the Government of Belize. The agreement was executed between NGCL and Government of Belize in 2018, and the National Liquefied Petroleum Gas Act was passed by the National Assembly in 2020. That act is now the subject of a legal challenge grounded primarily on the effect of the exclusive right to import conferred by Section 5 of the Act on the fundamental rights of the claimants. Under the agreement, NGCL was given an indemnity that if the exclusive agreement given for them to import LPG was declared invalid or unenforceable, the government would indemnify the company for any liability, loss, or damage. Based on our legal advice, it is important to move this amendment to seek to mitigate government's liability. The amendments seek to achieve two things. One, delete Section 5 of the Act and replace it with a new section which provides that the right to import LPG into Belize and to engage in the business of selling and distributing LPG shall be subject to Section 3 of the Supplies Control Regulations. So it removes the right to be granted import licenses. And two, introduces a new requirement for the acquisition of LPG for importation only by way of a supervised tendering process. This prevents the practice of transfer pricing by those companies who purchase LPG for importation into Belize from affiliated companies. Further, Mr. Speaker, the price structure provided for in the schedule to the Act is being revised to include a wholesaler's margin and regulate wholesale pricing, including wholesale pricing by NGCL, to create a more level playing field in the wholesale distribution market. So, Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that NGCL has been consulted on these proposed amendments and agree on this course of action aimed, as I stated before, at mitigating government's liability and exposure.
That bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the National Liquefied Petroleum Gas Project Act, Act number 12 of 2019 of the Substantive Laws of Belize Revised Edition 2011 to require the developer to obtain a license to import LPG into Belize, provide for a new LPG pricing methodology, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Mr. Speaker, given the legal timelines which we have been advised of, we are seeking the indulgence of the House in accordance with Standing Order number 49. I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous People Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your permission and the indulgence of this Honorable House to introduce the following three bills altogether. The bill for an act to repeal the Certified Institutions Children's Reformation Act, Chapter 121 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Secondly, bill for an act to amend the Juvenile Offenders Act, Chapter 119 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to repeal the provisions that relate to status offenses and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. And thirdly, the bill for an act to amend the Families and Children's Act, Chapter 173 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to substitute the term approved children's home with the term residential care facility in order to ensure consistency with its use in those laws that refer to residential care facilities and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, these bills have the recommendation of Cabinet. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will just very briefly state what they are about. We will not be asking for the stages forthwith, and so on the second reading at the next House meeting, we would be able to go into more detail. But I must say for the record, Mr. Speaker, that these amendments and this act has been a long time in coming. The difference, Mr. Speaker, is that this administration, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, this administration has the political will to make the fundamental changes to protect our children that have been needed for so long. Mr. Speaker, I can say to you that some of this work was done from 6 years ago. 6 years ago, these amendments were brought forward. But it never passed Cabinet, Mr. Speaker. So I repeat, it is a matter now that we have the political will to bring forward the change, to protect our children as opposed to penalizing them. The Certified Institutions Act, Mr. Speaker, is something like 80-odd years old. It is antiquated, and it does no good, especially where it comes to children in need of protective care, especially at the youth hostel. So, Mr. Speaker, we are asking for the full repeal of that Certified Institutions Act and for institutions such as the hostel to be residential care facilities. We are now moving to a rights-based approach to protecting our children. We will no longer be calling them names and having them have what you call the status offenses, such as curfew violation, uncontrollable behavior, and truancy, and that kind of thing. And so, Mr. Speaker, what we are seeking is to have the residential care facility with the rights-based approach, and also to do the consequential amendments to the Juvenile Offenders Act and the Families and Children's Act. So wherever you will see certified institution, we will change that to residential care facility. But also, Mr. Speaker, we are making sure that the age of criminal responsibility across the board in our legislation is 12 and not 10, as in some of the old legislation. And of course, we are removing, again, the very antiquated provisions in the Juvenile Offenders Act that talk about living with a prostitute or living off of the proceeds of prostitution and that kind of thing. We have long gone away from that era, Mr. Speaker, and now we see that we must have the level of care for all our Belizean children, and no longer would a magistrate be able to, just on the representation of a parent, say, well, this child has uncontrollable behavior, send on the hostel till he's 18. No longer, Mr. Speaker. The Community Rehabilitation Department will have a greater oversight to work with parents and families to help to rehabilitate children. And just by the way, Mr. Speaker, only about 15% of the children in the hostel are there for some kind of offense like stealing. It's mostly the lack of care, if I could put it that way, that led to them being dubbed as uncontrollable behavior. So, Mr. Speaker, I am extremely pleased and humbled to be presenting these bits of legislation to the House this afternoon, and I can say to you that we will do our best to make sure that we steer these bits of legislation through the House, because we really believe that it is a new day for our Belizean children and families, and this government has the pledge to make sure that we do everything in that regard. Thank you for your attention, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, those bills are referred to the Health and Human Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to repeal the Certified Institutions Children's Reformation Act, Chapter 121 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Bill for an Act to amend the Juvenile Offenders Act, Chapter 119 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to repeal the provisions that relate to status offenses and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Bill for an Act to amend the Families and Children Act, Chapter 173 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to substitute the term approved children home with the term residential care facility in order to ensure consistency with its use in those laws that refer to residential care facilities and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Health Act, Chapter 40 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the change of the name of the Public Health Act to the Public Health Reform Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to amend the Public Health Act, Chapter 40 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the change of name of the Public Health Act to the Public Health Reform Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49, 1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. All those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Carl Huchner Memorial Hospital Authority Act, Chapter 38 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for union membership on the Board of Governors of the authority and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to amend the Carl Huchner Memorial Hospital Authority Act, Chapter 38 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for union membership on the Board of Governors of the authority and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your permission and indulgence of this Honorable House to introduce the other bills all at once. These are the bills for an act to amend the Medical Services and Institutions Act, Chapter 39, the Medical Practice Act, number 28 of 2013, the Antibiotics Act, Chapter 33, the Quarantine Act, Chapter 41, the Social Security Board Act, Chapter 44, the Shops Act, Chapter 287, the Chemists and Druggists Act, Chapter 311, the Dentist Act, Chapter 316, the Opticians Act, Chapter 322, and the Registration of Nursing Homes Act, Chapter 324 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to replace the term Director of Health Services with the term Director of Hospital Services and Allied Health, and to provide for the Director of Public Health and Wellness, and to provide for other matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, these bills have the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, those bills are referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
These are the bills for an act to amend the Medical Services and Institutions Act, Chapter 39, the Medical Practice Act, Act number 28 of 2013, the Antibiotics Act, Chapter 33, the Quarantine Act, Chapter 41, the Social Security Board Act, Chapter 44, the Shops Act, Chapter 287, the Chemists and Druggists Act, Chapter 311, the Dentist Act, Chapter 316, the Institutions Act, Chapter 322, and the Registration of Nursing Homes Act 327 of the Substantive Laws of Belize Revised Edition 2011 to replace the term Director of Health Services with the term Director of Hospital Services and Allied Health, and to provide for the Director of Public Health and Wellness, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that these bills be taken through all their stages forthwith.
Inform us. You put on the mic, I wondered if the Honorable Minister would be so kind to inform us what the urgency is. And I'd want, Mr. Speaker, for us to place on record the blatant abuse that is taking place here, ramming 12 bills down the throat of this Honorable House, all in order to satisfy their political mandate. But I'd love to hear what is the urgency and why this Standing Order 49-1 is being abused.
Mr. Speaker, there is no abuse as alleged by the Leader of the Opposition. What is intended here, Mr. Speaker, is to allow for the institutional reorganization at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Mr. Speaker, which will lead to a more efficient and effective leadership and management of the healthcare system throughout the country, Mr. Speaker. We cannot wait anymore. The health system has been abandoned was abandoned for the past 13 years by the opposition, Mr. Speaker. It is time for us to move forward. It is time for us to take the health of this country seriously, and it is time for us to deliver the health services that the Belizean people deserve, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bills be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. All those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourns to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House, at its rising today, adjourns to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, these are the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment number 1 to Loan Agreement number 025/106-001, Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 60202360004, and amendments number 1 to loan agreements number 6020236005 and number 6020236006, amendment number 1 to amended and restated loan agreement to number 6020236007, and amendments to number 1 to loan agreements to number 6020236008. You follow the numbers, Leader of the Opposition? Number 6020236009 and 010 and 011 and 012 and loan amendment motions loan motions 2021. These loan amendment motions have already been circulated to all members in the orders of the day. Therefore, with your permission, not to repeat the recitals, I move now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that these amendments are in the best interest of the country of Belize, approve and confirm that the government of Belize may enter into amendment number 1 to loan agreements, to loan agreement number 025106001 with the Mega International Commercial Bank Company Limited of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and amendment number 2 to loan agreement number 6020236004, amendment number 1 to loan agreements number 6005 and number 6006, and amendment number 1 to amended and restated loan agreement to number 6020236007 and 6008, 6009, 610, 6010, 6011, and 6012, all with the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of China, Taiwan, on the terms and conditions set out in the motions, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan amendment agreements and all other documents and agreements connected therewith. Madam Speaker, with your permission, today we have 10 loan motions concerning the Republic of China, Taiwan, that we're tabling for approval. These are not new loans. What we're doing is varying the terms of existing loans to provide Belize with much needed cash flow relief. See, Madam Speaker, the government, through its bilateral economic cooperation and development program with Taiwan, has over the years benefited from several loans to assist in the development of Belize. 9 of these loans are with the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of China, totaling $191 million, and 1 is with Mega International Commercial Bank with a balance of $46 million. What we are now doing is improve the government's fiscal position and provide critical cash flow relief. How we did it was to approach the government of Taiwan requesting a temporary suspension in principal repayments of the current 10 loans under the bilateral program. I'm pleased to report that our friend, the government of Taiwan, once again came through for Belize. The 9 Export-Import Bank loans that have been approved have approved a 2.5-year suspension on principal repayments, and while the 1 mega bank loan has been approved for 3 years suspension on principal repayments. Interest payments on all loans will continue as normal. As a result of these principal payment deferrals, during the 2.5 to 3-year loan repayment suspension period of these 10 loans, the government of Belize will enjoy cash flow savings of almost $70 million Belize. This means that we will not have to pay almost $70 million over the next 3 years that we would have otherwise had to pay. This is allowing us the precious opportunity for our public finances to recover and the fiscal space to focus on education, health, citizen security, and infrastructure. I ask all members of this honorable House to support the 10 loan motions. Madam Speaker, these motions have the recommendation of the Cabinet.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I begin, let me say, or as a starting point, let me place on record our gratitude to the government and people of Taiwan for their very generous offer to stay these principal payments for 2.5 years, and in one instance, if I remember correctly, Prime Minister, 3 years. And using the Prime Minister's own description, Madam Speaker, we would have been able to free up, so to speak, some $70 million over the next 2.5 to 3 years in terms of the principal payments to these 10 loans. But in the same breath, Madam Speaker, that we're doing this, we receive an announcement that for the very first time in the history of this country, I think, that gas prices has gone over $12. So if it is, we are getting this kind of reprieve. We are getting reprieve from these 10 loans from Taiwan. If we are getting reprieve from the super bond, why is it that it cannot translate into some relief for the Belizean people? This Prime Minister has gone on record, Madam Speaker, to say that these gas prices are out of hand and should not be where it is when he was opposition leader. Now, with the kind of developments that he is asking us to support now, I would wish that he could give us some good news today in terms of the gas prices and say immediately tomorrow these gas prices will go down. And you have that authority to say that. We are going to be here, apparently, Madam Speaker, quite some time. And I was very dismayed just now that the Prime Minister took a cheap shot to say that the 3 opposition members were not here, when God knows about 12, 13, 14, including himself, were missing from over there just now. That's a cheap shot. We are doing the people's business, and all of us are here doing the people's business. And so if we have to stay until midnight or 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock tomorrow morning in order to get the gas prices down, let's move, since you're getting all of this reprieve. But we place on record absolutely that we support and we thank the government and people of Taiwan for the kind of ease that they're giving the government and the people of Belize on these 10 loans, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Mesopotamia.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to associate myself with the leader of the opposition and thank the people of Taiwan, the government of Taiwan, for their long-standing generosity to the people of Belize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Dangriga.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the motions presented by the Prime Minister and to express, certainly from my constituency, our gratitude to the government and people of Taiwan for their partnership in our development over the years, and in fact for their contribution to our development and to the development in many countries around the world. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, we have had Ambassador Chen be very active in assisting our people with various initiatives in the constituency. And those include, for example, scholarships to members of our community, assisting with the recent murals during the September celebrations, and many others. That's in my constituency alone, and I know the good people of Taiwan have assisted across the country. I will just share briefly, Madam Speaker, with your permission, that I had the privilege of being with you in a meeting last night, in which I wish to commend you for reading the joint declaration of the Formosa clubs of the Caribbean and Latin America. And over 21 countries, Madam Speaker, were in that meeting, in which we affirmed our support for the Taiwanese people in their struggles that they face, that we are all aware. Many countries around the world are trying to make the case for them, as they themselves have proven to be leaders in many areas, including, for example, the exemplary performance in dealing with COVID-19, and of course the many things they have done with respect to their contributions in the discussion and in the scientific achievements to deal with climate change. So we as a country, Madam Speaker, have so many things that we are grateful and that we can learn from the people of the Republic of China, Taiwan. This is one of many of the things that they have shown in terms of their determination to assist countries that are developing, that they can share their know-how, their science and technology with us. So I just wanted to make that intervention, Madam Speaker, to say thanks to the people, the government of Taiwan, and also to commend you on representing us last night at that meeting. Thank you very much.
So I'm not sure if the leader of the opposition is supporting or not supporting Madam Speaker, but I just want to point out he took the chance again to pontificate, talking about the issue of fuel prices or gas prices, and we do admit, like everybody else, there's something, it's a worldwide phenomenon. It's not only happened, it's not only to Belize. The United States is going through this. In the UK, there are certain, there have been many instances where trucks cannot move because they don't have fuel. But just to inform you, we are fully committed to keeping the price below $9. But at this time, we can't do it simply because of the mess that you left. You left this country bankrupt, so we have to try to get out of that, and then we will address it. So, but also just let me to inform the leader of the opposition that tomorrow in Cabinet I want to announce that we want to look at the possibility of looking at the opportunity of setting up an energy commission to be able to look at the issue of gas prices and energy prices, the energy needs of this country, and see what we can do to be able to reduce the cost as best as we possibly can within our own needs. At the end of the day, we import pretty much all of our energy. I'll be asking a few ministers and also some people in industry to be able to join to look and see at what workable recommendations can be made, Madam Speaker. So that said, Madam Speaker, I want to also seek your indulgence to have these motions be taken through all their stages this day. Thanks.
Honorable members, those motions are all referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment. Ms. Fett.
Are we to go to the next motion or? Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honorable House to have these motions taken through their stages, all their stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that all motions mentioned above be taken through all their stages this day. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Inter-American Development Bank Global Credit Program for Safeguarding the Productive Sectors and Employment for US $15 million loan and guarantee motion 2021. The loan and guarantee motion has already been circulated to all members in the order of the day. Therefore, with your permission, not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the DFC to improve its capacity to provide affordable financing to support the short-term financial sustainability of MSMEs and to promote the economic recovery of SMEs through access to production-oriented financing, One, approves that the DFC may borrow the said sum of US 15 million from the Inter-American Development Bank, or IDB, on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Board of Directors of the DFC to execute and deliver the loan agreement and other associated documents. Two, approve that all principal, interest, fees, premiums, and other charges under the loan shall be tax-free, duty or charge exempt as provided for in the loan and guarantee agreements. And three, further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a guarantee agreement with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documents associated therewith. I think this is self-explanatory, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to say that indeed we will support this loan motion. It is one that will help the productive sector, as the Prime Minister has described. It's $30 million that the DFC will manage, an institution that certainly this side of the House has tremendous confidence in, especially since it was as a result of this administration that, or the UDP's administration, that the DFC was rescued. But we certainly want to place on record our approval, our support for this bill. It is something that is coming to us at a concessionary rate, and so we give the Prime Minister and the government our full support on this particular loan motion.
I recognize the member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I join with the Leader of the Opposition in giving my support for this motion, but I would just like to plead with the Prime Minister that as you are giving this assistance to the productive sector, the gas prices are skyrocketing. So it's like you're giving with one hand and taking away with the other. So please, can we do something about the skyrocketing gas prices that are impacting the productive sector in a very, very negative way? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Yeah, just Madam Speaker, just to thank the opposition for their support. But while they talking about rescuing the DFC, you left it there to flounder. They didn't do much. And it is this government, this present government, that gave it its largest capital injection in history. And that capital injection would allow the DFC to be able to borrow more money and to make more significant impact on the economy of Belize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, honorable members, the question is that the motion be taken through their stages this day. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is a resolution authorizing the purchase and redemption of the Government of Belize US dollar bonds due 2034, the Blue Bond Agreement, the Conservation Funding Agreement, and the Ancillary Agreements Motion 2021. This motion has already been circulated to all members in the orders of the day. Therefore, with your permission, not to repeat the recitals, I move, now therefore be it resolved, that this Honorable House, being satisfied that it would be in the interest of Belize so to do, approves and confirms the purchase and redemption, the loan agreement, the conservation funding agreement, and any ancillary agreement on the terms and conditions set out above, and authorizes Belize to make any payments thereunder and to pay fees and expenses incurred by the government of Belize in connection with the negotiation and execution of such agreements. And be it further resolved that this Honorable House hereby authorizes, in the name and on behalf of the government of Belize, the Minister of Finance to finalize, execute and or deliver the purchase and redemption, the loan agreements, the conservation funding agreement, and the ancillary agreements on the terms and conditions set out above. Madam Speaker, previously I've already explained what this is all about, and I'm asking the support of both sides of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Member for Colette.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I won't get into debating the motion itself, because the content of this motion is the content of the Blue Bond bill that is coming up, right? And we can debate then. But I do want to place on record, Madam Speaker, our discontent with how the government moved in terms of the documents having to do with this motion and the bill. You see, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased. Let me commend you, Madam Speaker, for your effort and your work in ensuring that we get documents in a more timely manner. I think the fact that we are allowed to get them electronically now at the time of the notice, as you pointed out in your preamble this morning before the meeting started, Madam Speaker, is to be applauded. And it is as a result of that, I suspect, that we were able to get some of the documents on Friday, as opposed to getting all the documents this morning. But something is still not right, and is terribly wrong, Madam Speaker. Even now, as we stand here, there are missing pieces to this puzzle. Look, the Blue Loan Agreement, which is this document. This is the document we got this morning, you know, Madam Speaker. When I checked the package that was sent, there were some documents. There is the conservation fund terms, there is the conservation commitments, there is this one called the conservation funding agreement. But the loan agreement was missing. And while I don't want to go that far, Madam Speaker, I have to wonder if there is something secretive going on. These are the things that cause the suspicion, Madam Speaker. When I inquired, they said that they sent it over to the clerk's office from Friday, insinuating that it is the clerk's staff that messed up and did not deliver these documents as they were instructed to do. And I really don't believe that that is the case. These things matter. How in the world can you expect us to debate a motion? This document, and this is a document that says at the end that there are several schedules which are very important for us to be able to positively contribute in general to the debate. This loan agreement ought to come with Schedule 2.5, which talks about the interest payments. Schedule 2.7, which talks about the repayment of the principal. Schedule 4.3, which talks about the disclosure schedule and all the other things. And then in this one called the conservative funding agreement, we have Exhibit A and we have Exhibit B, but we don't see the payment schedule. So I was encouraged when the Prime Minister, in his explanatory notes on the bill, gave us some of the information, but this is the first time we are hearing the information, and from what we know, can't be anything secretive. Why is it that you're trying to cast aspersion? It's almost like you're trying to have us have a tango over something that I will say no, Madam Speaker, we will support because it is the brainchild of the United Democratic Party government. And listen, as the Prime Minister got up and read the explanations are almost like this or something, like he can be so proud that he did this and that. But like I said, we'll get into the debate for that. We can do it here, but I'm going to be kind because I know that the time is there. But I appeal to you, Madam Speaker. This business about giving us pages and pages and pages and pages of documents. We're borrowing, what is it, Prime Minister, $360 million. And you're playing fast and loose with the documents? Come on. So we absolutely place on record our discontent for the games the government is playing. You know, the TNC folks wanted to speak to us and we said, okay, but we cannot have a discussion because we don't know what the government agreed to. And the TNC does not want to breach the confidentiality of the discussions, but there can be no secret that the government itself is keeping from the wider government in the form of this parliament. There can be no secrets. So why play that game? We want to be able to wholeheartedly support, but to be honest, I cannot possibly have read this. And even if I did, I'm telling you that these schedules are missing, so the missing pieces are going to be there again. So I make the appeal again, not to do this again. It sounds like a scratch record. It is something, Madam Speaker, that I know, again, that we are trying to fix in the form of the amendments that we are proposing to the standing orders, the work that is going on there. But this really, really is, it leaves a bad taste in our mouth. And while we will support based on information that we've gotten, but this is not the right way to do this. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to associate my contribution with that of our leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker. We take a great deal of time and effort to do our due diligence on any bills that come before this House. And whenever we have been called upon by the government to participate in consultation processes, we've done two recently via the Ministry of Economic Development, we have made ourselves fully available to the government. The Blue Loan Agreement, Madam Speaker, while we only got it this morning, which makes absolutely no sense to me when a matter of this significant national importance should get bipartisan support in this House. I can't understand why this would be kept from the opposition. It required us to do some legal review of the document with our own set of attorneys so that we could meaningfully contribute to this debate, not only on the loan motion, Madam Speaker, but also on the bill itself. And I would like to appeal, strongly appeal to the Prime Minister and his cabinet that we can get more timely release of information, particularly on matters where they hope to or they wish to or they want to have such bipartisan support in this House. I thank you, Madam.
I recognize the member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I join with the leader of the opposition and the member from Alberts in offering my support for this motion, notwithstanding our concerns. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the UDP Borough Administration for this red bond, is what I think it should be called. This is a product of the UDP administration, the borough administration. Thank you to Dr. Carla Barnett and Mr. Steve Duncan and the other members of the team that had already, before the government of the day took office, been negotiating this red bond. So thank you to the UDP, another prized accomplishment of the UDP. Thank you.
I recognize the member. No? No? Prime Minister? No. You can go ahead.
Madam Speaker, the UDP, they don't have the intellectual fortitude to do what this government has just done. For 13 years, they've been dealing with the super bond. How many times they've gone to just to kick the can down the road, kick the can down the road? You had not the idea, the comprehension, the competence to get something like this done. It was the very same NGOs, it's on video, when they were saying that you know, that for the past 4 or 6 years they've been trying to negotiate with you, not 500 million, you know, 100 million. And they couldn't get it done. They couldn't comprehend how to get it done. I know you want that you all started out. This, one of your very own strongest supporters, I will not mention the person's name, put it on Facebook, that nothing comes before its time. That's what the person said, that you had 2 opportunities to do it, and you did 0. You could not get it done. Can you not have this? We don't have, you all don't have this. You know, can't understand, comprehend what it means to be able to sit down and to find a way how to negotiate something like this. But I guess there was no hustling, check. So they don't put no interest. They put no interest. Now here we are now, because now we did. We don't help from you. Started off from 0 and started the negotiations. You have to learn a little bit about business. See, you have been just an educator all your life.
Just would implore the Prime Minister to be kind. I already said I will not debate.
I'm talking general. Did I say your name?
I hope that
Did I say you?
I
said the royal you.
I'm hoping that we could leave this for the debate when the bill
I-
comes up. That's what I said I'd do, madam.
Remember, the Prime Minister is closing the motion. The debate on the bill, I heard you earlier. That will happen in full
I
discourse.
hope that the Prime Minister could address my concerns about not providing the documents in a timely manner. Rather than get into the debate, we will have time for the debate on the bill.
I member for Colette, Leader of Opposition. The Prime Minister has really not even gotten into his closure. Perhaps indeed he will get to your point. Thank you.
It was important for me to debunk this myth, this UDP lie that they started out working on this. It's not you. It is the work of the People's United Party government. And many other people, not us alone. But you had nothing to do with it. And now, as to the papers, Madam Speaker, may I need to remind you, every House meeting when we are sitting on the other side, your government, we sit down there and we get the papers. Now we have been sending the papers as best as we possibly can ahead of time. Now I've checked with the Ministry of Finance and they assured me that those papers were sent to the National Assembly on Friday. Could you sit down and finish, man?
Let him finish. Please. Member, I can take care of that. Please continue.
Paciencia. Jesus. You have any patience, Phil? Yes, Madam Speaker, as I'm told, there is nothing that we're trying to hide from the UDP or from anybody. We've been working so hard in trying to get this thing done. And as it is right now, we have to try to go through all its motions today so that the Senate can meet on Thursday and approve what we're doing so that we could pay off the super bond holders next month in November, next week. So, but we can't give you everything before it's finished. That is what you call negotiations. You negotiate to the very end. Now, as to the papers, why they did not get it on Friday, Madam Speaker, I cannot answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Members, I will say this before I refer the paper with your indulgence. There are accusations being made that papers were delivered to the office of the clerk, the National Assembly. I certainly will make sure I look into that. We are all copied on these electronic links, and they have an extra link in there with the several documents that were sent. I have heard the concern. My preamble, as you refer to it, the announcement that I made, member, spoke to the fact of my genuine effort to try and correct this going forward. I have heard the concern, member.
Madam,
Are you clarifying a point that I made?
Yes, madam. Could I ask you, if it is then that somebody on the staff of the National Assembly, whether purposefully or unintentionally, which suggests some kind of incompetence, that you deal with that, Madam Speaker? This is...
Member, I just said, member, there was no need. Yes, member, you can, member, please take your seat.
Somebody has got to be responsible.
Member, please take your seat. I literally just said that I'm going to look into that. Thank you. Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination. When I'm speaking, could you allow me the respect? Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Both motions mentioned above be taken through all their stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Natural Resources, Petroleum and Mining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the reparatory justice for the transatlantic slave trade and slavery in British Honduras motion 2021. This motion has already been circulated to all members in the orders of the day. Therefore, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House debate the issue and take the unanimous decision that 1, the government of Belize is morally, legally, and ethically obliged on behalf of the former slaves and their descendants of Belize, then the British settlement in the Bay of Honduras, to present the appropriate case in the United Kingdom to determine whether, as a matter of law, the United Kingdom is liable for the unlawful seizure, transportation, and subsequent enslavement of African people in Belize under British colonial rule up until 1833, and to receive the appropriate reparations from Britain. 2, the government of Belize, in presenting this case to the appropriate body, shall seek to evaluate not only the economic cost of slavery in Belize, but also, based on expert evidence, seek reparation for the former slaves and their descendants for the denial of their culture and history, human rights abuses, including but not limited to murder, rape, flogging, branding, denial of freedom of movement, freedom to worship, freedom to own land, and the right to education, and for the severe generational, mental, and psychological damage to slaves and their descendants long after 1838, caused by their degraded status as slaves and perpetuated by associated systemic racism and racial discrimination. And be it further resolved that this Honorable House calls upon its sister CARICOM states to take similar decisions in their respective jurisdictions on this matter. Madam Speaker, if I may, the bottom line, Madam Speaker, is that at emancipation on August 1st, 1834, the slave owners were handsomely rewarded to the tune of 20 million pounds, the equivalent of $70 billion in today's money. The compensation bill was 40% of the entire national budget of Britain. And what the slaves got was a program called apprenticeship to prepare us for civilization, to civilize us, to understand what paid labor meant, how to save and appropriately spend wages, how to do steady work and defer to authority, hallmarks of civilization. But more importantly, to prepare us for free trade and industrialization. It was said that the slaves had to work free for another 4 to 6 years to compensate the already wealthy slave owners for their full market value, which the then British Parliament had set at £47 million. So we had to work for more than half of our full value. See, we were considered mere chattels, property, to be compensated for, but not human beings, to be paid compensation. So we eventually got freedom without food to eat or land to plant. It was freedom and famine at the same time. So the slave owners who were already miles ahead of the slaves were further accelerated and advanced at a time when sugar was already collapsing in the Caribbean because of the advent of cheaper, sweeter products being made all over the world. The slave owners got a boon, a windfall, and the slaves, our ancestors, got a pat on the head and a kick from behind. The result is the white British got richer and the black African slaves got even poorer. And what we are seeing today is the enduring legacy of the enslavement and subsequent colonization of people of color. It's real, it's painful, it's personal, sickening to the soul. And to make matters worse, our education system has done us a grave disservice over all the centuries and generations. 40 years into independence, we are only just now beginning to include African and Mayan history into our school curriculum, and we still have some ways to go. Because for many, saying the word African or black history is still anathema. The result is that people of color don't know their history, don't know from whence they came. And the younger generation is trapped in the whirlwind of social media, where it's about likes and going viral, and who can look better and sound better. A medium that is slowly killing the already swiveled self-esteem of our youth of color. Every day they wake up to images of what supposedly is beauty, and the beauty doesn't include natural hair or people of color. So every day, our children are losing more and more of their self-esteem, and in some cases are becoming a caricature of themselves. We have to press the reset button. We have to teach our children about themselves. We have to empower them, teach them about from whence we came, teach them what our ancestors went through so they can comprehend and conceptualize that what troubles we are going through today, in many instances, are dwarfed by what our ancestors experienced back then. Describe for them the sheer tragedy of our unsuspecting ancestors being snatched from the coast of West Africa and the perilous, deadly journey across the Atlantic to the Caribbean. How so many millions of our ancestors were disappeared from their homes, never to be seen again by their parents and siblings and children. And that so many of them died on that transatlantic journey, packed like sardines below the hull of ships. How for weeks and months they were packed together, slowly dying and defecating at the same time. How so many of them chose to jump to their death in the raging shark-infested waters of the ocean than give in to the dehumanizing enslavement that awaited them. Teach them that when our ancestors got to the New World, they were sold. Bought for £3 in West Africa, sold for 25 or 30 pounds here, nakedly paraded and displayed in a public square. Tell them that while in the Americas, sometimes children were ripped from their parents. Fathers were sometimes torn apart from their wives and sold to another plantation because massa coveted their wives' soul. In teaching our children of what our ancestors went through, we are teaching them why we need to honor the memory of our ancestors and why we need to fight for our rights and our just due, for all those hundreds of years of lost wages, and against the deformation and defamation of ourselves through all these many generations. In fighting for what is ours, we honor the memory of our ancestors. But reparations is not all about the money. It is not even mostly about the money. As Professor Chinwe Zhu says, money is not even 1% of what reparation is about. Reparation is mostly about making repairs, self-made repairs on ourselves, mental repairs, psychological repairs, cultural repairs, organizational repairs, social repairs, institutional repairs, technological repairs, economic repairs, political repairs, educational repairs, repairs of every type that we need in order to recreate and sustain Black societies. For the sad truth is that 5 centuries of Holocaust have made our societies brittle and unviable. And as the great Marcus Garvey warned over 50 years ago, if we continue as we are heading for extinction. That was Chinwezu 28 years ago at the first Pan-African Conference on Reparations in Nigeria. Today we see also clearly, Madam Speaker, every other day we are killing ourselves as our enemies smile contented that we are now doing it to ourselves. It is more than about the money, Madam Speaker. It is about the rehabilitation of our minds. They will say, why reparations? But there's precedence for reparations. The Koreans got, the Eskimos got, Japanese Americans got, the victor countries of World War I and World War II got. In fact, the Germans not only had to pay the victorious Allies over $320 billion for World War II damages, but penalties were added for late deliveries. And Chinwezu cites the most famous case of reparations that was paid by Germany to the Jews, which include $2 billion to make amends to victims of Nazi persecution, $952 million in personal indemnities, $35.70 per month per inmate of concentration camps, pensions for survivors of victims, $820 million to Israel to resettle 50,000 Jewish immigrants from lands formerly controlled by Hitler, and the payments have continued. It cannot be that everyone else that is non-Black is worthy of reparations, but we are not. They will say that it was legal to own slaves back then, and we will say it was legal to have gas chambers in Nazi Germany back then. They will say that slavery happened a long time ago, and we cannot hold modern-day Britons responsible. And we will say that modern-day Britain was built off the wealth generated by slavery, and that many wealthy Britons, including the royal family, inherited the wealth of their slave-owning ancestors. They will say they can't calculate what should be paid to the descendants of slaves, and we will say, but you could have calculated the cost of reparations to Jews, Japanese, Koreans, and Europeans. They will say that they have issued statements of regrets, and we will say it's not the same as taking responsibility with a statement of apology, of taking responsibility and accepting liability for the brutal deprivation and dehumanization of Africans, the crimes against humanity that your ancestors inflicted on our great-great-grandmothers and grandfathers. The bottom line, Madam Speaker, is that the time has come to correct this abhorrent and barbaric wrong done to our ancestors. Our ancestors should have been compensated at the time of emancipation. In fact, they should never have been enslaved. For almost 200 years since, Black people in the Caribbean have suffered the devastating, pulverizing effects of the compounded twin evils of slavery and colonization. We could have been better off as a people today, but instead we're ravaged by underdevelopment, illiteracy, low life expectancy, and burgeoning debt. We have been done a wrong the likes of which we have not seen in the history of the world. It's time to correct this stigma that all things Black and African is not good enough. But it's also time for us to correct ourselves as a people, to do some real soul searching and stock taking, of who we are and how we got here. Reparations is not all about the money. It's about how we can rehabilitate ourselves and our understanding of ourselves and history. How we can unite and liberate ourselves from the trappings of slavery and colonialism that have left us so utterly divided. That change has to come from us first as a Belizean people and together as a Caribbean people. The road to reparations have been jagged, but it's a road to redemption, a road to reconstruction, to restoration, to a rebirth of who we ultimately are. What a beautiful day it will be when we as Black people define ourselves for ourselves and no longer allow others to define us. Oh, what a beautiful day that will be. Madam Speaker, I urge the House to support this motion.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Colette.
Madam Speaker, I rise to place on record our support from this side of the House for such a motion. And if you allow me a personal moment as well, Madam Speaker, to support as a Black man who is, of course, a descendant of such slave legacy and slave heritage, I should say. This, in my view, is long overdue that Belize joins in. I think after reading the documentation, it says that this agreement within CARICOM was made some 7 or 8 years ago. And I use the opportunity again, as I've done on a previous occasion, to say congratulations to our entire nation that has made this realization, that has made it real. You will remember, Madam Speaker, that we as a nation celebrated for the first time Emancipation Day on August 1st of this year as a national holiday. And you will know that even before the move by the government to ensure that it is a public and bank holiday, that as Minister of Culture, we placed on record the appreciation of August 1st, though it wasn't made a public holiday then, as Emancipation Day. We gave it recognition. And at the time when that was done, it was me acting jointly with colleagues of mine, including Honorable Member from Mesopotamia, and my colleague, one O.J. Elrington, who are very passionate Black people like me, and this cause strikes dear to the heart. And so we 100% and more, if we could, Madam Speaker, give our support to this motion. And I think the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister gave a good explanation. I think that is a wonderful pronouncement on how we all ought to feel. And before I'm taken out of context, let me say that while it is a glorious thing for the Black population of this nation to celebrate Belize's engagement in this fashion, I think that all Belizeans, all right-minded Belizeans, no matter what your race, no matter what your creed, your color, this is a celebration as well. And the Black Creole people of this nation, descendants of slaves, have long celebrated this kind of accomplishment or recognition for other peoples. We've celebrated Columbus Day for many, many years. We've celebrated, well, you can argue as well that the Garifuna people, though, are descendants of slaves, but we've celebrated Garifuna Settlement Day. And we have joined, even outside of Belize, in the celebration of many other races getting the kind of recognition and fighting for the kind of recognition which this motion pushes for. And so, again, Madam Speaker, we categorically support the motion as presented by the Deputy Prime Minister.
I recognize the member for Fort George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion, Madam Speaker, and I can't be as eloquent as the member, the Deputy Prime Minister, who covered everything there is to cover in relation to this issue. But I believe it is important to stand here in this House, in this honorable House, to support this motion. It's a motion long overdue. It is a program long overdue that we must encourage our CARICOM sister countries to also take up cases. And Madam Speaker, I have to congratulate this government. I know the leader of the opposition mentioned it just now, but I think it was an important step for us as a country to recognize Emancipation Day as a national holiday on August 1st. That was an important first step, but we must go further and we must make sure that we take this case all the way through. Madam Speaker, as the Deputy Prime Minister said, the slave owners were compensated 20 million pounds back then. We don't know what 70 billion it will be worth today. But the human beings, those who suffered, they were not compensated one single dollar. Furthermore, there was no apology from those who conducted the slave trade and who engaged in slavery. And Madam Speaker, third legal research has shown that the slave trade, that slavery on a whole, was contrary to fundamental human rights, contrary to any English common law, contrary to any law in this entire world, Madam Speaker. So, on behalf of the people of Fort George, Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this motion, and to quote from one of the most famous lines in one of those slave cases, "Let justice be done, though the heavens may fall." Thank you.
I recognize the member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise to join with the Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, and the member from Fort George, and all the members in the government to support this long overdue motion. I would really like to give a commendation to the government, but also to Senior Counsel Godfrey Smith, who approached me when I was Leader of the Opposition and approached the Prime Minister, his representative from the government, so that we could support this motion in a bipartisan fashion. And truly, this is a day for celebration where all peoples can recognize that on this matter, we are in agreement. You know, reparations is long overdue. Certainly, I cannot be as eloquent as the member from Lekai in explaining why. But when you look at Emancipation Day, which again I commend the government now, I commended them then for making it a public bank holiday. I commend the now Leader of the Opposition, who when he was Minister of Culture, along with myself and Mr. Elrington, pushed to have some type of recognition of Emancipation Day. But Emancipation Day did not begin freedom. It did not begin liberty, because the people that enslaved human beings were compensated, and those human beings, after 100 years of being worked to death, being raped, being cascated, were not giving anything. They were just set to be low-paid workers. They were not given any land. They were not given any form of compensation when the people who took their liberty extracted all the wealth from this nation and throughout the Caribbean, were paid to do what was right, to reverse what was wrong. And when we look at the South Side Belize City today, you could look all over the Caribbean and even in the United States. When you look at particularly the South Side of Belize City, you see the result of slavery. It is not that those young men or those people, those women, want to live like that, want to think like that. But we have to recognize that there was a period in this country and other nations where people were forced to be animals. They were forced not to think. If you were caught reading, you were killed. Nobody taught the people in Belize who were brought here to build Belize, nobody taught them how to be free, to be independent, to be landowners, to be entrepreneurs. Nobody taught them that, and that's what reparations is all about. It's not about saying, here's a couple $100 million, because you could give someone a couple $100 million and they're still poor. So I couldn't agree more with the member from Lekai that it is a repairing of everything, all of these fundamental traits that make a human being whole. We were trained to be animals. We were trained to be dependent. That is why we have a dependency syndrome here in this country now, where unfortunately for the last 40 years, both political parties have produced politicians who act as neo-colonial masters and have not done enough to truly give the people who were enslaved their freedom, because that is a mental issue. People have to think in terms of owning their land, owning their destiny, being responsible, being accountable, but nobody ever did that. So for all these years, all these generations, we have been living as if, in essence, slavery never happened. And the South Side just happened to be the South Side because what? Those people just want to be poor. Those people just want to be uneducated. Those people just want to commit crimes. No. Those people were forced into that way of thinking, and there was never a time in our period, in our history, there was never a period in our history where there was any systematic attempt to retrain our people, to repair all the damage of our people and set them right. So again, I thank Senior Counsel Godfrey Smith and the legal team who started this in Jamaica. I believe Jamaica is preparing their case. I know that CARICOM has agreed to have a reparations commission, but I am not sure if any of the other CARICOM nations have begun to prepare their case, and I applaud this government for joining and to prepare our case, because reparations are due. I said it when I was a 19-year-old child on my first album. I said reparations are due. It is a real thing, and it is not a matter of condemning anyone or blaming anyone for what happened hundreds of years ago, but that needs to be rectified. And reparations is the only way to have the type of systematic overhaul that will stop the hemorrhaging in places like the south side of Belize City. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Stank Creek West.
And the Deputy Prime Minister, and who put the documents together, I think it is long overdue. And I believe all Belizeans should be triumphant over this initiative. It is the beginning of what we should call an opportunity for all of us. We came here not on our own, by ourselves. We were brought here, and we don't know what would have been the result if we had stayed in the homeland Africa. They call it the rich coast. So I believe I've been robbed of my heritage, but nevertheless, life goes on, and we have to continue, and we can make best for ourselves and make sure that the people around us benefit from what will happen in the near future. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of the Albert constituency, Madam Speaker, I'd like to place on record my gratitude to the government, the Honorable Prime Minister and his cabinet, and particularly to the Deputy Prime Minister for moving this motion today. It has my unequivocal support. I grew up in a household, Madam Speaker, where there was never discussion that did not include the need for the liberation of the black man and the black woman. I lived in a household where the conversations included those revolutionaries, which included people like Evan X. Hyde and Dr. Leroy Tager, who were determined to ensure that the systematic racial undertones and racial discrimination that we sometimes continue, and not only sometimes, but continue to experience in this country would be eradicated. And so reparations is a first step. The wounds are deep and they pierce at the very soul of us as black people. And I hope that as we move this case, it is more than just a legal exercise, and that we will be able to touch the psyche of all Belizean people, regardless of ethnicity, Madam Speaker. So we can learn our history, that we can speak our history, so that we can truly understand why we experience some of the challenges that we face today, and that we can be ready and able to make the changes systemically in this country that is needed to remove racial discrimination of all kinds. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to place on record in this honorable House my full and unwavering support for this very, very important motion. I do so both as a member of Parliament, but also, I think very importantly, as the Minister of Education and Culture. I wish to fully associate myself with the very comprehensive and articulate, eloquent statement made by the Deputy Prime Minister on this very, very important matter. You know, Madam Speaker, I got introduced to, I read about the whole discussion on reparations as a young man, but I really got introduced to the discussion and debate when I was a law student at the University of the West Indies in Cave Hill, and I attended a lecture by then Professor Hilary Beckles. He was not yet Sir Hilary. He was not yet the Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies. He was a professor. But as you all know, this is an issue that is intimately tied to him. He has championed this cause for decades. And so that was a very enlightening discussion that I attended. And ever since then, that was, of course, more than 20 plus years ago, I have been following this issue very attentively. As all of the speakers have said, this is a historic motion, it's a proud motion. Slavery is perhaps the greatest evil. The greatest evil ever perpetuated by human beings against other human beings in the history of humanity. And so we, as the motion sets out, we have a legal, moral, ethical obligation to pursue this matter. And we have a responsibility through our education system, through our organs such as the National Institute for Culture and History to properly inform our people on these very important issues. So I'm always proud of the fact that it is our government that understood and appreciated the importance of teaching African and Mayan history in our schools. And I have to say we're all united in this cause today, but I am disappointed, I have to place on record. And I think this is an area where we have to work together. I'm disappointed that because the UDP government viewed African and Mayan history as a PUP initiative, a PUP project, that they did nothing over the last 12 years to advance African and Mayan history studies in our education system. So we have effectively had to pick up where we left off in 2008. And that is disappointing because we have wasted a lot of time. And I say that in a constructive way because it is critically important for us to educate our people about their history, who they are, where they came from, so that we can have pride in who we are as Belizeans today. The whole history was all about erasing history and culture. Slavery was all about erasing people's history and culture. So we have a lot of work to do to make sure that our people understand and appreciate their history, a rich history and culture. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, we should all celebrate today's very important motion. But I will express a word of caution. We have a long way to go. We have to remain very vigilant on this issue. I know that at the highest levels of our government, at the CARICOM leadership level, our Prime Minister is fully in support of this effort. Our Foreign Ministry and Foreign Minister are fully in support of this effort. We have discussed this in Cabinet. So we Belize, I am confident, will remain vigilant as it relates to this issue. It will be a long haul. There are powerful forces all over Europe who want nothing to do with this issue. They certainly want to ensure that such a case never sees the light of day. So we have to be committed, we have to be vigilant, and I am confident that if we work together and stay united in this effort, that we will be able to achieve our objectives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.